Rallycross event. It is the fourth Rallycross event here at the Machakos People's Park.
How do we do it? It is this one, huh?
Yeah, but I can't hear myself talking. Alright, so we are live at the moment, and it's a ladies' event.
Yes, of them both out, so we can talk.
We can't hear each other. Testing. Yeah, now I can hear myself. Okay. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, a very good morning to you. And we are live at the Rallycross, the fourth event of the Rallycross event. And we are at the Machakos People's Park. Sean Carter-Villis along with Logan Naidu. And Logan, you can hear me okay?
Yeah, oh, we just saw the GC8 there go clean off track.
All right, so we can see...
we're on the first run already.
Number
it's the
20,
ladies, isn't it?
Number 20 is Caroline Gatimo in the Evo, who is out in action. We can see her in the picture right now. Logan, welcome from Zambia. You're here for a few days, your second Rallycross event. Your thoughts so far?
Yeah, thanks so much, Sean. It's a pleasure. It's an absolute smash to be with you, commentating together on this. I think it's the fourth edition of the Rallycross of Kenya.
Yes, it is. And this is Tinashe Gatimo, mother and daughter, by the way, competing against each other. Number 20 is Caroline, the mother, who is in action. This is going past us here at the commentary box. And fantastic action. It's the ladies in action, the team event for the ladies. So just to let you know, if you're joining us, it is number 20, Caroline Gatimo, number 22, Jennifer Mullick, number 23, Tinashe Gatimo, the daughter, and then number 21, Maxine Wahome. It is great to see Maxine in action after a while. Yeah, so as you see them racing past us, that, by the way, is the Subaru of Maxine Wahome.
Yeah, who is in that GC8? That one got the whole shot.
Yeah, we will settle down in just a moment. Number 20 on the screen right now is Caroline Gatimo. That is the mother who is in action in the Evo right now. All right, so we can see Caroline in action here in the Evo, and she's leading at the moment. The mother leading at the moment.
Yeah, revving that car all the way to cut out every gear. Did you hear that?
All right, so we can see a car out in the dirt. That's going to mean a red flag, possibly a yellow or a red flag. And that could be Tinashe Gatimo, who's gone out, who's crashed out at the moment. So yellow flags at the moment for this. All right, so they're going to stop the cars completely. Here we are. This is the Evo 12 that's gone past us right now. So there is a yellow flag. I think there's going to be a red flag here. Logan, well, the car's being told to slow down completely.
At the moment, they're still waving the yellows. I don't see the red as of now. I think she is off the racing line, so it is safe.
All right, so the car is almost coming to a standstill. Yeah, I think the yellows are on at the moment. Or that.
I think that is Maxine.
Yeah, that's Tinashe Gatimo, who's crashed out, sadly. The daughter of Caroline Gatimo, who is leading. By the way, they took part in the Safari Rally as mother and daughter.
Oh, wow.
Tinashe was driving and Caroline was navigating. They're racing against each other at the moment. So we can see Tinashe Gatimo, just 18 years old, who has had to step out of the car. Yeah. And really that has spoiled what would otherwise have been a very, very good race, as we see them racing past us here.
Jennifer.
and that is Jennifer Malik, number 22. So Maxime Wahome in the GC8 that you were talking about. All right, so as we can see, the car is still going at what we call pedestrian pace because of the car being out there. The yellow flags have been waved. Just to let you know, slightly different to other rallycross events, Logan. They're racing 5 laps instead of 4 laps. So 5 laps, and one has to be the Joker lap, where they go slightly on the longer part of the course.
Yeah, so basically you have 5 laps, and one of those laps for each competitor has to each competitor has to take the Joker at least one. It's a bit longer.
That's actually Maxine. Sorry, you were talking about GCA. That's an N10 that Maxine is in.
The red one, and she's
yeah,
parked
the red
as well,
one.
is
Yeah.
she? Yeah, so talking about the Joker, each competitor has to take the Joker at least once. The Joker is slightly longer. It can be taken at the beginning or at the end, or strategically if so needed, depending on your position on track.
All right, so that's a regular car, by the way, for Maxine. She's using it, just trying to get back into motorsport. So the car's being put in as they clear the track. So we can see that's Jet Anthony, who's there, of course, one of the officials, just making sure that car got a bit of damage on the front. So that looks like it's going to be a lot of work for the mechanics.
Yeah, it looks to me like, you know, the bonnet's crinked, radiator.
Yeah.
You know.
Sad, sad, sad for the 18-year-old Tinashe Gatimo, the daughter of Caroline Gatimo. So they're going to clear that car before racing can resume.
Yeah, they got Land Cruiser in there, going to tow it out, take it back to the pits.
Maxine Wahome with a problem there as well. So problems for the ladies in the first race of the day. She's got a mechanical issue, and she'll be bitterly disappointed with that.
And you say that's a standard car. I see roll cage, I see rally shocks.
No, not a standard car. That's her regular rally car that she uses.
Oh, okay.
My apologies, yeah. Need another cup of coffee.
Yeah. Are we too early, Sean? And this is the first round of the day, and looks like 2 cars already in trouble, because we can't say they're out. I mean, when they get back to the pits, I'm sure the mechanics will assess, and hopefully they're back. Otherwise, we're already down on 2 entries.
Very, very sad. Just to let you know, in the meantime, this is the team event for the ladies. After that, the open class. Then we have the 2-wheel drive class. Then the team event junior class, the 2-wheel driver B class. Then the team event legends, the RX Cubs, Group A, Group B, the open class, and then the team event champions. That will be for Heat 1. So if you're joining us, a very good morning to you, and welcome to the 4th round of the Rallycross event here at the Machakos People's Park. And it's Sean Carter-Villas, along with Logan Naidu, who's here from Zambia. Logan, for those that don't know about you, just tell us a bit about yourself and what you do, because you're involved with quite a bit of commentary around the continent.
Yeah, well, I'm an ex-driver, retired, hurt my back, and now I'm chief scrutineer for Zambia. That's my rallying circle. I do the prize givings, all that stuff, you know, international rallies and all in Zambia. And I'm also a Confederation of African Swimming. I'm the event coordinator and announcer, so I travel quite a lot, you know, lending this voice all over the show. I know you must be bloody sick of it by now. But anyway, you know, that's what we do. It's pro bono, to be fair. We don't get paid for it. We love it. We love sport, and we love young people in sport. Tell me about this Cubs.
So this is a new group that was introduced in the last Rallycross. So it's for the youngsters to get involved. They do 4 laps this time. They got a smaller track, and this really to get the next generation in for Rallycross.
Roughly?
Oh, anything between what, 5 and 10 years old?
Wow.
Yeah,
that's
the younger
this is
ones.
what it's all about, man.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's a 10-year-old, 6-year-old coming up, driving a car.
And this really the baby of Carl Tundo and Tim Jessup, of course.
Yes.
You know, 2 of our most successful crew in local rallying to introduce Rallycross. And then, of course, with the Cubs now, to really get people in. So this is the GCA that you were talking about. Tinashe is sadly being pulled away. Hopefully they'll be able to. That looks like quite significant damage in the front. I hope they're able to sort it out. But that does not look good for the rest of the event. She may have to use another car. They may have to bring in another car for this
Let's
event.
hope.
So very, very sad for
Hope,
Tinashe.
But I tell you what, this GC8 was on fire. I mean, when they took off on this round, this is the car that got the whole shot into the first corner. She was leading into the first corner. Is it Tinashe, is it?
Yeah, Tinashe, the young girl, 18 years old, just building up her experience. She had her first ever Safari Rally in June, and it's good to see her there as we see Maxine looking very despondent as she walks back to the pits. Very, very sad to see her in this way, trying to make her way back into motorsport. She took a break for a bit, but it's good to see her back, Maxine Wahome. So we see Tinashe's car being towed back. There'll be a bit of panel beating. They may need one or two people from a place we call Dagoretti Corner, which is very famous, of course, for fixing cars very quickly within a day or two. They may need one or two people to come with hammers and panel beat that car back into action.
Yeah, but I got confidence that they'll bring it back. It's not, you know, to the layman's eye, it looks like it's terrible, but it's just a bit of straightening, and hopefully a radiator could. And don't forget, they don't go and break the fans. The fans are electric. They sit on the thing, so they'll check it out, and hopefully they can get that thing running. I don't know what's wrong with Maxine's though, because she didn't go into anything. That car just stopped on track. So maybe it's electrical, maybe it's fuel related. We don't know, but I'm sure we'll get to know as the day goes by.
Maxine, of course, won the ladies category in the third rallycross event, so we hope to see her back in action. As we see the officials just checking the track, this is what I love about rallycross. Everything just works in sync, like clockwork. All the officials, you know, just getting the job done, everything. And of course, time is key, as we heard at the driver's briefing last night. Everybody must be on time. But it's just great to see that everything runs like clockwork throughout the weekend here at the Machakos People's Park.
Yeah, as Tim was relaying to us last night in the competition briefing, shall I call it, time is of essence, and it's key because, you know, it's all planned out meticulously. And yes, we do have these issues when a car gets stuck on track, and it gives the officials, you know, a challenge.
It's all part of motorsport, huh?
It is, you know, but they want to get it all done and give a show for the people. And, you know, hats off to everybody behind the scenes. I mean, they just work diligently and to give the crowd, you know, a spectacular event.
All right, so you can see, like everywhere else in the country, it's a little bit dry out here, the dust, but of course we'll have the track watered regularly here. But the conditions, absolutely perfect, Logan, for motorsport, huh?
A bright, sunny day, mate. You know, it was cold yesterday.
The last time you were here, remember how cold it was?
Freezing. You know, but now look at it, man. The sun is out. I mean, the rally courts are just shining on us, down on us.
Last time we had jackets, we had fleeces on. We're both in short sleeves, so no excuses for you not to come, huh?
For sure, for sure. Beautiful weather. We're just waiting on the second round. Is it, Sean? Who's up next? What class is it?
Yes, I think we're just waiting to find out whether the ladies will come back out again to resume, or whether we'll have the open class, which is next. And the open class, we got Ishmael Azeli, George Njoroge, Hamza Anwar. It's good to see him out here, of course. He's competing in Europe in the Junior World Rally Championship. So good to see him out here. He's here with his father, Asad Anwar, and then Evans Kavisi. They are due to come out in the open class. So we'll find, yeah, I think they are coming out actually, because no time wasted. They'll probably resume the ladies either later, just give them time, of course, to sort themselves out. We'll find out from the officials a little bit later. But it looks like the open class, you're absolutely right, should be next. Just to let you know, one or two changes that have happened here. The village is no longer where it was before on the inside of the track. It's now on the outside where the pits used to be, and the pits have now gone to where the VIP and the village was. And the village looks really nice this time as well. You know, a lot of stores are setting up, huh?
You're so right. But any insight into that? We're moving the village from the other side of the track to This side is a reasoning for it. It's for me. It's magic because everything is within touching distance, shall I say?
I think they got feedback from the people. You know, people were saying it was a little bit harder to see the action up close. Here they should be able to see more of the action. So really it's about the spectators in terms of them seeing more of the action when they come out here. For the pits, for me, it looks a little bit more spacious. The drivers were saying they would like to come straight out onto the track from the pits. But for me, it looks more spacious. It's less dusty for them. So we can see the open class coming out here. So as we mentioned, Ismail Azeli, George Njoroge, Hamza Anwar and Evans Kavisi in the open class coming out here. So we can see them here, number 23. So they are sharing the cars out here, so we'll have to wait and see. But we can see Hamza Anwar, who's in the Subaru.
I think we're just waiting on the car number 6.
Yeah, so just waiting for Ismail Azeli to come out here. So we can see number 5, who's Evans Kavisi, who was at the autocross last weekend. I was in Nanyuki last weekend for the autocross. That was really great. We can see number 3, Hamza Anwar, on the track. Number 4 is George Njoroge. Good to see him competing as well. He's an official at most motorsports events. So that's the beauty of Rallycross. Good to see the officials there. We can see the husband and wife of Jet Anthony, Tana Anthony out there at the start. We can see Mara Njuguna, who's the general manager of the KMSF. He's the KMSF delegate for this event. Of course, this event recognized by the Kenya Motorsports Federation. So good to see the officials there as well at the start here.
Yeah, I can see lined up Sean,
so
car
one car
number
missing.
5, which is Evans. 3 and 4 there.
Yeah.
You know, the 2 GC8s, one the hatchback, one the saloon. So I'm thinking that car number 6 is probably one of those cars that the ladies
That might have been damaged. Huh?
Yes, exactly. So, you know, this is the domino effect it does have on the whole race, you see.
Yeah, sadly, what's happening, of course, the cars are shared amongst the people. So if something happens, mechanical or a crash, it could spell disaster. We remember one rallycross where people were inquiring about a Subaru engine, trying to buy a Subaru engine, and they were being quoted ridiculous amounts. Of course, now the demand for it, guys were quoting upwards of 500,000 shillings for a Subaru engine, and guys are like, man, this is ridiculous.
You can't blame a bloke for trying to make a buck, eh? So yes, we're one car down. They're on the start line. I see the start board is up. 30-second
All
board,
right,
yes.
so ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, at the start line, Evans Kavisi, Hamza Anwar and George Njoroge in the open class, about to get underway. All right, so small issue for Hamza, just checking with Jet Anthony, who's there at the start. Jet Anthony, of course, our local motorsports legend. He and his brother Steve were demons on the bike back in the 70s and 80s. And good to see them involved. Jet and Tana, by the way, heavily involved in Rally Raid. There's a Rally Raid next weekend, which they'll be busy with up at Solia Ranch, which is in Nyeri County, near Nanyuki, between Nanyuki and Nyeri. So they're very, very busy over this and next weekend. So about to get underway for the second race in the first heat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the open class. Evans Kavisi, Hamza Anwar and George Njoroge. Welcome to the 4th round of the Rallycross event here at Machakos People's Park. Sean Cardavillas, Logan Naidu, we are the commentators throughout the weekend. Hope you're enjoying yourselves so far. The live streaming, of course, out on YouTube. They're about to get underway. This is 3 quality drivers, Logan. Who do you figure having the edge here?
I'm thinking, off they go. Maybe I was thinking Hamza, but on the outside it's the hatch GC8.
All right,
Hamza
so that's
does have the inside, so he probably
Evans
will
Kavisi,
get
yeah.
he probably get the whole shot, and Kavisi goes for the Joker.
All right, so that number 5, by the way, is Evans Kavisi, who is off to a storming start, and that's Hamza Anwar.
Yeah, so you see Evans took the Joker first lap, and he's still come up behind Anwar Hamza. So, you know, it's actually worked out for him. Now it's up to Hamza to pull away, so because he still needs to take the Joker. This is the beauty of it.
So speaking to Hamza last night, interesting to note, he's saying that the car is mapped for the ladies. Pauline Shegu was using this car during the rally. So Hamza in the lead at the moment. But he was saying that the car is mapped for Pauline Shegu, who used it, one of the all-ladies team during the Safari Rally. They rent out their cars, by the way. That's one of their businesses. So he was saying that he may not. He was saying it may not be to his liking in terms of the power of the car. So we'll have to wait and see how he performs. But at the moment, oh dear, Georgian Derogue with a problem here. So we're having one or two technical issues with the cars already out there. It's not affecting the racing at the moment. They're still continuing. Luckily, his car is stalled on the edge of the road. So Hamza with a comfortable lead at the moment, followed by Evans Kavisi. All right,
Yeah,
so remember
right.
that Joker will prove to be decisive here, Logan, in terms of...
Yeah, I think Hamza is pulling the gap slightly, so I think he does have enough to take the Joker and still come out in the lead. But the sad thing about what number car was that? Number 4.
Georgian
George,
Derogue.
yeah. Don't know what happened there, but the car's switched off. It's come to a halt on the side of the road. It hasn't hampered the pace of the rest of the guys because yellow flags haven't come out because he's in a safe place. But it has made it a 2-horse race.
So congratulations, Hamza, getting engaged a couple of months ago. So congratulations to him and to the Anwar family, to Asad, of course, and his family on the engagement of their son. So he's doing well. It's not slowing him down at all. And of course, he's learning a lot from the Junior World Rally Championship. He was at Rally Estonia. That was the last event he was in. Of course, they were not competing in Rally Italy, which was the last event on the WRC calendar. By the way, speaking of the WRC, strong rumors that the Safari could move forward in the calendar from June to March during Easter, which would be very interesting. Hope to see you down there for the Safari in March. Huh?
No, most definitely. Are you inviting me? Is that a
Yeah,
formal,
I'm inviting
is that a
you,
formal
mate.
invitation, Sean?
I'm inviting you, mate.
No, definitely. Definitely. And being Easter, I think we all in our respective countries have that time is generally a time we have off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's very likely that I will be here. Yes, I think Hamza here is pulling, I think, more for gap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's all about tactics. It's about when you take the Joker lap, when you choose the Joker lap. And the drivers, by the way, were given the option of 4 or 5 laps yesterday. They voted overwhelmingly for 5 laps each heat. So that's going to make the tactics even more crucial in terms of when you take the Joker lap. But with only 2 cars on the track, now we'll have to see how that unfolds. So Hamza with quite a comfortable lead over Evans Kavisi, who, as I mentioned, was at the autocross last weekend in Nanyuki. It was fantastic. 34 entries last weekend. Sadly, it went down to 32 after the Chate boys rolled last weekend during the practice, believe it or not. And they were sharing an Evo 10, so it went down to 32. But they're on to the last lap, it looks like. Yeah, onto the last lap.
Now he has to take the Joker. Am I correct? And he does. Hamza into the Joker. Oh, and the exhaust there hanging off the GC8 of Evans.
All right, so good to see Evans Kavisi competing. He competed in the Safari Rally as well, and competes in the selected, as we would put, Kenya National Rally Championships. He was in Eldoret, by the way, for the last KNRC event, which was 2 weeks ago.
If I stand corrected, Sean, but Evans's whole exhaust system is hanging. I think he knows he's second. He's taken a bit off so he can save the car. He doesn't lose position. Hamza's still going like the clappers. I think that's it.
It's a comfortable win for Hamza Anwar in the first heat of the open class. Pretty easy in the end. It's going to be difficult on these cars the whole weekend because they're racing constantly throughout the weekend. So we're going to see the mechanics very, very busy through the weekend. As you mentioned, Logan, he is taking it a bit easy. We can see his exhaust hanging as he crosses the line.
And that, to be fair, Sean, intelligent driving, right?
Yeah.
He's second. He could see the gap wasn't going to be caught up with Hamza. He had a small technical issue with his car. The whole exhaust fell off. So he says, you know, better to tap off. I'm still going to be second. And we can take the car into the pits, sort it out, and we're still running. That's intelligent. You know, I think these are, you know, they're veterans. They know what they're doing. It's the young ones who just want to go like it's the max all the time, you know? But well done to Hamza there, our junior World Rally Championship driver, winning his first round. I see smoke coming out the bonnet. Or is that just the brake smoking?
Oh dear. So what is it? Overheating, an oil leak. We can see they will check. You know, having owned a Subaru, very, very fussy cars, these cars. They will check and see what the problem is with the car. It could just be a simple oil leak, which they have to check. It doesn't look to be overheating. It could be just a simple oil leak. So they will check this car, go through it. As we mentioned, this weekend is very, very difficult on these cars because they used, you know, constantly throughout the weekend. So it will be very, very heavy. And then, of course, the bumping and grinding that goes on with it. We may hear from him in just a moment. That's Hamza. Good to see him. Doesn't race in rallycrosses all the time, so it's good to see him taking a break from rallying and autocross and competing in rallycross this weekend. So that's Hamza. Fresh haircut for the weekend, looking sharp.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big issue. I think they'll sort it out. But also bear in mind, you know, these cars go through a lot on a rallycross, you know, because there's no scope for it to breathe.
Yeah.
There's no open straights where you can get into fifth gear. It's all high revving, first, second, third, fourth, maybe fifth once for a couple of seconds, and you back down the gears. You know, it's very hard on the engine.
All right, so we're seeing Hamza there. And that's his fiance, by the way, keeping a close eye on him. As we mentioned, congratulations once again to Hamza.
What happened on the first corner? He was ahead.
Yeah, and who's the other young driver talking to Hamza there?
Just trying to have a look who that is.
That's the way, though, you know, try and get some knowledge,
Yeah.
you know, off the experienced one.
All right, so having a look at the replay. And that was a good start initially by Evan Scavisi, who took the whole shot. But as we were to find out later on, he decided to take the Joker lap earlier. But as we were to find out, he was going to be let down by his exhaust system falling off. And in the end, a pretty easy victory for Hamza on what a beautiful, beautiful conditions for Hamza. And this is the point where we saw George and Jaroge sadly not finishing.
Yeah, it looks like the car just stopped. You know, just switched off and rolled to a stop. Let's just hope they can sort these cars out. Because that round already was missing a car. And now another one in that round has gotten the flu, shall we say?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's just hope the technical crews can sort these cars out and we can have a full roster once again. I think next up we're going to have two-wheel drives.
All right, so congratulations to Hamza Anwar, who's just getting this smoke sorted out on his car. We're figuring it's some sort of oil leak that they're going to sort out before the next race. We saw a spin there for Evan Scavisi. Interesting story from last weekend with Evans, Kavisi and Nanyuki. I was mentioning there was a small fire and I was right nearby, gas cooker at the autocross last weekend, which caught fire and I was right near it. And Evans came racing through with the fire extinguisher, went to put it out. I was literally 1 meter from there. And yeah, it could have proved a bit disastrous had that gas cooker exploded. So thanks to Evans coming very fast. Yeah, coming with the fast reactions. Thank you very much, by the way, to our sponsors, SPS Power, Duchess Leah, who is supplying the champagne for this weekend for the prize giving. Of course, Machakos Tourism, CFAO, Toyota, Cabras, Live Eye, of course, we're providing the live streaming. Kenchik, 98.4 Capital FM. We will be live, by the way, with Saturday Music and Sport from here. Wilkin, JCB, Ganatra, who have been taking charge of the track. Aquamist, Africa Eco Services, and of course, Machakos County. Thank you so much for hosting us through this weekend. All right, so we're going on to the two-wheel drive class. This was very, very competitive. And we got Jose Sardinia in what they call the taxi this weekend. He's competing. Ron Oakley and Samir Nanji are the three competing. Samir Nanji, we can see him in his familiar white VW here. And we've got Ron Oakley in the car in the middle, which is the Vitz. And then what we call the taxi is Jose Sardinia. Now, he's taking part in 4 events over 4 weekends. Unbelievable. He was at the Eldoret Rally 2 weeks ago, competing in his rally raid car. Last weekend, he competed in the autocross in Nanyuki. He's here for the rallycross this weekend, and then next weekend he goes to Nyeri County for the rally raid. Incredible. 4 events over 4 weekends. Well done to Jose Sardinia.
Yeah, I was chatting to him last night, and I said, I want to retire like you. Crazy old man. What a character too, eh?
And his wife is supporting him all through this weekend, traveling with him, and of course being there in the pits diligently. Yeah.
So what he's driving, we call it the taxi. It's basically Flash and Tim's idea. Come up with this idea to show people that you don't need much to enter rallycross. It's basically a plain old Corolla AE100 with a 5A engine. They threw in a roll cage and some rally tires. That's it. They've raised it. But that standard shocks the works, and off you go.
Yeah, so that's what they've done. They're trying to say that you can have a regular car at home, minimal, adjustments. Even the suspension is pretty standard as well. Just add a roll cage, clear out the interior, and that's it. You're ready to go. I think you can even play the stereo.
Exactly. And that's exactly what they've done. They've just maybe put some spacers on the shocks to raise it.
Yeah.
It's the standard shocks. It's the standard engine. All they've added there is those spacers and roll cage, and it's good to go. Let's see how it does, though.
By the way, well done to Robert Gao. Apparently that car needed quite a bit of work after the last autocross. It was battered and bruised from the last autocross. They said every single panel had some sort of dent in it, and it had quite a bit of work. It's even got taxi sign on top and also on the dashboard.
Well, here they go. The two-wheel drives have been given their 30-minute board.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, I beg your pardon. That's the taxi, Corolla AE100, Vitz, Ron Oakley in the Vitz, and the Golf Jumbo, Golf 2 of Samir, isn't it?
All right, so we're going to see a quick replay of what happened with the ladies. And here are the ladies. Just a quick recap of what happened with the ladies' race. As we saw what happened, the ladies, by the way, there was Caroline Gatimo, Jennifer Malik, Tinashe Gatimo, and Maxine Wahome. This is what happened during this dramatic race to find out what happened and how they crashed. This is the GC8 that was running initially of Tinashe. Before the crash, we might see what happened exactly and what caused her to crash. Here it is, and she went into that rock, and that really is what caused the damage.
That's the first time. That was a great understeer, on the power too late, or outbrakes herself, and she went off, but she put it back on track. This is the second off, Sean, which was a much heavier off, and we don't really have a replay of what happened, but we can see the car is parked there, and the the V shape of the bonnet, it wasn't a good idea, was it?
Yeah, all right. So that really is what happened as we see the two-wheel drives carry on. So this is a replay we're seeing. The two-wheel drives are in action. So well done, Caroline Gatimo, as Maxine Wahome also had an issue during that and she was towed.
Well, would you look at that? First lap of the two-wheel drives, and guess what car is leading?
The taxi. All right, so we're just seeing the ladies. This is the pictures we're seeing of the ladies out here as they await to find out their fate, what's happening. That, by the way, is Maxine's mother, who is there on the left. That's Tinashe, second from the left. Maxine, second from the right. And Caroline Gatimo, who is Tinashe's mother. They raced during the safari, mother and daughter. Tinashe was driving and Caroline was a navigator during the safari, and now they're racing against each other. Great to see mother and daughter competing in this event. All right, so that's the pictures we're seeing of that. We'll resume with the racing, which is happening. The taxi, by the way, as they come to the start. So they had a quick, just to familiarize themselves. All right,
It's a formation lap.
Yeah, it was like a formation lap for them. Jose Sardinia, Ron Oakley, and Samir Nanji, who's by far the youngest in this group. Samir, of course, in his early 20s. He's out there compared to the slightly older drivers, we would say, Jose Sardinia and Ron Oakley. This should be an exciting race, huh?
Yeah, two-wheel drives, two old blokes, and the young buck trying to upstage. It should be interesting. You are right. Let's have a look. See, the taxi is quite, it's quite hilarious. You've got the taxi sign on top of the car. You can flag it down, maybe get a lift. I don't know. What do you think?
We'll have to wait and see how this unfolds. So there's two groups, by the way, in the two-wheel drive category. So this is what they're calling two-wheel drive A. And it is once again Samir Nanji in the white VW, Ron Oakley in the Vitz, and Jose Sardinia, who is in what they call the taxi, the Toyota. All right, so they're doing 5 laps this time. Remember, they've increased it by 1 lap.
Yeah, well, they're revving up, about to go. That 1 lap increase was the driver's choice. By the attrition rate, maybe we should have stayed on 4. Eh?
Great start once again by Jose Sardinia as he races off into the lead. Of course, not the fastest cars, these two-wheel drives, but great to see once again the taxis even got a sign on the roof and also on the dashboard. I saw that exclusively, I would say. You will see it probably on the screen, the taxi sign on the dashboard. No, they put it on the roof, this one, the taxi.
But if you flag
so
him
good
down,
to
I
see.
don't think he'll be slowing down for you. So first lap, Samir straight into the Joker, so he lies third. But it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be third at the end of this race. He's taken the Joker first. Let's see how it pans out, Sean.
All right, so you're seeing Jose Sardinia in the taxi coming out here. As we see, he's doing very, very well. He goes through the chicane, followed by the Vitz of Ron Oakley. Samir Nanji, this is a great race. And this is what Rallycross is about. You've got wide open tarmac. Can take up to 4 or even 5 cars abreast at the moment. So great start for Jose Sardinia in the taxi, followed by Samir Nanji and Ron Oakley in that order as they race past the commentary box. Yes, great action here, Logan.
And this is where, you gotta kind of try to figure it out. Samir is lying third because he took the Joker first. He's overtaken Ron, and he's now after Jose. So, to be fair, looking at the track, my money's on him. But he's actually lying second. You see, Jose has to take the Joker. So if Samir can close that gap continuously over the next few laps, he will have it on Jose. It's the way it works in Rallycross.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, day 1 of action of the 4th Rallycross event that's taking place at the Machakos People's Park. And of course, this is the baby of Carl Tindo and Tim Jessup. 5-time Safari Rally winners who thought up this idea, and it's getting more and more interest each event. This is the 4th event, as I said, organized by them. And good to see the likes of even Boldev Chaga, you'll see a little bit later. Ian Duncan also competing this weekend. But this is the two-wheel drive category.
There you have it. Jose chose to take the Joker, and Samir is now in the lead.
All right, so we're going to be seeing a lot of this. 5 laps, they're on the 3rd lap here. And if you're a regular follower of motorsports, you'll see this is the regular car of Samir Nanji. He uses this in autocross as well. And closely behind him is Jose Sardinia. Remember, they have to do the Joker on at least 1 lap. The Joker, in case you're wondering, is a slightly longer part of the track, which really kind of levels out everything. And of course, it all comes down to tactics. When do you take it? You can take it anytime. You can take it on the 1st lap. You can take it on the 5th lap if you want. But that's the way things run.
Yeah, you know, taking it on the 1st lap for Samir has really worked out for him. He's out front. I mean, Jose is close behind him, but if he keeps it clean and doesn't go off the line, I think he should take this round.
All right, so these 2-wheel drives are a lot more regular than the 4-wheel drives and the the purpose-built rally cars, and these guys really wringing out anything they can get out of these engines. They're right on the rev limiter right now in terms of trying to outdo each other on the track. So that's Samir Nanji in the white VW, followed by Jose Sardinia in the Toyota as they go past us.
And they sound really sweet, I mean, I think they've worked on these cars. These ones are really issues with them so far.
All right, so far so good for young Samir Nanji, showing the oldsters how to do it. All right, so you got in this race Samir Nanji, Ron Oakley and Jose Sardinia. This in the picture is Samir Nanji, who's leading the event at the moment.
And they are on the final lap, am I right?
So they are on the final lap. We can see at the finish waiting is Jet Anthony, who's in charge of the flag as usual. And as he comes across the finish line, congratulations, winning the first heat of the first group of 2-wheel drives. It is Samir Nanji, followed by Jose Sardinia, great performance, and then followed by Ron Oakley, who's still out on the course, coming onto the tarmac now. He's quite a way behind, so the Vitz really outperformed by the other 2 cars. He's quite a way behind, so he's got some thinking to do in the Heat 2. Ron Oakley.
Yeah, he's driving it well, but I just think it's a much smaller engine.
Incredible Vitz that used to belong, if I'm not wrong, to Safina Khan, if I'm not wrong, that Vitz. So it's really being put to good use. But congratulations to Samir Nanji, who comes to the finish line. Into the pits, sorry. Goes into the pits there.
And the dust and the sand is all flowing out onto the tarmac, making it more slippery. But that's rallycross, Sean. It's the same for everybody.
Yeah, of course, you're going to have to be a bit careful, the drivers out on the track there. We can see the sand on parts of the tarmac. To be fair, it's when you're coming out and going in, but of course they do water the track regularly, so probably after the first heat, the track will be watered, but the conditions absolutely perfect for rallycross this weekend at the Machakos People's Park. And such wide open course. We saw during the week Ganatra, by the way, Industries, thank you so much. They do this for free, by the way, making sure that the track is in tip-top condition, providing the roller, and of course making sure that everything is in tip-top condition. So thanks very much to Ganatra Industries for doing that. So the next one is the junior category, and we've got Rajveer Tethi, John Kadavani, Ismail Azali and Hamza Anwar in the junior class. They'll be coming to the track shortly. And this is the replay of what happened. Samir Nanji, Jose Sardinia, and Ron Oakley finishing in that order. As we can see, Samir Nanji out there in the corner there in the picture. Will we hear from him?
Let's see how it goes. He's out.
Just waiting to see if we can hear him in the picture. Let's hear from him. All right, so sadly we can't hear from him right now, but that's him there, as we can see in the pits. Samir Nanji, this is the replay of what happened. During the race, we can see Ron Oakley, who finished third in this event. But congratulations once again to Samir Nanji, who won quite convincingly over Jose Sardinia, and Ron Oakley in third place in the first group of the two-wheel drive. So we can see the 30 seconds warning for the junior category, and we got Hamza Anwar, Ismail Azeli, John Kadavani, and Rajveer Tethi. So we can see two cars there. Two cars there. So it should be. We will wait and see, but thanks very much once again to our sponsors, SPF Power, Duchess Leah, who provided the champagne, of course, for this event, Machakos Tourism and Machakos County, CFAO Motors, Toyota, Cabras, thank you so much for your continued sponsorship, Live Eye, who are providing the live streaming, Kenchik, who are here, of course, providing lots of food, 98.4 Capital FM, we are here, of course, Saturday Music and Sport will be on air from here. Wilkin Group, JCB Ganatra, Aquamist, Africa Eco Services, thank you so much for providing, of course, this. And of course, NCBA and Betika, thank you so much. Betika, the title sponsor for the Rallycross. And NCBA, thank you so much for your continued support. So we can see two cars out on the track. As you were saying, it could be the attrition rate so early in the event. Of people not making it to the start. All right, so the Betika Subaru out there, the N12, and that I think is John Cardavani, if I'm not wrong, who's out on the track. Just waiting to see who's on the track. We will find out in just a moment who's out on the track as they do the formation lap, as you call it. A warm-up lap before they get to the start, but beautiful scenery. Just looking at that, our pictures at the moment, just beautiful weather.
Lovely weather. I mean, the backdrop of the hills, beautiful, Sean. You know, what more do you need?
Exactly.
So, team event, am I correct?
Yes.
And Sean and I are worried because there's only two cars and there's supposed to be four.
All right, so that's John Cardavani, who's in the... All right, and Rajveer Tethi, who are out there in the junior event. As we can see, only two cars at the start. Not sure why Hamza is not there. We saw the smoke from the engine. They might be trying to sort that out, so that might mean that he will not start this event. So they might be trying to sort out that issue, which is why we're not seeing Hamza there. Not sure why we're not seeing Ismail Azeli there, but we can see Rajveer Tethi and John Cardavani at the start of the junior event, Heat 1 of the fourth round of the Rallycross event.
Yes, 1 minute.
That is taking place here at the Machakos People's Park. There is a village here, it's already set up. If you want, there's plenty of food, plenty of drinks. There's also merchandise if you want to buy merchandise. There's plenty to do here. There's a kiddies section as well, which will keep the kids busy so you can watch the best of Rallycross action. But just the two cars at the end, at the start here, and that is John Cardevani and Rajveer Tethi, who are at the start. Two Subarus. You got the older GC8, and you got the N12. Who's your money on?
Sean, you know the thing with the GC8, it is older technology, but it is lighter. So in situations like this, it can have the legs on the N12. So.
All right, so we can see a car coming. All right, so that looks to be, I think it is Ismail Azeli who is coming to the start. So Ismail Azeli coming to the start. Yes, that's Ismail Azeli making his way to the start. So Ismail at the start, so it's just Hamza Anwar.
It is exactly that. You are so right. It is Ismail. So coming back to that difference between the N12 and the GC8, the main difference between them is actually traction. The N12 has the DCCT gearbox. It sends traction around the wheels. The GC8s are generally locked 50-50. So, in a long rally, the N12 has so much legs over the GC8. But in these short bursts, I don't know, Sean, it can be equal. Because the GC8 doesn't have the traction of the N12. But if he gets out in front, now you've got to pass him.
So I guess it comes down to two things, the setup of the car and also the driver.
True, but, rallycross, the whole shot is so important.
All right, so we can see a drone there with something in the air.
I think it's in Dover Cement, isn't it?
Going past us, and Dover Cement. Yeah, we can see the picture there now.
Lovely. So basically, it's just Hamza we have missing from this round. Am I correct?
Yeah, exactly. So just to let you know, at the start, we have Ismail Azeli, John Cardevani, and Rajveer Tethi.
Okay, well, 3 is better than 2, is it not?
Exactly.
Oh, here comes
we can see him.
one.
So they have sorted it out. That's
I think this is Hamza, and he's nicked his dad's car.
Exactly.
It is.
Yeah.
So something wrong with the N10 for Hamza. So off he goes and nicks his dad's Evo 9 and makes up the whole roster. We got a full 4 cars. We're happy.
All right, so John Cardevani there waving at the camera. And we can see here that is we're in the juniors. John Cardevani waving to us at the camera. Then we got Rajveer Tethi. And in the Evo 9, we have Hamza Anwar, who's borrowing his father Asad Anwar's car for this event. So well done. Good to see a full complement of cars. In case you're wondering why he's using his father's car, there was smoke coming out. Hamza competing, by the way, in 2 classes, in the open class and in the junior class. Hard to think he's been having a lot of seat time over the last few years. He's just, what, 24 years old? Hamza Anwar, so getting ready.
Yeah.
Just love the sound of these cars. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, he activates the anti-lag on that Evo 9. I think he's just trying to bully his mates, you know?
Yeah, it is. So, in hindsight, the other two had what we call a formation lap. Will they have a small formation lap before this, or did they just go straight into the start? We were hearing from Tim Jessup in the driver's briefing yesterday that time is of the essence, so they'll just go straight into the race here, because time is of the essence with rallycross.
Like we said, Sean,
about to get underway, and
that was a bit
great
steepy
start.
in the takeoff there.
And that, by the way, who got a great start.
It's the N12 with the whole shot.
Yep, exactly.
Hamza's reaction time wasn't so good, but he takes the
that was
joker
Rajveer.
straight away. So let's see how it goes. Rajveer in the lead, yes.
Yeah, Rajveer Tethi, I think that's in the lead there. So great start there in the Betika sponsored car.
So first round, and the only car that has taken the joker.
No, it's John Cardavane, sorry, who's in the lead right now. John Cardavane, who's in the lead in the Betika sponsored car. All right, so very, very tight. Hamza was caught napping at the start, unless he's getting used to the car. Remember, very, very tight in terms of the turnaround for Hamza. There's remember, it all comes down to the joker lap, so we'll have to wait and see how all this unfolds.
He was like, you know, to be fair, Hamza's reaction time wasn't the best.
Yeah.
So he went straight into the joker, and he's come out third. And he really looks like he's got the bit between his teeth, because he is really moving. And if he can close the gap, well, this way it remains to be seen. What are we on? Lap 2? You know, of 5?
All right, so comfortable lead at the moment for John Cardavane. He was competing in the autocross last weekend in Nanyuki. As we continue with the racing, this, by the way, is the junior class, in case you're just joining us. Welcome to the 4th round of the Rallycross event, as we see Tim Jessup in the picture, watching very, very closely. Of course, he's taken a back seat since the first Rallycross event. Remember, he was competing in that. As we can see,
from the tarmac, the transition into the dirt, the GC8 went too wide, understeered, and Hamza just snuck on the inside. Now he is lying second, and remember, he was the only car to have taken the joker. But car number 20, who's that, Sean? He's also taken the Rajveer. He's also taken the joker.
Yeah, so that's Rajveer Tethi. As we saw Ismail Azeli go off offline, so to speak. So as you can see, anything can happen in Rallycross. From last to second, Hamza is there now. And Hamza clipping, we saw him clipping the tires there. No damage to the car, and he's gone into the lead. So from last to first, incredible action as we see Hamza now as somebody else takes the joker lap.
That is some driving, Sean. I mean, he was the slowest reaction time, so he got off the line last, took the joker, and he's just been on the limit every single corner, and he's taken the lead.
All right, so we can see John Cardavane. Was it just me, or was the Subaru not sounding too healthy? It could just be me, but at the moment, John Cardavane in the picture right now in the Betika sponsored Subaru, that's the N10. You can see 1 or 2 small modifications to the cars. They take the headlights out. Headlights not really needed in this, of course, saving damage to the headlights in this, and also a lot of them remove the bumpers as well, or put a bar across the bumper to protect it. Of course, this is a contact sport. As we can see, great racing between second and third.
You're right there, Sean. I think the N12 it's blowing from the manifold gasket before the turbo, so it's losing all this boost.
Yeah.
And Hamza in the lead has actually lapped somebody.
All right, so that's Hamza, you can see in the picture, with a comfortable lead.
And he has
so
lapped the
far.
hatchback GC8.
All right, so the hatchback that was being lapped, I think that's Ismail Azeli. So very comfortable lead for Hamza at the moment, as we can see in second place.
No, he's on his final lap. He was lapped.
All right, so the Subaru not looking too healthy at the moment. The Betika of John Cardavane, Ismail Azeli. So congratulations to Hamza Anwar
Yeah, John's car ailing there, but he managed to hold out, and he got second.
All right, so at the moment, we can see with these cars going into service that there's been a lot of suffering with these cars at the moment. So we can see that looks to be Ismail Azeli in the Angoli Beef car, who had spun in the beginning. And coming across the line in 4th place.
I think that spin of his in the beginning, I think that just put
that
paid
cost
to
him
his
dearly.
round, eh? But the car still sounds good, so live to fight another day, Sean.
All right, so they're going to have to check that car of John Cardevani, find out what's happening, because it didn't sound too healthy at all. We can see the water truck now coming onto the track. This is the great thing about Rallycross. The track is in absolutely perfect condition, and great to see. There's a new clerk of the course for this event, Lynette Ayuko. It's her first ever time being clerk of the course. Interesting speaking to her before the event, just before the event, and you know, she didn't even think about being clerk of the course. They were looking, because Raju Chaga sadly had to pull out at the last minute. He's busy preparing for the classic Safari Rally that's taking place in December. And she was asked, do you want to be clerk of the course? And she's like, hang on a second, why not?
Bring it.
Yeah,
Bring
so
it.
it's her
Well
first ever
done.
one. So well done, and also having
Well
a
done,
female
Lynette,
clerk
yeah.
of the course, yeah.
And it's going like clockwork. We have the water bowser on the track. Oh, this will make it interesting, Sean.
Exactly, a little
It
bit of
will-
slipping and
yeah,
sliding.
Yeah, well, we'll see. If they don't put too much down, it helps with the traction. It you know, it beds down the loose sand, makes the track harder. But if they put too much, then we got slippery and slidey. You'll see some short shifting, trying to find traction. It's gonna be fun. Any case.
All right, so just getting feedback from the drivers. They said that the track was a little bit too slippery, maybe a little bit too much water put on the track last time. So I'm sure the feedback has gone back to the organizers, and they will monitor how much water is being put on the track. But we saw in the last event how diligently Raju Chagger and Tim Jessup were going around the course after the track was watered, just making sure that everything is in perfect condition. Of course, we saw the tires being knocked at the chicane on the tarmac by Hamza Anwar. That was quickly put back, so everything in perfect condition. And this is what I love. They're trying to get it up to international standards, and you know, hopefully we'll see bigger and better things for Rallycross in 2024.
And the venue, Sean, it's a beautiful, beautiful venue. What's the history of this Machakos People's Park?
Yeah, so they've had a lot of support from the previous governor, of course, Alfred Matua, who's now the Minister of Foreign Affairs here. So he, you know, initially allowed them to do it. Of course, Rallycross, in case you're just joining us, is half Murram and half tarmac, and this really is the best venue in the country in terms, because the road is not being used at all. I think this was going to be, you know, multi-purpose area here for Machakos County. I'm not quite sure what they intend to do with it. At one point there were rumors about a Formula One track being used here by, you know, being built here by the former governor. From personal point of view, I don't think that's going to happen. Of course, you need, you know, that's a whole different issue altogether in terms of building a proper motorsports track, because in Kenya we only have karting tracks, which is a limit to, you know, not only 4 wheels but 2 wheels in terms of circuit racing. So that was the initial plan. But as you can see, this is perfect for Rallycross. There are rumors about December, possibly another venue being Kasarani, which is the spectator stage, the first stage always for the WRC Safari Rally. So we await more feedback from the organizers regarding that in December. But the next event, of course, will be in December. So it could be either here or it could be a Kasarani. We'll await further feedback regarding that. But this is perfect. So much support from the county in terms of not only providing the venue, but of course, you know, fire engine, you know, people to help clear up as well, litter and things like that as well. So that's what's happening. In the meantime, thank you very much to our sponsors, SPS Power, Duchess Leah, Machakos Tourism and Machakos County, CFAO Motors, Toyota, Cabras Racing, of course, Cabras Sugar, who used to be Cabras Racing, Live-Eye, who provide the live streaming, Kenchik, 98.4 Capital FM, Wilkin Group, JC Ganatra, Aquamist, Africa Eco Services, and of course, thanks to our title sponsors, Betika and NCBA Bank. Thank you so much for your feedback. As we can see, thanks to Ganatra Group, we can see the roller from us just in front of our commentary box, just making sure that everything is in perfect condition on the track. I'm sure you've been impressed with what's happening, Logan, in terms of the track just being kept in perfect condition.
Venue-wise, I have no complaint. It's beautiful. It's up to scratch, up to standard, and you know, in between, just like just now, you'll get the Bowser going through and the roller. Just a quick one about that Castellane track, if it should happen. Is that also, because I've seen the WRC, I didn't think there was tarmac in there.
Good question. They got the tarmac, of course, when you're coming to the venue. So, you know, they'll probably close off part of that road. You know, it's around the outskirts of the stadium. So most likely they'll use that section. We'll find out, of course, what they do. But that's quite wide. It's not as wide as this, possibly, but it should be wide enough, I think, for the cars. Of course, you know, with Rallycross, different venues have different, you know, widths of tracks, so they'll just have to adjust the racing and the tactics according to the venue. Yeah, but there should be no issues in terms of the tarmac there. Sorry. So you should be able to adjust accordingly, but because it's not a public road, it'd be very easy to close that section for the weekend and you know, utilize it.
What do you think about crowd control in the middle of Nairobi?
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
It'll be fine if they can control the crowds there for the WRC Safari Rally, which is much bigger than Rallycross. It should be okay. All right, so just having a look at the replay of what happened in the last race there, the juniors. As we can see, a very slow start, a disappointing start for Hamza Anwar, and it was a great start we saw for John Cardavane before engine issues started with the car. So as we saw, he chose to do the Joker on the first lap, Hamza, which meant that he went to last place. And as we see, John Cardavane initially was going well in the yellow Subaru, and Hamza then started to pick up the pace. We saw him knock the tires there. So he carried on, picking the cars, going through one by one. And no issues so far for the cars, but as we saw a little bit later, there were issues for John Cardavane in particular, as the car got a little bit sick. As we said, it's going to be a long weekend for many of these cars being used in the heats, and then of course the knockout rounds later on, so to speak, ahead of the finals tomorrow. All right, so great action in the junior category. As we can see, some of the drivers doing two different categories, Hamza in the open and the junior category. But well done to Hamza, who drove spectacularly. He says he's learned so much from driving in Europe this season in the Junior World Rally Championship, and Hamza with a pretty easy victory in the end in the junior category. So well done. Logan, of course, you're from Zambia. You've got the reigning Africa champion in the rallies. How's the motorsport scene there?
To be fair, Sean, you know, we're struggling a bit. I think it's just, yes, we're always crying about this global recession, but it is getting more expensive, getting less entries. We're trying to promote it, to bring it back. But we have our events, don't get me wrong, but the last one we were a bit wary, you know, only 10 entries. We've got but just like Kenya, you got so much more cars out there parked. And, you know, people are just saying that it's just become too expensive. Just give us a breather. You know, let us get our businesses back in order and try and make some money, because it's hard for everybody now. You know?
Yeah, it is difficult. We've seen in the Kenya National Rally Championship how we're struggling here. So it seems to be all over. As we can see, Asad Anwar, who will be competing in the veterans category. Good to see him in action, taking a break from his busy schedule. Deep in discussion with his son Hamza, Of course, they're having to share a car at the moment until it gets sorted out. The Subaru gets sorted out. Good to see him there. We saw Maxine. Good to see Maxine in action this weekend as well. So she is here at the venue. As we can see, a beautiful, beautiful day today here in Machacos. Make your way down for the action wherever you are around the world watching the streaming. Welcome to the 4th round of the Rallycross Championship, and this event, of course, organized by the Rallycross team led by Carl Tinder and Tim Jessup. Of course, Flash competing in this event. So we'll see up next the second group of the two-wheel drive category, and we're expecting Adnan Suhail, Neil Gohil and Joseph Gacheche in this group that will be competing at 10:20. They're expected so still another 7 minutes or so before they come out. That's why we saw the truck watering. We're seeing the officials just checking the track out on the course at the moment. We can see them making adjustments. This is where the cars enter the Joker. Where they come out of the Joker lap. So 1 or 2 adjustments being made here for the Joker. This is where the cars come out. So obviously try to decide, do they make it slightly wider? I was passing there just a little bit earlier, and there was some debate about whether they widen it slightly or keep it the same. You know, the car's going to keep knocking the tires at that point, so there might be some adjustments being made there, Logan, as we see the familiar Vitz, which has got a slight dent there on the bonnet. Might have been touched during the first heat, or it could be from before. But good to see this Vitz coming out. I think this is the one that used to belong to Safina Khan from before, so good to see. That's, I think it's Joseph Gacheche will be coming out. Neil Gohil in the second Vitz.
Yeah, the older model Vitz. Yeah, I saw some adjustments being done there to the entry. Is it the entry to the Joker? Well, ongoing works, you know, as sometimes if the track deteriorates, you need to just you know, service it. That's what they're doing. They're on the ball, and out come these two-wheel drives. A bit of tire warming going on there. Can you see the older Vitz weaving to and fro?
All right, so we're seeing Joseph Gacheche, I think, who's the driver in front, followed by Neil Gohil, who's weaving a bit there. So yeah, I think that's Joseph Gacheche out in front. Neil Gohil in just behind him. Yeah, and that's Adnan behind. Adnan Suhail, who's out in front. Sorry, at the back. Okay,
Is it just 3 cars this round?
Number 5 is Adnan Suhail. He's on the inside of the track. Well, he's second, sorry, in the middle of the track there. Apologies there. And it's Joseph Gacheche who's in front. This is the second group, and this is the younger drivers. The younger drivers who are out on the track here. Good to see the next generation of drivers. Joseph, of course, we've been seeing him for what we would think is years. Who's out there? Slight correction there. It should be Joseph Gacheche, who is out in front in the blue car, not George and Jaroge. So it's Joseph Gacheche who's there. Neil Gohil and Adnan Suhail will be out, who are out in front in the second group of drivers. All right. As we see the car just going around the officials, just making sure that everything is fine on the track. Sean Carter-Villas, Logan Naidu providing the commentary for this. And welcome to the 4th Rallycross event. As we can see Neil Gohil here. This is Neil, who's been doing very, very well in autocross and Rallycross. Good to see him there. This is Adnan in this unique car. Trying to see what car it is.
It looks like a Suzuki Swift, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's like a hybrid of sorts.
Yeah, it's been given some facelifts, wouldn't you say?
Incredible, incredible.
So 3 abreast on the start line.
You know, the beauty about this is, you know, the regulations aren't, you know, entirely strict. You know, if you've got a car, bring it out. As long as it meets the regulations, it's fine. You know, they're trying to encourage the entries. You know, people who are struggling to enter other events where the regulations are so strict.
Yeah, well, you know, it's on the 4-wheel drives. Basically, the main issue is a 38mm restrictor on the turbo. Other than that, it's all the safety features must be in, you know, in play. Safety first, but bring it and race it. We'll give you a class, and off you'll go. You'll enjoy it. It's a closed circuit track. It's brilliant.
Joseph Gacheche, Neil Gohill, and Sohail Adnan. It's Adnan Sohail who's there. All right, so well done. Good to see them. Adnan, Neil, and Joseph.
We're going to make it interesting here, Sean. Let's take a bet. I think it's a Swift. Later on, he'll tell us what it is. Come on, a beer later, mate. Oh, we both don't drink a Coke later.
You're the motorsport specialist here, so I'm going to go with your instinct.
Okay, here they go, 2-wheel drives.
All right, so good start from Neil. Neil has been so impressive, and he's getting a lot of backing from his parents who are here, and his sister, it was his sister's birthday yesterday, Priya. Happy birthday to you, Priya. Celebrating her birthday here. The family just, his father used to race as well, Sushil. He used to be a rally driver. Like you, he had a back issue and had to retire from rallying. So great start for Neil in this second group of juniors.
And that Vitz of Niels, it sounds stunning.
Beautiful, very, very well trained.
Really well, you know, he's tight in, wide out. Yeah, and he's pulling a gap.
All right, so great start by Neil Gohill, followed by Adnan Suhail and Joseph Gacheche in 3rd place. 3 fast rising youngsters in action in the 2-wheel drive category. And this is the 4th round of the Rallycross Championship. We are here at the Machakos People's Park. Sean Carter-Villas, along with Logan Naidu, who's here from Zambia. Welcome, mate. Welcome to Kenya once again.
Thank you so much. Honor and a pleasure. Always is. I tell you what, this 2-wheel drive heat, I'm really enjoying it. I really am. I think you know, these youngsters, their driving lines are really on point, and it's very competitive.
All right, so lead for Neil Gohill at the moment. Very, very impressive. Also in autocross, as I mentioned, his parents at every event. Really pushing him. Goes to my old school, Hillcrest Secondary in Langata. Combining the studies. We saw some great battles between him and young Ganatra in the last Rallycross. Not seeing Ganatra here. Apparently his car is not ready for this event, so sad to not see him here. But Adnan Suhail could be a factor a little bit later. It is the Joker lap. Really, that could be the difference here. Remember, they have to do the Joker lap at least once during the race.
Yeah, who's the 3rd one again? The blue car?
Joseph Gacheche in this car. We can see him in the picture.
I think he's actually quite down on power.
Yeah,
You know,
it looks
in
like
comparison to the other 2.
That Vitz is struggling a bit compared to the other one. This looks like a Lancia hybrid from the old days, or even a 205 from the old days. That car.
It sounds lovely, though.
Yeah, it does, to be fair.
Yeah.
Both cars in front sound really, really nice. A lot of effort you can see being put into the preparation of these cars, and these juniors, you know, just as excited as the old, you know, the old drivers, Ian and all. You could see the excitement in their faces last night. Really looking forward to this event. Rallycross proving to be extremely popular, and this is the 4th event that's been organized, and it is on the Kenya Motorsports Federation calendar this year, so good to see it being recognized. We see Maran Jaguna, who's the general manager of the KMSF. He's the KMSF representative here this weekend, so good to see him here. All right, so one more lap. They're on the final lap. Neil Gohill goes into the final lap. Jet Anthony with the board notifying the drivers that they're on the final lap.
I think both Neil and Adnan have to take the Joker now. But to be fair, I think they're
so far ahead at the moment.
It's actually sorted. It's closer than we thought.
Yeah.
When Neil came out of that Joker, Adnan was close up behind him.
So great action happening this morning. As you can see the track, they've got the roller, the Bowser to water the track, and it's keeping it in perfect condition, not stopping the dust at the moment. It's been very dry of late, you know, in many parts of the country. So, you know, but honestly, super conditions, and well done to Neil Gohill. Goes across the finish line. And Jet Anthony is animated as ever across the finish line, so well done.
Yeah, well done to Neil and Adnan. It was very close, and Adnan's car very stiff there, you know, you see on the tarmac. And who's bringing up the rear? Is it Joseph?
Yeah, it looks very underpowered, this car.
Yeah.
Something needs to be sorted, I think, in terms of this car. Oh dear.
Adnan got a bit overzealous there, climbed the bank. But it doesn't. It doesn't compromise his position. Second it is.
Going over the bank after the finish.
Maybe he was trying
These
to do a donut
juniors
for
are a
us,
little
yeah.
bit excited, a little bit too excited. They've been told, by the way, to slow down at the finish, after the finish, so I think you'll get it ticking off.
Yeah, you know, I think maybe he just didn't realize he was on the last lap and there was one more, he thought.
All right, so was he being lapped? Yeah, it looks like he was being lapped. All right, so Joseph, looks like Joseph was in second then.
No, I just think
Adnan
just didn't see the checkered flag and just carried on after the end.
Yeah, so a little bit confusing that, because we thought Adnan finished in second place as the Bowser continues to complete its work around the track, and that will lessen the dust in certain sections of the track. All right, so a little bit of confusion, but it looks like I think Adnan was in second place and Joseph Kasheche in third. That will be clarified very, very shortly. All right, so having a look at the replay of this race, and we'll see what happens. All right, as we await, can we hear him, Neil?
It's much faster than the last event's track, but it's more slippery. I mean, the gravel is more slippery now. Yeah. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, so Neil speaking after the finish. Goes back to the pits as we see a replay. And great action shots here of that front wheel. As we see Adnan in the picture there, and that's Joseph Gacheche. Three very passionate drivers, Adnan Suhail finishing second, followed by Joseph Gacheche. And well done to the guys, as we can see that car in the corner still being worked on. That was with George and Joroge in the open class, who had an issue with that car. Hopefully that's been sorted out. As we see an issue just clipping the tires there for Adnan. So that might have caused an issue for Adnan. Looks like he continued. All right, so good to see the Gohill family. That's Sushil, the father, along with mom and daughter. Priya, happy birthday to you, Priya. It was your birthday yesterday. Good to see. And of course, Neil, really, the family just putting so much effort into his fledgling motorsports career, both in autocross and rallycross. Just great to see a new talent coming through. And a thumbs up from both Sushil and Sangeeta, the mother, and Priya, the daughter, Neil's sister, out there. Great to see them.
It's just lovely how it becomes a family affair. You know?
Yeah, they're at every. They were in Nanyuki last weekend.
Nice.
Good to see him with support. And they've been actively seeking sponsors. Good to see them with a number of different sponsors that they've got, including NCBA, who are one of the title sponsors of the Rallycross this weekend. So good to see them there. All right, so brother and sister, obviously very, very close. And Priya, who competed in one autocross event quite recently as well. So we might see her in one or two events in the future as well. So good to see brother and sister so close, and the support from the family. Great story there. And of course Shell also providing Salomon shoes, by the way, which I'm wearing. They have the franchise for Kenya. Sushil and Sangeeta actively pushing it with their outdoor stores that they have at 3 outlets. I think they have one at Galleria, one at Two Rivers, if I'm not wrong, and they had one at the Hub. I'm not sure if that one's still open or whether it's closed as well. So good stuff, Sushil, really actively supporting motorsports. You and Sangeeta, your wife Sangeeta.
NCBA Car Loan. You can also get insurance for your car for up to 1 year, and all this within a 24-hour time frame.
Hey, Daddy, we will do 12 visits to Grandma, 8 road trips with Mommy, 52 trips to see my cousins.
We know that it's not about the car, but the journeys. Get your NCBA Asset Finance Loan approved in just 24 hours, as well as your car insurance. The name is NCBA, and the numbers that matter to you matter to us. NCBA Bank. Go for it.
All right, welcome back to the fourth round of the Rallycross event here at Machakos People's Park. Thank you very much to the title sponsors, Betika and NCBA, and of course to our other sponsors, SBS Power, Duchess Leah, who are providing the champagne for the prize-giving ceremony, Machakos Tourism and Machakos County, CFAO Motors, Toyota, Cabrash Sugar, Live Eye, Kenchik, 98.4 Capital FM, Wilkin Group, JCB Ganatra, Aquamist, Africa Eco. Thank you very much for your continued support of Rallycross. Once again, our title sponsors, Betika and NCBA Bank. Thank you very much for your support of the fourth round of the Rallycross event here at Machakos People's Park. It is Logan Naidu and myself, Sean Carter-Villas, who are commentating throughout the weekend here. Logan, first of all, just a quick update of what's been happening so far. The action has been incredible, but the story so far is how maybe tough it's been on the cars so early in the event.
True. I don't know if it's really been tough on the cars, or the drivers were just overzealous too early. You know, that's what it seems like. We're hoping they can get those cars sorted, and then we'll have the full roster of entries. But it's motorsport, Sean. How do you tell someone, go in there and take it easy? You know? Oh, I can see the red car of Max that Maxine had.
Yeah.
Looks like it's running, so that's one back.
All right, so that should be Ron Oakley who'll be using that car. We're also expecting in the Legends, this is such a great category, Asad Anwar, of course our motorsports legend, Bob Kaogi, who's a former Africa champion navigator, and Charan Tethi, who is the father of Rajveer Tethi. They'll be out on the track shortly. So this should be great racing between these four very, very experienced drivers. All right, so they're about to come out onto the track. And we're expecting some great action here in the Legends category. Just to let you know what's been happening so far, we've had the ladies who should be out competing once again. Of course, there was an incident during that event. But we can see Bob Kaogi, who's coming out onto the track. He's in the picture. He's leaving the pits right now. The former Africa champion from 2016 with Don Smith when they won the Africa Championship in their Subaru, their N14. I remember that Subaru that they used, the station wagon Subaru that they had, the hatchback, so to speak. This is Ron Oakley, who's coming out onto the track. So great to see the support of our legends who are coming out. Ron Oakley, who shifts base between Kenya and South Africa. Good to see him constantly coming out here and supporting Rallycross. Very close friends with Carl Tundo and Tim Jessup. So good to see him up here for this event. All right, so Bob Kaogi coming up next. And then we'll see.
This was the N12 that was blowing through the manifold, yeah?
Yeah, so it looks like it's been sorted out. Bob Kaogi. This is Asad Anwar, who's coming out in his Evo 9. I tell you what, I've been to their place. They have a great collection of rally cars, including R5s. They got the Ford Fiesta, a Rally 2 car as well, that they leased out for the safari to Giancarlo De Vite and Sylvia Vindevogel, who are competing in the Burundi Africa Championship this weekend in their regular Evo 10, but they leased it out. But they're using the Evo 9 for this. I think they've got about 9 rally cars, including classic cars. They'll be competing in the classic rally over the weekend. So they got this side business, so to speak, of leasing out rally cars. So that's Asad Anwar. You can see who's in the second row. Behind there, actually going in to start side by side up here. So we can see closest to us on the screen Ron Oakley, Asad Anwar, Bob Kaogi, and Rajveer Tethi. A great set of people, a great set of guys. You could not find a better bunch of people. If you want to have a polite drink, so to speak, these are the guys to hang out with them. I don't know if it's polite, but these are the guys. Of course, Asad, of course, doesn't drink, so to speak, but the others, I'm sure you could have a very, very polite evening, quote unquote, at the bar.
Okay, so Sean, we have the veterans on the line.
All right, so it's called the Legends category here, and it's Ron Oakley, Asad Anwar, Bob Kaogi, and Charan Tethi who are out here. Who's your money on for this one?
Not too versed with all their driving. I am with Asad, so I gotta go with him. He's the person I know most driving-wise. But I'd love to be surprised.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tight. Who was very, very impressive in the last event was Charan Tethi. He was extremely impressive in this. We await to see how they're going to do. I tell you who I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit later, Ian Duncan. 2 weeks ago, he finished second overall in his classic car at the Eldoret Rally.
What was he driving, you mind me asking?
He was driving the Datsun, I think it was a 240Z that he drove in the last rally. So he was very, very impressive. All right, so we can see Charan Tethi there closest to us.
He's in the GC8, am I correct?
Yeah, he's in the GC8. We can see him there. In the yellow car, it is Bob Kaogi. In the Evo 9, it is Asad Anwar. And then we got Ron Oakley. Ron Oakley in the car that is sharing with Maxine. Maxime Wahome. So expecting some great action between these guys. Hope you enjoyed the action, ladies and gentlemen. If you're joining us, welcome to the 4th round of the Rallycross. And this really looks exciting here at the Machacos People's Park. So the 4th event organized by the Rallycross group. This was founded by Carl Tundo and Tim Jessup, of course, the rally legends who have won the Kenya National Rally Championship and the Safari Rally on multiple occasions. Looking forward to seeing Baldev Chaga a little bit later as well. He's expected to compete a little bit later. Ian Duncan as well, we'll expect to see him a little bit later.
Here I think we have Flash entering in that the proto of his for the first time. Now that car, they're going to, I've been told they're going to gauge it. You know, if it's head and shoulders above the rest, they're going to give it a, shall we say, a penalty, a time penalty, but they'll gauge it.
Yeah, what they were doing, I think they were giving the others a 15 seconds head start. That's what they did in the last event. And that's what happened in terms of the proto. We saw it at the parking at the A&L hotel where we're staying at. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see if there's a time penalty for that. But in the meantime, back to the legends. Ron Oakley, Asad Anwar, Bob Kaogi and Charan Tethi in the legends about to get underway.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to this round. Sean, it's kind of my age group, shall we say.
Yeah, I have to say it's approaching my age group as well. Gosh.
Now, Sean.
Time flies.
What did you think? You'd be young forever? Catches us all, mate. Catches us all.
I tell you, yeah.
But we can sit back and we can enjoy our mates at our age, still in rally cars.
Exactly, yeah.
30-second board up for the legends.
Wonderful shot this of the rear of the cars. Incredible shot this. Thank you very much, Live Eye, for providing the unique coverage that we're seeing here as we have the streaming. Wherever you are around the world, welcome to the Legends category here as we see them get underway in the Legends group, and that's Ron Oakley who's gotten off to a storming start here ahead of Asad Anwar. And we're seeing Bob Kaogi electing to do the Joker lap as the others get underway. So Bob, interestingly, deciding to do the Joker, and of course he'll be behind initially. It is 5 laps in case you're joining us. They've increased it 1. The drivers voted last night to have 1 more. They're obviously enjoying the action for that. So Ron Oakley followed closely by Asad Anwar. But remember, Bob Kaogi has taken the Joker lap, so he'll be behind initially. And Charan Tethi, don't rule him out. He was extremely fast in the last one, knocking the tires. You know, that's going to prove to be an issue throughout the weekend. The drivers knocking the tires at that chicane. So interestingly, what the organizers are going to have to decide very quickly. So they've decided not to do anything at this point in time. Charan Tethi going into the Joker lap. So 2 of them have elected to do the Joker earlier on in the race. That's interesting, Logan.
It is. Well, you know, Ron and Asad are having their duel in the front, and it looks like Bob and Charan are having theirs. Now, how it pans out, because the front 2 haven't taken the Joker yet. It still remains to be seen how it's going to pan out, but there's 2 sets. Which race is going to be, which set is going to come out on top, we got to see.
All right, so the tire's been knocked there, and you know, they're going to have to make a decision what to do here, because the drivers are knocking the tires. There, it looks very, very tight at that point. So as they go past us, and Ron Oakley doing extremely well in the N10, in front of Assad, who's very close behind him. And this is going to be extremely interesting once they have to go in for the Joker. These two.
I think Assad's got a decision to make. He needs to take the Joker and take it now.
He's a wily old fox,
Yeah.
Assad Anwar. And
Because if he gets to, if he gets to the last lap, Sean, and they both haven't taken it, then there's no chance to overtake.
exactly.
So he's going to have a think about this.
So they've got a good advantage at this point in time, both Ron Oakley and Assad Anwar. So let's see what happens here. All right, so it looks
Assad
like
does
Assad
take
has,
it, yeah.
so he's gone in for the Joker lap.
Now he's really got to be on the money, and close that gap. So when Ron takes it, he can leapfrog him. It's tricky. From the eye, we can't really tell, can we?
All right, so my money, the advantage is on Assad Anwar, because he's still out there in second place despite taking the Joker lap.
I think it's going to be close, but you might be right.
So we'll have
Oh,
to
it's
wait
gonna be
and
close.
see. It's going to be extremely close.
It is going to be close.
The final lap, Ron Oakley has to take the Joker on this lap. Let's see what happens here. All right, so he's gone in. And Assad with the advantage right now.
Oh, this is going to be close.
It's going to be extremely tight. And Assad with the advantage.
Oh,
dear.
Ron just clips the inside, puts it on two wheels. It was going to be door to door there. I promise you that didn't happen. Hard luck, Ron. Still, he's in second position.
All right, so this is where the advantage comes. Assad still competes in the odd Kenya National Rally Championship, so he's a very, very clean driver. And this is really where, the advantage comes down to Assad in terms of being a clean driver, so to speak. Very, very unlucky for Ron, who would have put up a bigger fight. But congratulations to Assad Anwar for winning this, followed by Ron Oakley. Smart driving by him, despite that mistake. Charan Tethi in third place. And looks like there could be an issue for...
Here he comes,
here
Bob.
he is, Bob Kaoki.
But that car really is struggling. I mean, you can hear it.
Yeah, so
You know?
they obviously haven't sorted out the issue from before.
It's not in the best of sorts, but well done to Assad Anwar. I was really impressed with Bob. With Ron, sorry. Assad, yes, fair enough, he's quicker, but he has so much more seat time at this present time, Ron Oakley, for me, that was just brilliant. Because he almost pipped it, eh? If he didn't clip the inside, it was going to be door to door. And we could have exchanged some money here on our side bet.
So we can see him, well done, Assad Anwar, very, very smart driving. He's not lost any of his old touch.
How does it feel? Nice.
He looks like he's enjoying it, eh?
Let's listen in.
Where did you find the mud? Nice. Where did you find the mud from? No, he was throwing up mud. Oh, there's somewhere with the splash. Yeah. Oh. But, it's nice. I enjoyed it. Okay.
So he looks relaxed, he's enjoying it. For him, he's so busy traveling all over the continent and around the world. For him, this is a good chance for him to blow off steam. Well done once again, Assad Anwar, the winner. And let's listen in.
We had a good battle with Ron Oakley. It was nice. He was beating me until the last lap, and then we managed to overtake him.
Any particular challenges on the track?
No, it was a beautiful circuit. We had a good dice with Ron Oakley. and we had a good fun lap. Nice. Feels good to win again.
All right, so hearing from Asad Anwar, no major issues. And the drivers learning, they're loving the track, huh?
Yeah, you can see they're all smiles. Nice warm day, cars are performing. You know, it might go, I mean, you know, looking at their attitude and, you know, boisterousness, it could go the other way if the car wasn't doing too well, would it? You know, finicky. Rally drivers are finicky, you know, when that car's not performing.
All right, so he's still talking. Let's see if we can hear what he's saying, Asad Anwar.
I think we're flying quite a distance. No, this is my first heat. Hamza has done 2 heats, so this car has won every heat it's done, father and son. It'd be interesting to see what Hamza's time is. It's the old bull and the young bull. Thank you very much.
All right, so Asad must be happy.
Yeah, he was just narrating there that basically that car has won a heat with him, and it's won a heat with his son Hamza. So he was kind of reiterating that it's the old bull versus the young buck kind of thing, you know.
Exactly.
And it is. To be fair, it is. You know, they've both won, so he's interested to know what time his son did, and they can compare father and son. But they really are driving these two.
So credit to Asad, you know, he's really advising and, you know, mentoring his son, who's just matured so much in the last few years. You know, I've been closely following Hamza, and, you know, it's day and night over the last 2 years or so, how he's matured with his driving, his attitude, you know, to life and everything else. He got engaged recently and everything else, settling down, heavily involved with his father's business, you know, father and son. You know, it's a family business and everything else. Full credit to Asad. Great job he's doing there. You know, really pushing. His son wants to race in Europe, but not forgetting, of course, the family business as well. You know, so well done and the best of luck. The Junior Championship, the Junior World Rally Championship, the final event for the juniors is the Acropolis Rally in Greece. So the best of luck for Hamza, who's waiting to compete in that. He did very well, by the way, the last one in Estonia, where he finished 5th overall in that event. So well done to Hamza, who's doing extremely well, and of course to Asad Anwar, who won there, and they must be extremely happy with how things are going. So that is the Legends event. We got the Cubs coming up next, and this should be very interesting. We got Karanvir Rubrai, Ian Bengi, one of the sons of Eric Bengi, of course, who's, you know, so well known in rally circles. And then we got Cheche Ababu, who'll be competing in the Cubs group as well. So we just await. We'll be back in just a moment here as we continue with our coverage of the 4th Rallycross event. We'll be back in a moment.
Okay, so lined up now we have the Rallycross Cubs. Karamveer Ruprai, Ian Bengi, and Cheche Ababu. And all three are in buggies. Now this is for the young upstarts called the Rallycross Cubs, and they run 4 laps. Not the 5, but in that 4 laps, each one has to take the joker once again. So it's something that was introduced, I would say, the last Rallycross. This is the Cubs class. So we have Karamveer Ruprai, Ian Bengi, and Cheche Ababu, the Cubs class, in the buggies. So they have now the 1-minute board for the Cub class. This is an initiative that was set up on the last round to promote young drivers, and these are very young boys, all 3 of them in buggies. And let's see how they go. This round is 4 rounds on this heat, and the 30-second board has gone up. Lined up 3 abreast, and off they go. A quick jump. Karamveer on the inside. Gets the whole shot. All 3 go into the normal side of the track. Nobody has taken the joker. And we got Karamveer in the lead in the blue buggy. Good dice there for 2nd and 3rd between Ian and Cheche. Karamveer in number 13 onto the main straight, closely followed by Cheche, and Ian right up behind him. Ian passes Cheche, who spins out. All happens so quick in Rallycross. It was a beautiful dice there between Cheche and Ian. I think Cheche went in too tight, spun out. But Karamveer with a comfortable lead over Eric. Cheche bringing up the rear. Karamveer takes the joker, but comfortably, to be fair. He has a decent gap, so he's not under any threat. Takes the joker and comes on comfortably first. Yeah, clean through the tires cleanly, and he comes up onto the main straight, with Ian closely behind him. They should be on the final lap now. The spin out for Cheche has really put him back. Misses a gear on the final straight, but he's still going. Ian finally takes the joker. He's still in 2nd place. Karamveer over the start finish to start the final lap, closely followed by Ian. They are now on their final lap. This is the Cubs class. Karamvir's right rear fender hanging off. Doesn't seem to have phased him. Horse slowed him down. He's in a comfortable lead. You know, they're evenly spaced out. I don't think any one of them are at risk from each other at the moment. It's a comfortable first, a comfortable second. And across the line, Karamvir Ruprai wins the Cup class, followed by Ian Bengi. Bringing up the rear, Cheche Ababu goes through the finish line as Jed Anthony waves the checkered flag. And that was the Cup class, like I said, introduced on the last round to promote young drivers. I think it's a brilliant initiative. You know, there's not many classes that have young guys and girls, and I love this. I think it's you know, you get them into racing early. You know, in Europe you get 6-year-old kids, 5-year-old kids in go-karts. They start from there. You know, we generally in Africa, a kid in the late teens, early 20s. It's changing. I think it's a positive change. So we're just watching the replay of the start of that Cups class. As you can see, they all went regular route. No one took the Joker first up. Worked out very well for Karamvir. Cheche and Ian were dicing. Ian was coming up, overtook him. Cheche spun out, and that basically put pay to the heat. You know, it spaced them out, and that's how it finished. Karamvir first, Ian second, and Cheche third.
It's very slippery. It's actually, I love the jump because that's where I can really catch some air, especially the straights around the tarmac. You have a lot of grip, but as soon as you get onto the gravel, you've lost it all.
And what about the Joker lap?
The Joker lap is fun. It's honestly, in my opinion, easy to go into the Joker lap than it is to go into the regular lap.
Do you think you have worthy competitors?
Yes, I do. I think I do. Like Cheche Ababu and Ian Bengi.
But you
Yes.
see Cheche Babu coming in last.
Yes.
What was the
I'm
secret behind it?
not sure, but maybe if you ask him, he'll tell you.
Thank you for your time. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
That was an interview of Karamvir Rupra. And she won that Cubs Class A. Next on we move to the Club Class B. I think it will be Alan Bengi and Billy Tundo. We await them to come on track. In the meantime, as it goes, the preps are ongoing on the track. Or maintenance, shall we say. thanks to our sponsors, SPS Power, Duchess Leah, Machakos Tourism, CFAO Motors, Toyota, Cabras Sugar, Live Eye, Kenchik, 98.4, Wilkin Group, JCB Ganatra, Aquimus Mineral Water, Africa ESO Systems. Thank you so much for your support, and Machakos County. Our main sponsors, Betika and NCBA. Without our sponsors, this can never be possible. We are so thankful for your support. As the first of our Group B Cubs comes onto track, this is Billy Tundo. Son of Flash has been redirected somewhere else. So like I said, next up, it's once again the Cubs class, but it's a Group B, second heat, contested by Billy Tundo, son of Flash, and Alan Bengi, who's the son of Eric. Very interesting. The next generation. As us old rally drivers do. Teach it to the children and they take up the mantle. Oh dear, it looks like Alan Bengi is having some issues with his buggy coming up to the line. He's stopped on the far side of the track. We hope he can get that started and he can line up against Billy. It's not looking too good at this point in time. Oh dear. But we've had issues with the competition vehicles from the very first heat. You know, drivers were over enthusiastic, but this is racing. You know, how could you ask them to be otherwise? But it's reflected. We have had some cars go down. Now we're expecting the round, the Group B round for the Cubs. Alan Bengi was going to be up against Billy Tundo. And Alan's buggy has stopped on the far side on its way to the start. I can see Tim there, Tim Jessup's going to lend a hand. Let's hope he can work his magic. But at this point in time, he is stopped on track, en route to the start. So if the current problem persists, it would be a DNS. But we're hoping Tim there and the magic hands can sort out that buggy. You can see on screen Tim Jessup frantically trying to work on Alan Bengi's cart, buggy. It's not looking too good, to be fair, but we can still live in hope. It also shows the camaraderie, camaraderie in motorsport, how everybody will run up there and try and get that vehicle going. It looks like they're pulling out all the stops. But so far to no avail. Has not turned over and started up. So it's basically held up our second round of the Cubs class. But these are young lads and there's just two of them. And if we can, why not try and get Alan's buggy started? But it's just not looking too good. Could it be fuel? Could it be spark? But there's definitely a gremlin in the works there. Come on, guys. A bit of luck with us. So as we wait for Alan's car, buggy, we get some highlights of what has gone wrong. Early on it was the women's GC8 in the women's round. Two of them, to be fair, packed up in that round. And both vehicles have not been seen since. They have given us They've weighed heavily on the rest of, shall I say, the rest of the competitors. And we had the Betika N12, which has had some form of exhaust problem and it sapped its power. You know, in the team event juniors, Rajveer Tethi understeering onto the first corner on the transition. You know, and Adnan in the two-wheel drives on the inside, climbing the bank. And then there was Ron and Assad. And they had a beautiful dice until Ron took the joker on the final lap and clipped the inside. And that put pay to him, and he was, well, not put pay to him, that just confirmed him in the second position. And then it was the Cubs, the RX Cubs, Karamveer, Ian and Checher in their buggies. Karamveer coming up on top. And now we still wait for Alan's buggy to be sorted, but it doesn't look good. A whole bunch of guys, Tim Jessup included, trying to get that buggy started, but I don't think it's going to work, to be honest with you, because they've really been struggling. Welcome back, Sean. We just on this the RX Cubs, the second grouping. It was supposed to be Flash's son, Billy, up against Eric's son, Alan. And, you know, Billy's on the line, and Eric driving to the line, his buggy is just giving up the ghost. And there's a whole bunch of blokes there. Tim's there trying to get this thing started, but it just doesn't look good. And, you know, for the youngsters, I mean, I really wish they could get, you know, but I don't think it's going to happen. They've tried.
I really feel for this. You know, these are the young drivers and they've been looking forward to it for so long. Of course, Billy Tundo, the future, you know, the next generation of the Tundos. We have Frank Tundo, of course, then Cole Tundo, and of course, Billy. You know, Flash has told me before that he's not putting any pressure, you know, on Billy. You know, Billy's doing a lot of the usual team sports, you know, for Pembroke, where he's at. My former school, by the way, Pembroke House in Gilgil. So, you know, but Billy appears to enjoy motorsports when he can. And, you know, yeah, like you said, I really feel for it at the moment. Alan Bengi at the start, waiting, and then, of course, wondering what's happening. You know, remember that the sun is out. You know, it's not easy for, you know, the young boys, you know, in this heat. They're in the race suits and the helmet and everything in this heat to be waiting. So we're seeing the 30-second flag go up from Jet Anthony. I guess he's going to race on his own because they won't be able to get that buggy sorted out, unfortunately, for that. What a real shame for that. So Alan Bengi, who is the younger son of Eric Bengi, there's Ian Bengi and Alan Bengi, 7 and 10 years old. This is Alan Bengi, the younger one, who is there at the start, and he will get underway shortly. This is the Cubs class getting underway. Of course, no hurry with him being on his own in terms of that. So he's off. It says 5 laps. I think the Cubs do 4 laps, actually, to be honest, here. So we wait. He'll pretty much cruise around the track, which will be a little bit more slippery with the Bowser having gone round a little bit earlier. But the track looks in beautiful condition. Huh?
Yeah, it's lovely, Sean. But I think I had it wrong, you know. I thought Billy was parked on the line and Alan's buggy was not responding, but it was the other way around. Thank you.
Yeah.
That,
so
know?
I think it's
but I'm
Billy.
learning the characters.
No. Considering you've come, yeah, that's the red buggy, the familiar buggy of Billy Tundo on that. And I wonder, were going to upgrade. Billy had requested that they upgrade the engine because he really struggled, you know, in the last event. They even had to give him a head start as well in the last event. So hopefully they've upgraded, and that could be part of the problem, you know, with it being a different engine to the last time, but that's purely speculation on my side. So in the meantime, Alan Bengi going around the course, sadly on his own. But anyway, it's seat time. You know, these boys have been looking forward to this for so long at the moment. So hopefully Billy will be out in time for the second one, but he'll be desperately disappointed with that. Really sad to see Billy not starting. And of course, everybody struggling to get that car going. We can see, I think he slid a bit off the course there.
You know, to be fair, we might need...
Yeah, he slid
Is
a
it?
bit, yeah.
You see, when you have no pressure, you make mistakes.
Yeah. All right, so of course the parents and other crew members are closely monitoring these boys, how they go around. Of course, they are the newest members of the Rallycross family.
I think he was taking the Joker and thought it was further up.
Yeah. All right, so this is Alan Bengi, in case you're just joining us out here, and in case you're joining us, the fourth Rallycross event to be held here at the Machakos People's Park, organized by Carl Tundo and Tim Jessup. Carl Tundo, by the way, competing. We should see him in action soon, and also the other legends of the sport, so to speak, the likes of Ian Duncan, Baldev Chaga. It's great to see them in action. We saw Ian Duncan in action a couple of weeks ago at the Eldoret Rally. As we mentioned just a little bit earlier, he finished second overall in his classic car. So good to see Ian Duncan supporting Rallycross, the second event in a row, by the way, he's coming. So he's obviously enjoying the weekend. And of course, with the organization, the preparation of the track, it's a perfect weekend. You know, you want to come, just enjoy yourself. No massive pressure compared to other events. You know, with this, it's great for the whole family, for people to come out and enjoy. A lot of the drivers coming out with their families to come and enjoy this, huh?
But you know, look at the scope, the age group scope, you know. It's magic. What we got, 5, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds?
Exactly, yeah.
10-year-olds,
Alan is
you
7
know.
years old, yeah.
There you go. And all the way up to 60-year-olds.
Exactly. We won't mention the ages of some of the older drivers.
No, I just said 60-year-old. I didn't say who's 60 years old. I don't want to get in trouble, you know what I mean? I'll be skinned alive. But yes, look at that, you know, the vast age gaps. It's everybody's in this. Like I say, it's a closed circuit event, you know. I do not think it has, you know, a percentage of the cost it takes to actually run a proper rally. So it's affordable. There's so many people out there in Kenya with full-blown rally cars, you know, that have struggled to enter events because it's just too expensive nowadays, you know. But here's Rallycross. This could be and should be for you.
All right, so just in case you're joining us, the buggies go on a shortened lap. Of course, you know, for them, this is really about gaining experience and entering motorsports for a lot of them. Alan Bengi, we've seen him, he took part in the autocross last weekend in Nanyuki, so good to see Eric, who says now he devotes a lot of the time, you know, taking part in selected events, mainly for his children, for his boys. So it's good to see, you know, these boys, the next generation of Bengis coming up. So Alan, this is his first season in autocross and, of course, rallycross as well. So good to see him in action here. Alan and Ian Bengi. And Alan, of course, the only person competing, the only driver competing in this particular race. And he will, of course, finish this on the last lap. And he's going to come to the finish. As we can see, Jet Anthony waiting with the flag for him to wave as Alan Bengi comes across the finish line in this event. So he'll be shortly crossing the finish line in this, the second of the Cubs race. That is the newest category here at the fourth Rallycross event. So the newest category in Rallycross, this the Cubs, and great addition to this, Logan.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant initiative. You know, if they game for it, why not start them young? They do it in Europe.
Exactly.
Why can't we do it here?
And it's a chance not just for sons and daughters of drivers, but other people who want to enter the sport. Yeah, anybody can, you know, if you got the money, purchase a buggy and just get them in. You know, not
Tell
only
me,
this but
out of
autocross.
curiosity, Sean, these buggies, are they imported buggies? Are they locally made?
A combination of the two.
Is it?
Yeah, combination of the two. There are a few people who make these buggies here as well. So the majority of them are made here, and then of course the engines are sourced from different avenues. Some are motorcycles, some are car. So yeah, a lot of them are made here. One or two would be imported, but the majority, I would say, probably about 70–80% are made here.
So well
as
done.
well. Yeah.
It gives the kids an opportunity, you know, to start young and get that car control, you know. So desperately needed for a competition driver of any sort.
Exactly, exactly. All right, so that's the Cubs category. We've got next the open class, which should be here. We got Clement Marini, Carl Tundo, Asad Anwar, and Ian Duncan. This is going to be some category. This is going to be some race. This one. So Clement Marini, Carl Tundo, Asad Anwar, and Ian Duncan, and they'll be competing at 11:20. So they're running slightly behind schedule. It's already 11, so they'll be out shortly, and the racing will continue. But the good thing about this is they've already made contingencies in case you're wondering, in case the races are running slightly late. So still running according to time on this, and this is heat 1 of this. So we're approaching the end of heat 1, the second last race. So Clement Marini, Carl Tundo, Asad Anwar, and Ian Duncan. This is going to be something else, this race.
Yeah, and Flash in that Ford Fiesta Proto with the Mitsubishi Evo running gear, sequential box, and all the bells and whistles. If we see that he's bullying his mates, we're gonna cap him.
I get the feeling, and this is speculation, I get the feeling he's going to have to give them a head start, because this car is head and shoulders. Ian's buggy is also fast. He's brought the buggy out as well. Ian's buggy, by the way, has a sequential gearbox as well.
Is it? Well,
it's got an Evo engine in it as well. He had some time over COVID when there were no rallies taking place, and he had plenty of time. You know, while most of us sit twiddling our thumbs at home, Ian decided to build this buggy with an Evo engine. You know, some of us just have spare shoes and socks sitting in the yard. He had a spare Evo engine and a spare sequential gearbox. And look at the engine on the back of that buggy. It is incredible what Ian has put in that. The power to weight ratio is something else of this car.
Well, let's have a look, see.
Of the buggy, sorry.
The last time I was out here commentating with you, we had a buggy, a blue buggy with a Superbike engine, ZX14 turbocharged. Remember that thing?
That was something else.
And it had a beautiful tone, I promise you that. I don't see him here this time.
No, not here this time. Remember, it had like a slow pickup, but once it got going, it was something else. You know, so obviously, look, the car in the corner, which I think, if I look in that, will be Clement Marini. The Subaru will have no chance against the Proto. So obviously, there's going to have to be some sort of handicap here. You know, even Ian's buggy struggles to keep up with the Proto, because that is a purpose-built rally car.
You're right. You know, I think we pit that ZX14 turbo buggy against the Proto 2 rallycrosses ago, and the Proto just blitzed it.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we can see the other car coming out. Okay, so that's Asad Anwar who's coming out in the car. So Clement Marini, Carl Tundo, Asad Anwar, and Ian Duncan. This should be some race between the four cars as we approach the end of Heat 1. This is the penultimate race, and this is going to be an incredible race. And good to see Ian Duncan back in his second rallycross event, consecutive event. Good to see him, and we can see Asad Anwar next to him. And in the Proto, it is Carl Tundo, and then we got Clement Marini in the Subaru.
So there you have it, folks. 2 N4 cars as a GC8 hatchback and a Mitsubishi Evo 9. And they're up against a purpose-built buggy, rear-wheel drive with an Evo engine. We don't know which evolution of the Evo engine, but it's an Evo engine in a buggy. The power-to-weight ratio, as Sean has told you, is going to be phenomenal. And in addition, there's the Proto. Now that is a purpose-built car. The body is R5, the suspension is R3, and the drivetrain is Evo 9 or 10 with a sequential box.
Yeah, so I was told it's an Evo 9 running gear in the Proto with a sequential gearbox. The buggy as well, I think, is an Evo 9 engine. No, it's an Evo 10 engine, sorry. An Evo 10 engine with a sequential gearbox. Something else.
Trust Ian to go one up, eh? Yeah, here they go.
All right, so still as passionate as ever. He finished second in the Eldoret Rally 2 weeks ago. Can he win this one? Ian Duncan, Asad Anwar, Carl Tindo and Clement Marini in the open class group here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And Clement Marini
That
already
buggy just shot out the blocks.
with an issue already at the start of being left behind. I get the feeling he's going to be lapped here.
You think so?
Ian shot out. That was incredible. And already Carl Tindo in front. This is where we're going to see the Proto. But Ian is not afraid. He's really going to wring everything he can out of that buggy.
He's never been afraid, mate. You know, if there's something that to be had, he'll take it.
All right, so not surprisingly, Carl Tindo out in front with the Proto, closely followed by Ian Duncan, and you're going to see the power to weight of that buggy. It's going to be a factor a little bit later. Remember, 5 laps here. And Carl Tindo already racing ahead after the first lap. Who's going to take the Joker? That is the big question. All right, so Carl still electing not to do the Joker on this lap. That car, the balance is perfect for the Proto, where he took that jump. Ian still behind in the dust of the Proto.
And Clement just crosses the line. I mean, he is greatly underpowered, mismatched.
He had a horrible start as well, which didn't help matters.
He did, but, you know, can you compare that car to the other 3?
All right, so the Proto, not surprisingly, way ahead at this point. Ian, as much as he can, trying to keep up. This will be a factor in the second heat. I think some decisions will be made as to what to do. Do they give the others a slight head start? That will be a question for the organizers. But Flash, of course, no slouch himself. A multiple Safari Rally winner, multiple Kenya National Rally champion. And of course, in this purpose-built Proto, the Fiesta. Beautiful, beautiful car. Oh, look at that!
Oh, I think Ian took the Joker.
Yep.
And that put him in the sights of Assad.
All right, so
It remains to be seen. It looks like there was an overtake, but we got to see it when it comes into view.
and Assad, of course, seems to be quite fond of taking the Joker a little bit later. So Ian being very smart, taking the Joker. And that'll definitely be a factor later on. Ian wringing everything he can get out of that buggy. So impressive, that buggy in action. To me, the most impressive driver in the seat is Ian Duncan. Really pushing it.
Yes, Assad has not taken the Joker, am I correct?
He's not taken the Joker yet.
And neither has Flash, yeah?
Yeah.
Flash does have a healthy lead.
Flash has a healthy lead. I think even if he takes the Joker, and I get the feeling that Flash will take the Joker this coming lap.
I get the feeling he might...
He'll have to anyway, because they're entering into the final lap. All right, so entering the final lap for Flash. He has to take the Joker.
He does.
Has
But
to take it.
if you just heard the vehicle there, he's got an intermittent misfire. You know, so it's not all roses for Flash.
All right, so this car not used too often, so you know, it could be a factor a little bit later on in terms of the amount of times it's used.
Anyway, with or without the intermittent misfire, he takes the Joker and he's a country mile ahead.
fight between Ian
And Assad.
and Assad. And not surprisingly, Flash overlapping Marini right now. So Clement Marini learning the hard way in this heat in the open class as Flash races across the finish line. Easy win for Flash. Clement Marini still one more lap. And that's Assad Anwar, great result here against the buggy of Ian Duncan. Ian Duncan in third place. You'll be a bit disappointed with that.
I think we missed it, Sean. We missed Assad taking the Joker early because we're so used to him taking it late on in the race.
Yes.
He took it early, and he put him in third. And then when Ian took the Joker in the buggy, they were neck and neck.
So, I tell you what, there's some soul searching to do for the organizers here because they have to decide, do they give a slight advantage to the others, or do they continue like this and Flash strolls away with the wins in each heat? So they'll have to decide, or maybe Flash will decide to use another car in the other heats. So we'll have to wait and see. But great performance by Carl Tundo to win that first heat, followed by Assad Anwar, Ian Duncan in third place, and Clement Marini coming in fourth place. A disappointing start for him, and he was playing catch up the rest of the time, and then of course outgunned. So as we can see, Karen Veer here, and of course Billy, who must be the biggest fan of Flash, of course, coming straight to come and see. He'll be hoping that his buggy's fixed in time for the next heat, but well done. Son coming to check if Dad's okay. And great pictures here. Let's see if we can hear the conversation between father and son here. Flash looking very relaxed as he comes out of the car. Let's hear from Flash.
Sorry about that, man. Sorry. They sorted it out.
All right, so of course, Flash, the first thing he's most concerned about is if his son Billy's buggy is sorted out. We do hope, of course, the buggy will be sorted out. As we see the replay, the first thing that came out is Clement Marini being left at the line. Obviously, something had happened at the start with his Subaru. After that, he was playing catch-up the whole time.
He was, but he was also greatly mismatched, you know, that GC8 against all those monsters, mate.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly, but very impressive. I think the driver of the heat, Assad Anwar, he was always going to have a hard time. Let's hear from Flash.
Direction. Yeah, just took it easy, tried to get out of ahead. Ian made a mistake, so I managed to get him inside of him.
Now that we have a ramp, how is the ramp?
Good. Good fun.
Is it your first heat?
Yeah, that's my first heat.
So we wish you all the best in the second heat.
Thank you.
All right, so Flash looking relaxed out there. And yeah, Ian, uncharacteristic, a small mistake from him, and I think that cost him in terms of even finishing third in the end in the heat. Huh?
Yeah, but he's built a buggy with an Evo drivetrain, rear-wheel drive. That thing it's quick. It's also small, light, and very skittish. You know, one steering angle slightly off, and it's going to spin out, and it's very twitchy. It's and hats for me personally, hats off for driving that thing at that pace. It's not an easy thing to do.
I think the only person that could handle that buggy is Ian.
Yeah, he's
everybody else will
exactly.
be
He's
struggling.
got the craziness for it, and the talent. Let's be honest, you know. But yeah,
right.
they're very hard to drive those things with so much power.
All right, so father and son. In case you're wondering, where is Frank this weekend? It was his birthday during the week. Happy birthday to you, Frank. And the rest of the family, if you're wondering, Lynn, of course, the matriarch of the family, she's not here. And of course, Flash's the rest of the family, his daughter and wife, they're all with the rest of the family at the coast as they, of course, enjoy Frank's birthday on this as well. So, but good to see Billy and Flash here, of course. Billy just loving motorsports as well, and looks like he's going to follow his father's footsteps as well. So the first thing Flash will do is to go and check that buggy's fixed in time for the next heat with the Cups as well. So Great stuff. Still one more race to come, and that is the champions category in the team event, and that features Eric Bengi, Andrew Maruri, Evan Scavisi, and Baldev Chaga. They will be in that heat. That's the final race for Heat 1, and that will be coming, starting momentarily. But in the meantime, we'll take a short break. We'll be back as we continue our coverage right here at the Machakos People's Park. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. We'll be back.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the final race of Heat 1 of the 4th event of the Rallycross. We call it a championship. It's not really a championship at the moment, but at the moment it's the 4th Rallycross event here at the Machakos People's Park. I'm Sean Carter-Villas, joined by Logan Naidu, who's here from Zambia. Thank you very much for joining us. So we got Eric Bengi, Andrew Mururi, Evans Kavisi and Baldev Chaga, who are going to be in this. Good to see Baldev. We don't see him often these days, but it is great to see him in action. And of course, Evans Kavisi, who was at the Autocross last weekend. Andrew Mururi and Eric Bengi, who was also at the Autocross. He was the fastest driver, by the way. Got the fastest time of the day at the Autocross in Nanyuki last weekend. So great to see these guys in action. All right, so Baldev Chaga should be in the car that's being shared by Maxine. We can see Andrew Mururi should be in the yellow Subaru. Eric Bengi in the Mitsubishi. And Evans Kavisi, who will be in the hatchback, the Subaru hatchback. All right, hope you're enjoying the action. It's been an eventful Heat 1. It's been something else. Everything from engine problems to people crashing on the course. No serious crashes at the moment, as we can see Baldy with the wipers coming on the windscreen. And this should be an interesting race. Baldev Chaga, Evans Kavisi, Andrew Mururi and Eric Bengi. Logan, this should be an interesting race as you're getting familiar with the names. Who do you see prevailing in this? Should be quite tight. Eric Bengi, of course, you know, in action quite a bit more than Baldev these days. But Baldi, of course, class is permanent. He should be giving them a hard time. Evans Kavisi, of course, you know, he's a rally driver, and so is Andrew Mururi as well. So very difficult to tell, you know, at the top. But Eric Bengi, I think, could be fastest in this one.
Remains to be seen. Let's hope and see. I got some info for you, Sean, on that proto of flashes. Like I said, they're going to let him run, and then they will assess. And they've decided to penalize him 2 seconds per lap.
Ah, okay.
They've given him a tap on the knuckles. You know, but he's such a sport, he would say, give it me, you know?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to have that advantage. I think he didn't have another car ready. He didn't want to use this this proto, but I don't think he had another car ready at the time. You know, it just panned out that way. So I said, okay, guys, I'll drive it. You know, give me a penalty.
In fact, I'm just remembering, you know, these cars are also being used as part of the Talanta Hella initiative, which is by the Cabinet Secretary of Sports, and they're being used in the Kenya National Rally Championship. So just remembering, Tash Tunda told me over the phone during the week that their car wasn't going to be ready, the Subaru, for this event, which they would normally use.
That's the Duma one,
so that
yeah?
explains, yeah, the Duma one. So that's why Flash is using the Proto in this. So 2 seconds may sound like a lot, but he won by more than 2 seconds.
If I'm not
in the first heat.
mistaken,
Yeah, so
they're going to give him that 2 minutes per lap on this one. The next one, they're going to hold, because it's 5 laps, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's
Oh, 2
basically
seconds per lap.
2 seconds per
okay,
lap.
Yeah.
They're going to hold him back for 10 seconds and then let him go. That is going to be interesting.
Yes, okay.
You know? Because he has to come from behind, and let's see what he can do.
Very, very interesting. All right. So anyway, this one is what they call the Champions class. Eric Bengi, Andrew Mururi, Evans Kavisi, Baldev Chaga. Who's going to prevail? My money at the moment, I would love Baldy to win this as well, because we don't see him in action too often. But I think Eric Bengi is going to be extremely tough to beat in this one. But don't write off the other drivers as well. The GC8, the hatchback, is going to be at a slight disadvantage. I
Who's
get the
driving
feeling. That one. keep up with Baldy's great performance, and well done to Evans for keeping up the pressure. But in the meantime, you know, it's quite easy for Eric Bengi at the moment.
I was just about to say, how's this drive from Eric? You know, it's like 90,
Cruising.
69, he's gone, man.
Yeah, he's cruising. Class, he was so impressive last weekend at the autocross as well. He's just not lost any of his speed. He's a lawyer, by the way, during the week. So he's got a different fight during the week, so to speak.
So it will appear. No, but he's really
very impressive.
Yeah, his lines are clean, and he's just cleared out into the distance.
All right, so he would have to do the joker on this lap as we approach the final lap. The sign gone up by Jet Anthony. So into the final lap, he's on the joker, of course, Eric, but he can cruise. He's way ahead of everybody at the moment. Great performance here by Baldy in second. Evans Kavisi, not bad at all in third place on the final lap.
To be fair, even the N10 that Baldy's driving doesn't look like it's got all its full performance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know?
So well done.
It's shots.
As Eric Bengi comes across, about to lap Evans Kavisi. In fact, he would have lapped Evans Kavisi, but well done to Eric Bengi as he crosses the finish line. Incredible stuff. Well done, Eric Bengi winning the champions category, followed by Boldev Chaga. Evans Kavisi in third place. Good stuff. Well done, Boldev. You know, of course, just using this really to support Flash and Tim these days. But great performance to finish second. We would like to see him more often in motorsports events. You know, it comes down to a number of factors: time at the garage, budgets as well. This day and age, not cheap to rally. And of course, after losing the Betika sponsorship, you know, to rally full-time, Baldy, you know, we hope to see him once or twice. He said he's got a spare N12 sitting in the garage that he will rally from time to time in the Kenya National Rally Championship. So it'd be good to see Baldy back at some point in the Kenya National Rally Championship. So that is Andrew Mururi. He will, of course, have to check. The team will have to check what's wrong with that car, because that car does not sound 100%, which would be a shame for the other drivers in that team, the likes of Bob Kaogi and company who are using that car. Jennifer Malik as well, I think, is in that car.
I think it's just time. If it's the manifold to come off, it's just they don't have enough time.
Yeah.
Maybe this evening. You know, let's hope.
Yeah.
You know, but you get its power back, and then, you know, you can have some performance. Okay, so your water Bowser's back on track.
That wraps up our coverage for Heat 1. We've come to the end. We will resume at midday with Heat 2. But in the meantime, let's have a look at what happened in Heat 1 with the various categories. So this was the ladies initially who ran. And we did see one or two issues for the ladies. Crashes, engine failures. Okay, so this is the champions category. Sorry, my apologies. This is the champions category. We're having a look at the replay here. As we see Eric Bengi come out of the car, we should hear from him in just a moment. As we said, Heat 2 coming up at midday, and we will, of course, resume our coverage then. But let's see if we can hear from Eric Bengi. We'll hear from him shortly. Eric, who's been so impressive in that category in Heat 1, the champions category. Let's hear from Eric Bengi.
Is this your first heat or second heat?
This is my first hit.
Because the course has been changed. What's the difficulty going through the course?
Well, it's not very difficult really. It's a very interesting course, and I think last time we were running it the opposite way, and they didn't want us to get so used to the same track because you kind of memorize all the corners and know how to take them better. For this one, I think it's a good challenge, and the course is very, very well done.
Now that you've seen there's a ramp, is there any challenge with the ramp?
Not really. No, it's just a bigger jump, but you need to take it sensibly.
Do you think you have worthy competitors this time round?
Very worthy. If you look at the breed of the people who have come in here, starting from the kids are very, very competitive, and you can see their game has really gone up. When you look at the ladies team as well, very worthy ladies, very good drivers. The champions, the open class, the veterans, all of them are very, very seasoned drivers. I'm actually very happy to come and compete in an event like this because you get to get yourself between with the more experienced drivers and the much better drivers.
Wish all the best in the next race.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to our sponsors, Ndovu Cement. We are here for you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so they say class is permanent, and well done, Eric Bengi. Easy victory it was in the end in Heat 1 of the Champions category. That wraps up Heat 1. Just thanks once again to our sponsors, Betika, NCBA, our title sponsors. Also, thank you very much to SPS Power, Duchess Leah, who are providing the champagne for the prize-giving ceremony tomorrow. Machakos Tourism and Machakos County, thank you so much for hosting us. CFAO Motors, Toyota, Cabras Sugar, Levi, Kenchik, 98.4 Capital FM, Wilkin Group, JCB Ganatra, who've been preparing the track, Aquamist, thank you so much for the water, and Africa Eco Services. We really appreciate your support. We'll be back shortly before midday for the second heat. In fact, it is midday, but we'll be back shortly with Heat 2 as we continue with our coverage of the fourth Rallycross event here at the Machakos People's Park. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to Heat 2 of the Rallycross event. I'm Sean Carter-Villis with Logan Naidu as the cars get underway. This is for the ladies, the team event for the ladies. So we got Caroline Gatimo, Jennifer Betika, Jennifer Malik Tinashe, Gatimu, and Maxine Wahome, who are in action. Remember, 5 laps for each category in this heat. So we can see this looks to be Maxine who's out in front right now.
Yeah, she got the whole shot, Sean. She did not take the Joker. I think besides ourselves there, we did not see who did or didn't take the Joker, but for sure Maxine did not. And she's got a decent enough gap.
All right, so Maxine out in front. She had an issue, you remember, in the first heat, and that looks to be Jennifer Malik, who's in second place in the yellow Subaru. And that is Tinashe, I think, who's out there. Tinashe Gatimu, who's out in front. All right, so if you can bear with us, we are just getting our bearings in terms of who's out there at the moment. But good to see Maxine, who is out in front, well in front at this point in time, and a huge fight between the other 2 ladies there.
That's Jennifer from
Jennifer
Betika.
Malik in the Betika car.
Betika car, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, to be fair, in
And
this heat,
it looks to be, I think that's Caroline who is out in front because Tinashe had damaged her car, if you remember, in the first heat. So that looks to be Caroline Gatima, who in fact overtakes Jennifer Malik there. Spectacular racing action here. Yes, that is Caroline who's out in front, and Jennifer Malik, who is in 3rd place now. Incredible action here as the ladies, of course, continue. As we're mentioning, of course, Tinashe, there was the damage to her car in the first heat, and she's obviously not been able to start in that. So into the 3rd lap. And remember, if you're just joining us, they have to do the Joker at least once in each heat. And this is the ladies, that's the beauty about Rallycross, you know. They get their own race, which is not often seen in motorsport here in Kenya. And great to see the ladies encouraged, and of course, quite a few in action.
True, Sean, and you know, you always get a second chance, isn't it? I mean, you can see Maxine way out in the lead. In the first heat, the car just switched off, and she was a DNF. You know, fix the car, come back in the second heat, and blitz everybody.
Bitterly disappointed in the first heat. You can see how disappointed she was. And she's lost none of her touch despite being out of action, Maxine Wahome. And good to see her in action here at the Rallycross. And this is Heat 2, in case you're joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Your commentators for the weekend, Logan Naidu and myself, Sean Carter-Villis, here at the Machakos People's Park. Make your way down because we're absolutely loving this.
Caroline obviously changed that Evo 9, isn't it? Her GC8 gave up the ghost in the first heat, and she is really ringing it. I mean, she's on full pace. If you look at this last corner on the tarmac before they come onto the straight, Sean, look at her commitment when she comes around now, right? Maxine's gone, fair enough, she's fine the lead. Look at this kid. Look at this.
Incredible.
She's in the mood, eh?
That's the mother, by the way, of Tinashe. Blasting it there. Blitzing it. And you know, they were together, in case you're just joining us, during the Safari Rally, mother and daughter, as part of the Talata Hela initiative. And it was the daughter who was driving Tinashe with Caroline as navigator. Now they're competing against each other. So that's Jennifer Malik, who goes past the finish line. And congratulations, she's well ahead, about to win convincingly. Maxine Wahome who showed no rustiness despite being out of motorsport for a bit. And good to see her. She comes across the finish line here. Well in front. Congratulations to Maxine Wahome.
Very convincing win there by Maxine.
And the car looking like it's already one or two small dents on it, but congratulations. She crosses the line. Caroline, well done. Really hammering that car here. So this is the second heat. The ladies have had their chance, and we're waiting for Jennifer Malik. And I keep saying, I've been saying time and time again, I think there is an issue with this car, because it shouldn't be this far behind, you know, no matter who's behind the wheel of this car. You know, from your experience in motorsports, it still appears to be an issue with this car. I'm just guessing.
What it sounds to me is like it's blowing, yeah? Obviously it's blowing. Now, if it's blowing like after the turbos, you will lose some back pressure, you know, and that would lose you some power, but this one sounds like it's blowing from the manifold. And that's before the turbo, so it's blowing out all the boost. You know, so Jennifer's really, I mean, that's a really good showing with the car ailing in that manner. You know, so, you know, big up to her, man.
All right, so it's good to see her in action today. We'll hear from her in just a moment. Maxine Wahome, that's her father. Their father and mother supporting her. That's Jimmy Wahome. And the mother, good. Let's see if we can hear the reactions to Maxine. Of course, they'll be happy with her winning quite convincingly. Will she talk? We should hear from her in just a moment. Maxine. All right, so just waiting to hear from her.
Showing no rust there, Sean. Like you say, she's been out for a while. I watched her in Zambia. She came with that, with the R3s, you know, with Jeremy and McRae and Hamza.
Yes.
Yeah, the four of them, and I was really impressed.
All right, let's see if we can hear from her. This is Maxine Wahome, who's here with her mother. Let's see if we can hear from her. All right, so we'll hear from her in just a moment. This is Heat 2 of the ladies. Let's hear from Maxine.
It was good. It's getting hotter, but it was good fun. Yeah.
So, since the course was changed, how is the course at this point?
It's different. We're used to the normal way. Now it's reversed. It's much faster in reverse, but you know, you learn different things all the time. So it's good. I'm having fun.
I've seen that they've introduced a ramp here. How is it?
It's good fun. I had to take it all the time, so it's nice to get some airtime. Yeah.
I've seen that you have what the competitor car.
Yes.
What's the trick behind you now?
You start well. You start well, you'll keep the lead. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, so the soft-spoken Maxine Wahome looking very, very happy, and of course she would be pleased with the run that she had there. Very convincing victory in the ladies category.
Yeah, she just looks like she's just thrilled to be back, you know, and lapping it all up, and giving us a show. To be fair, I mean, the first heat she had a problem with the car, so we weren't really looking at her, isn't it? The car switched off, and then she comes out in the second heat and she just blitzes it with a very clean drive, I must add.
Incredible stuff. Maxine Wahome, that's her car there. We can see, of course, they'll check no major issues with the car after the first heat. You know, when we saw it had an issue, she sadly had to retire in that. But Maxine, well done. As we can see, Jennifer Malik, that car looks to be ailing. There'll be a bit of work that will be needed to be done tonight. I guess they're just trying to get through the day if they can compete in it. But it's very, very sad to see them so far behind the team Betika there. But that's Maxine. We can see Jimmy Wahome there, and of course her mother, who's there. Of course, they are at every event for her. Team Maxine, they have the t-shirts as well. So good to see Maxine Wahome with such a convincing victory here. They are at the tent, of course, with the Tundos there as well. So they'll get that car ready for the next event. But that's Maxine. We can see her there as we get ready for the next one, which will be the open class. And the open class will consist of, in this open class, Hamza Anwar, Evans Kavisi, Georgian Njoroge and Ismail Azeli, who will be in that heat as well. So here we are, as you mentioned, we mentioned, of course, Hamza Anwar, Evans Kavisi, Georgian Njoroge and Ismail Azeli. This should be also very, very competitive, huh?
The Anwar boys, senior and junior, are on fire today. But just going back there to that Betika car you're talking about, you know, they need to do some work on it tonight. I mean, it's obviously blowing, right? It's got to be exhaust manifold or turbo, and you know, on a Subaru, as you will know, that turbo is in a compromising position. You know, it's halfway. You have to take out the intercooler. It's halfway into the intake manifold. It's a big job, you know. So if they can nurse that thing, and in the evening, if they've got the technicians, or there's other people with technicians here, they can help each other out, and they can sort that car out. Tomorrow, I think it should be on fire.
All right, so there was a mistake, which could explain why she was also a bit behind. So we may be, you know, at the moment, everything we're saying is speculation. This could be also why she was far behind. So could be an issue.
She's trying to get, you know, she's trying to keep the momentum going because it's losing power. And I mean, look, it could go like magic, or it goes pear-shaped just like that. This is rallying. You know what I mean?
I know.
But you got to try. She's got to try. I mean, the car is ailing, but it's still running. Do you want to just short shift and crawl to this, or try? You know?
Interesting times, interesting times. All right, so on to the open class, as we mentioned, Hamza, Evans, George and Ismail. All right, so Hamza Anwar, Evans Kavisi, George Njoroge and Ismail Azeli up next, as we see Hamza, who's still using, they're sharing the car. They've decided, by the way, to retire the car for the day at least, as they get it sorted out. So this car is being used for the rest of the afternoon between the two drivers. And Hamza, remember, competing in two categories, in the open class and the junior class. This should be quite some event. Evans Kavisi there at the start. And we're seeing George and Njoroge. I hope they sorted out that car. That car, of course, had an issue in the first heat. No crashes so far. The clerk of the course has been very quick to clarify with me, mention crashes. There's been what we call mishaps more than anything else, rather than crashes in the first heat. The racing has been very clean. We saw the drivers meeting last night, the drivers briefing. You know, the organizers, you know, stressing to the drivers, look, keep the racing clean. It is a contact sport, rallycross, but keep it as clean as you can. You know, at the end of the day, you know, this is not professional sport. You still have to maintain and fix these cars. You don't want the repair bills to run into hundreds of thousands of shillings after every event on that. So the driving has largely been clean so far. So good to see, at the moment, more mishaps than anything else. No major crashes in the first heat. So well done to the drivers for providing great racing, but also clean racing as well. So we've got in this heat, as we mentioned, Hamza Anwar, Evans Kavisi, George Njoroge. This is Ismail Azeli, who is closest to us in the second hatchback here. He's closest to us. That's George Njoroge in the GC8 with the red spoiler. And then Evans Kavisi in the green Subaru. And then we got in the Mitsubishi Evo 9, Hamza Anwar. So great lineup there. Who's going to prevail? We'll find out in just a moment as they get underway. 5 laps each for each race. And Logan, once again, this looks intriguing on paper, this race.
It does, yeah, but I mean, 3 GC8s against the Evo 9. Who's your money on? You know, but hey, it's like football, isn't it? The ball is round, you can roll anywhere. And that's rallying.
Depends on the driver as well.
Depends on the driver, depends on the day, depends on the luck sometimes. the machine can give up. This is rallying. You know, you can't account for some stuff.
Exactly. So
know?
here's the lineup: Hamza Anwar, Evans Kavisi, George Njoroge, and Clement Marini are the drivers. Here, just a second, seeing it here as Ismail Azeli, according to our lineup in Heat 2. So according to our sheet, it is Ismail Azeli. All right, so we're seeing Ismail Azeli according to our sheet, our start sheet. All right, so they're about to get underway, and this should be very, very close between particularly the Subarus. We'll have to wait and see how the start is for Hamza Anwar in that Evo, but he looks to be the odds-on favorite to get the whole shot in that, if he can get it right.
If you remember, in the first heat, he was, well, for want of the better word, he was sleeping on the line.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and he was last off the line, but he won that heat.
All right, so just about to get underway, and a much better start for Hamza Anwar, who races off to the whole shot, leaving the other GC8s in his wake. So he goes into it. What's going to happen in terms of the Joker lap? Any of the drivers going to use the Joker lap? Yes, there is. Someone has gone in. I think it's Ismail Azeli who's gone into the Joker.
Yeah.
All right, so remember we got our start sheet which shows Ismail Azeli.
It was George Njoroge, number 4.
And George Njoroge. Did he go into the Joker lap?
Yeah.
We will see from there. All right, so Hamza with a quite clear lead right now. In fact, a big lead. Followed by Evans Kavisi, GC8, and it's going to be extremely difficult to keep in touch. And once again, Hamza knocking the tires with the Evo. So they have to be a little bit careful because the Bowser has been on there recently, so you know the chances of some of the drivers sliding is quite high at this point in time. So
yeah, you can see in the transition when from tarmac back onto dirt, they are a lot more light-footed. Can you see they're short shifting because it's been watered, it's a bit slippery, so they're not on full rev. Full rev will take them out, understeer, oversteer out of the corner, so they're short shifting. You can see it, you can hear it. Looking for traction.
The tires
Hamza hits it again.
After putting the tires back, it's been knocked by Hamza. That official's been kept quite busy putting the tire back on.
He's a tire fitter now. Yeah, but he's a country mile ahead, and he chooses to take the Joker on his second last lap with a chasm of a gap to second. He comes out way ahead, Sean. Even with the Joker, his opponent's second is not even in sight.
Incredible stuff.
So Evans is gonna, like, I would say it's a comfortable second.
Yeah.
I do not think third and fourth will catch him. And bar catastrophe, engine failure, or, you know, machinery failure, I do not think he will be able. Again, Hamza hits the tires.
Incredible stuff. So, you know, he's so far ahead at the moment, and you know, you were correct right at the beginning that, you know, this is such a superior car. It wasn't his original car, in case you're just joining us. He was in the Subaru, which unfortunately had an issue, and they've had to retire the car for the day. You know, that's a smart move, rather than letting the engine go completely, which would be much more expensive in the long run. So they'll obviously try and work on it this evening, but they're able to share the cars between father and son. So with a quite comfortable lead at the moment, leaving the others in their wake right now.
And like you said, the Anwars, 9 cars, take your pick.
Yeah. Great action between the Subarus, by the way, for second, third and fourth. Quite tight, but a country mile, as they would say. Hamza Anwar in the lead once again. He's in the final lap. This, the fourth rallycross event. It is the second of the year. They're organizing 3 this year, by the way. The next one will be in December. The final one will be in December at possibly another venue in Nairobi. We shall, of course, know in the coming weeks regarding that. But great action here at the Machakos People's Park. Hope you're enjoying the streaming. It is Logan Naidu and Sean Carter-Villis here. And easy victory, Logan.
Yeah. That was done at okay. If it is even is possible, but that was a strong. That was genuinely a strong.
Lapping some of them. They're on the final lap, the rest of them. This is Evans Kavisi.
Yeah, but you know, machinery dominance or not, he's driven that machine to its, to its max. Very clean. Just those tires, 3 times in a row. Sean, what do you say?
Almost, that official must be like.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Evans Kavisi in second place. George and Njoroge will probably be in third place. Oh no, that's Ishmael Aseli, who's in third place. Alright, so finishing in third place.
I think that's fourth, Sean. Oh no, you're right, he's in third place.
Yeah. And
So that
George
leaves
and
George
Njoroge
and,
coming in fourth place. Alright, so the Subaru boys have to rethink their strategy for Heat 3 because that was a very convincing victory for Hamza Anwar. This is his third rallycross, and good to see him. He's getting ready, by the way. He's leaving in a week and a half for Greece, Acropolis. The final rally of the Junior World Rally Championship this season. So just good for him to blow off some steam, father and son. We'll hear from him in just a moment as he comes out in the pits here. Just checking the car.
If you're saying the Subaru boys have to rethink their strategy, I think they have to tie both his hands and his feet together.
Or put a
because he's not
blindfold.
going any. Yeah. Here we go.
Maxine, of course, saying hi to him. There, let's hear from him.
Yeah, good fun, but I need a bit more competition. Maybe they should put me with the big boys. They should put you with the big boys? Yeah, I appreciate that. You're confident you've outdone each and every one of your adversaries right now? I guess so. Maybe the car helps a bit, but... Yeah. And maybe away from today's event, some of your fellow rally drivers are out there in the ARC. How come you're not part of that cohort and you're here doing the RX? Okay, the Safaricom team didn't have, well, the Rally Star team just didn't have budget this year to do the Africa Championship, which is a shame, but it is what it is, and we have to keep ourselves active. 100%. You're taking this as maybe a practice session for your WRC international event? Yeah, any time sitting in a car is seat time, so we appreciate every second of it. Any emotions when you're doing that last bit? Yeah, I got a bit bored, so I tried a few bold maneuvers. So they worked out. So. Yeah, it was good. Great, good fun. Nice atmosphere.
We've seen some pulsating race among your company. It seems you're getting just over them in all pits. What's the secret behind running?
Mike, can I borrow you? What's the secret to going faster?
That foot.
The foot?
The foot.
Nothing to do with the testicles?
No, you don't carry them.
You don't carry them. I left them at home. So yeah, it was good. We look forward to more. Thank you. Thanks.
You hear that, Sean?
Some cheeky comments from Hamza saying not enough competition. Well, it's true. Hamza Anwar, convincing victory over Evans Kavisi. Clement Marini, they're saying here, and George and Njoroge. So Clement Marini in this race, despite what's in our in our start sheet saying Ishmael, so Clement Marini in third place. So there seems to be an issue with the start sheet here from what we've got. But anyway, good to see. And we've got in the next seat Samir Nanji, Jose Sardinia, and Ron Oakley in the two-wheel drive category. We can see Samir and Jose Sardinia at the start, expecting Ron Oakley to come. So we are seeing 2 out of 3. Will we see Ron Oakley? We saw the car struggling a bit actually when I came from the pits, so it might not be ready, the Vitz. It was struggling a bit in the pits, so will it make it to the start? We'll find out in just a moment whether they decide to go without Ron Oakley. That would be sad, because Ron has been enjoying it, and when I asked him about the Vitz, he said, "It's underpowered, Sean, it's underpowered."
But he was loving it.
Yeah, they're enjoying it, but I think it's also a bit frustrating if it is underpowered a bit.
How did Heat 1 go on this? It was Samir, Jose, and Ron. Am I correct?
Yeah, yeah, it was Samir with the victory over Jose, yeah. And then Ron, yeah. So, yeah, that car is struggling a bit for power compared to the other two-wheel drives. So we'll have to wait and see how this unfolds. But the 2 cars there at the start, at least, Samir Nanji and Jose Sardinia, you can see it's hot out there. Ron Oakley, okay, it looks like he is going to be there. We can see him leaving the pits, going out. So hopefully there might be an issue with that car. We could hear it. It still looks like it's struggling. Coming out of the pits, that was just my guess.
But the sportsman that he is, he brings it out.
Exactly.
Well done.
And the difference with rallycross, you know, we know it's not as serious as, you know, some of the other sports. Yes, it's a championship this year, there are points, but, you know, the importance is the participation, getting people out here. You know, it's not people you'll see all the time in Kenya National Rally Championship or African Rally Championship, or, you know, that sort of thing. People are competing maybe in some of the other disciplines, but good to see some of these people out here and supporting rallycross.
Yeah, but Sean, he'll get there.
Yeah.
It's just the nature of motorsport.
Exactly.
It will get competitive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Starts
so
off
the
as
3
fun.
of them. The 3 of them on the line. Yeah, exactly. You know,
Starts off
it's
as
fun,
fun,
and then
it will get extremely competitive. Definitely, yeah. You're absolutely right there.
If you ask me, it's competitive already.
Exactly.
It can only get better. You know, you have a round in Nairobi with those crowds and cars that are nearer, bigger participation, shall I say. It can only grow.
Exactly. So 3 cars here. We got Samir Nanji, Jose Sardinia, and Ron Oakley. Ron Oakley in the Vitz. And then we got Jose Sardinia in the Taxi, the Toyota. And then in the white VW, Samir Nanji in his very familiar car. So expecting some great action between the 3 cars in this two-wheel drive category, which has always been a very competitive category. It is seen as a stepping stone towards some of the other categories. So about to get underway. Who's going to prevail in this? We'll find out in just a moment as they get underway with the starters. Logan has said the start is always crucial. The whole shot. Extremely crucial. Whoa, what a start by Jose there. Really pushing it.
I think
and
Samir's
then
got it,
Samir.
yeah.
So Samir with a great start here.
Wow, that is interesting. Samir, with the whole shot, going to the first corner first, takes the Joker.
So 2 of the 3 cars electing to do the Joker on the first lap as Jose races ahead in the two-wheel drive class. Incredible stuff. Jose will want to try and build up a little bit of time over the others, try and increase his lead, so to speak. He'll need to do that because of the Joker coming up later. The other two cars having done the Joker on the first lap, so they'll be at a slight advantage right now. And you know, the longer the race goes, Logan, the harder it's going to be for Jose, you know, in terms of the Joker lap and try to maintain his lead.
Yeah, but you know, Samir surprised us there by going into the first corner first and going straight for the Joker. But I think he has confidence in the performance of his car and himself, because quite frankly, he is closing the gap to Jose. So to be fair, as it stands now, when Jose jokers, the Golf will be ahead.
Exactly.
You know, so he knows something we don't.
Very
Who are
smart
we?
driving. Yeah, extremely smart driving, because look at this, he's just behind. And remember, he's done the Joker lap. Samir Nanji catching up, believe it or not, with Jose Sardinia. Incredible stuff here.
But you know, having said all that, look at that taxi. It's a Toyota Corolla A100 stuck in a roll cage. That's it. Raised it a bit with maybe some rubbers or a spacer. That's about it. And that car is in rallycross and it's fighting for first place.
All right, so he's doing the Joker lap finally, and of course Samir's going to go out in front of him just. It still is pretty close between the two of them. But you're absolutely right, that's more of a standard car, the taxi, than the VW, which has had, you know, several modifications done to it. So well done to Jose for really trying to get everything out of that engine to try and stay with the more superior VW, if I can say that, within this class.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he is lying second. The VW is quicker, but he's no slouch. I mean, he's very respectable second, and it's close to it, you know. In a standard 1500 A15 Corolla.
Incredible.
You know? And how's that for affordability, eh?
As we were mentioning earlier, of course, standard suspension, probably just one or two modifications. They probably did change the suspension a little bit, to be fair. Maybe some spacers, as Logan mentioned earlier. Roll cage, engine is standard. Just clean out the interior, put some bucket seats just to put the regulations in place.
The car sure
but the
is
bodywork
standard.
and everything is standard, yeah.
The car is standard. Now, Jose, now, is he standard? That's something we have to discern after the competition.
When you're doing four different disciplines, four different motorsports disciplines in 4 weeks, that is respect. 2 weeks ago,
What a guy, you know?
he was at the Eldoret Rally, a round of the Kenya National Rally Championship. Last weekend, he was in Nanyuki for the Autocross Championship. This weekend, he's at the Rallycross Championship. And next weekend, he's at the Rally Raid. Incredible stuff.
When I grow up, I want to be like Jose.
All right, so Samir with a fairly comfortable lead at this point in time, but Jose, very, very impressive in second place. Not too far behind, I must admit.
Yeah, Ron in the Vitz, struggling for power, as we thought from the beginning.
Yeah. It's a great battle here between them. The tire been knocked by Samir. As he crosses the line, well done, great victory there by Samir Nanji. Jose Sardinia, well done in second place. Very impressive there.
Yeah, well done.
And in third place in the Vitz, still to come up, is Ron Oakley, who goes through the chicane. And crosses the finish line. Well done, Ron Oakley. Very impressive in what he terms the underpowered Vitz. So well done to him. Great performance. Awesome. They'll be happy. There's his father, Sharon Tethy. in the red overalls. Who's guiding him? Of course, he's at every event. Great performance, great support, by the way, by the family for him. So that's Samir Nanji, who is the winner of his category here, the two-wheel drive. Number of people here already braving the heat. Here in Machakos County, we are at the People's Park. We'll hear from Samir in just a moment. But there's been some excellent action, and it's been good, clean driving. That's what's been important, huh?
It has. No mishaps, really. You know, some braking cars, but that's to be expected. No major incidents. Good camaraderie, good laugh. You know, and strong competition on a nice, bright, clear day.
Fantastic action so far. And we're hoping to hear from Samir in just a moment. But here is the replay of what happened during the race. And really, from the moment he got the whole shot, that was it. It was game over. Just as Sardinia, give credit to him, really pushed. But in the end, Samir was never going to be caught. Let's hear from him.
Hi. That was a very close contest. What's the secret of keeping the mentality of staying ahead?
Well, it was a simple race. I chose to take the Joker first, so to make life easier. At least then I don't have any obstructions or any different route to take. And I found it the easiest thing to do.
Now that they've introduced the ramp, what about the ramp? Is it tricky or challenging?
Say that again?
They have introduced the ramp. Is it tricky or challenging?
It's not very challenging. I think we just have to take care. I think the more flight we get, the more chances we can break the car. So we have to just take it easy. But I think that comes with knowledge and experience. In due time, you do eventually learn that sometimes flying is not good.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, so once again, very impressive by Samir Nanji. In the end, it was a relatively simple victory.
Mainly that.
Yeah,
Sorry, I think let's just hear from him. My
At the ramp, at the
apologies.
jump there.
I think I broke a shock mounting, but that's about it.
And plan going forward from now here?
It's just to take it easy, make sure that the car survives so that we can race tomorrow again. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
My apologies, Logan. That was a relatively simple victory, eh?
Yeah, it looked that way. You know, he shocked us. He went to the Joker first up, and that's the old 16-valve 2-liter Golf. It says he broke a shock mounting. I'm looking at them. They look rose jointed, not the original rubber ones. So maybe a rear shock mounting, because the front ones are rose jointed. That's proper competition stuff. Group N doesn't allow that. Maybe he's broken a rear shock mounting, which is the rubber. We don't know, but the front one looks fine.
Interesting, yeah. All right, so they got some work to do on the car before its next use. But we've got now, from the two-wheel drives, we're going to the juniors, and we got Hamza Anwar in the junior category. And our thanks very much, by the way, to our sponsors, Betika and NCBA, who are our title sponsors, SPS Power, Duchess Leah, who are providing the champagne for the prize-giving ceremony, Machakos Tourism and Machakos County, CFAO Motors, Cabras Sugar, Live Eye, Kenchik, 98.4 Capital FM, Wilkin Group, JCB Ganatra, Aquamist and Africa Eco. Thank you so much to our sponsors for making this possible, and thank you for your support of Rallycross in Kenya. So just looking at the junior class as we await, and we got Hamza Anwar, John Cardavani, Rajveer Tethi, and Ishmael Azeli. So thank you so much, by the way, to everybody at Live Eye for making this possible. You know, it's been excellent, the streaming so far, and for making our lives a lot easier. Thank you so much once again, Live Eye.
Yep, Sean, like you said, it's Hamza, John, Rajveer, and Ishmael John in that Betika car, which we do know is ailing. They got to nurse it if they really, you know, to take it to the end of the day. And I think they're doing a good job of it because they're not overdoing it. And let's just hope, you know, at the end of the day they can sort it out and it can be fully competitive for tomorrow. But now already, as we stand, John is at a definite disadvantage in that car, which is not producing most of its power. And the GC8 of something about that GC8 is Rajveer's?
Yeah,
am I right?
Rajveer, yeah.
That is a GC8 with at least N10 drivetrain.
There's something about that car.
The sound.
Yeah, there's something about that
the GC8s are, my boys have built one in Zambia, and they've been racing it. Kumar and Jassi and Junior. It's basically a GC8 with a full N10 running gear. And,
that must be a beast, eh?
It's quick. It's quick.
Yeah.
This has got the same thing. Who knows? December, maybe I'll get the boys to come out and bring a Zambia team.
Please do. Please do. The more the merrier, and particularly from Zambia, we welcome.
But they'll make me tow that car from Zambia. They say, "Old man, you want to go? You tow it. We'll come and fly."
That would be
not?
quite a long trip, but what an adventure it would be for you to come up with it. It'd be good to see your boys as well in action in that car. So, in the meantime, back to the action. We can see Hamza, we can see John Cardavani, and we can see Rajveer Tethi in this very impressive looking GC8 here at the start.
So who is missing here? Or are we...
Yeah, so I'm just trying to look again. Ishmael Azeli has not come yet. So just waiting to see whether he comes.
Well, they already put the 1 minute board up, so I guess
so he may not make it out. May not make it out, but
well, that's a shame.
Loving the action so far this afternoon. If you're just joining us, 5 laps, by the way, for each race. And this is the junior class. Hamza Anwar competing in 2 categories, the open and the junior class. John Cardavani and Rajveer Tethi, some great upcoming drivers here in this event. Who's going to prevail? We'll find out in a few minutes. But about to get underway. Remember, they have to do the Joker at least once during the race. And once again, Hamza with a slow start. But guess what? On the inside, he gets the whole shot despite being slowest off the start. You cannot make this stuff up. Rajveer electing to do the Joker on the first lap. That's interesting. And that'll prove to be decisive a little bit later. So, incredible stuff. Slowest off the line and still getting the whole shot.
How did that work out, Sean?
I have no idea.
Can you please enlighten an old man?
I
That
have
guy
no
was last
idea.
off the line, and he was first into the first corner.
I'm just a sports journalist. I don't understand how these things work.
It's like Shaggy said, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me. Brilliant.
But no, brilliant. There you go, Hamza in the lead.
Incredible stuff. Is he going to knock the tires? He's not. He hasn't knocked the tires for the first time in D2. Good clean driving by the drivers there.
I think the race is between these two, John and Rajveer.
Yeah.
You know, Hamza, I think, is clearing off.
All right, so Hamza is
to the
still electing
sunset.
not to do the Joker on this lap. He's ahead right now. John Cardavani there in the yellow Subaru. This is the junior class in case you're just joining us.
Well, I see Rajveer is catching John. So it'll be interesting who takes the Joker first between the two. John and Rajveer, that remains to be seen.
Impressive driving by Hamza Anwar here. Great driving. Awesome driving really zooming past us here at the commentary booth.
Look at these two, man.
Great action between the two Subarus here.
On each other now. So that's basically, I think, Hamza has cleared off into the distance. He takes the Joker.
Hamza's been very, very impressive. I'm so impressed by his driving. It's really matured.
Bounce, eh?
You know, we used to see him making the odd mistake. I don't want to put a commentator's curse on him, but we used to see him making the odd mistake. But he really seems to have matured in his driving. He's not on the limit. Just good, clean driving. And, you know, you're a motorsports man. You can see how mature his driving is at the moment for a young driver.
He's getting the experience. He's getting the seat time, most important.
Exactly.
You know, with credible competition. Competition breeds speed, mate. There is no substitute for that.
All right, so his final event, by the way, before he goes off to Greece for the Acropolis Rally, the 70th Acropolis Rally that's taking place in 2 weeks' time. And Hamza, very, very impressive. He's approaching the final lap, by the way.
Okay, who takes the Joker? Who takes the Joker between these two? Oh, John has taken the Joker. Okay, now what Rajvi has to do is put that foot down, otherwise he's in trouble next time round. What do you think?
All right, so remember, Rajvir had taken the Joker on the first lap. So for him...
Has he?
Yes.
Oh.
Remember, he went straight in.
Well, that's all she wrote then.
Yeah, so that's it, yeah. So he's there, not too far behind, considering how Hamza's driving and the car that Hamza has got. He's coming around the corner here, so he's really trying in that car. Beautiful sound of that GC8 as it goes past us with the anti-lag popping as it went past us, yeah.
Yeah, I think this one is settled, Sean. It will be Hamza first, Rajvir second, and John third. And John with that ailing car is still a very good showing as far as I'm concerned.
All right, sad that happened. It had to happen today because it will determine the start tomorrow. You know where they finish. But obviously the Betika guys are going to really struggle. Just touched the tire a little bit. Didn't knock the tire down. Our official there near the tires will be relatively happy. Doesn't have to pick the tire up again. All right, so well done, Rashid Tethi in second place. And John Kadavani, yeah, that car is not sounding healthy at all. We'll cross the line.
But he brings
in
it home.
place. All right. Thanks, by the way, to Jet Anthony, who's standing out in the sun the whole day with the flag there. So John Kadavani will go there. And I think the team will make a decision about what to do. Do they carry on? With an ailing car, try and save it, or, do they pull up right now and say, okay, let's sort this car out once and for all? We'll wait and see. But anyway, this car and the driver, head and shoulders above everybody else in whatever category they're in right now between father and son. Hamza Anwar, the winner of the junior category, with Rajvir Tethi in second place and John Kadavani in third place. So we'll hear in just a moment from Hamza Anwar, but great performance. I think he was driving probably at about 80% there, 70%.
You know what, he's just having a guess.
Yeah.
That's exactly what, I mean, that last round, I don't know if he was sleeping on the line or he just let them go,
Yeah.
But he was last off the line, first into the first corner, and he just cleared off into the distance. The car hasn't put a foot wrong. Both drivers, father and son, haven't put a foot wrong. They're having a whale of it today.
Exactly. So great performance there by Hamza. We'll hear from him in just a moment. All right, so here he is. As he comes out, we'll hear from him in just a moment. Here's a replay of what happened. And once Hamza took the whole shot, he had a slow start. That was it. Rajveer electing to do the joker on the first lap. But in the end, a relatively easy drive for Hamza, who has won quite convincingly. We'll hear from him in just a moment here. But Rajveer Tethi in second place and John Cardavani in third place. All right, let's hear from Hamza. He'll be speaking to our reporter in just a moment out here in the pits.
Once again, Anwar, we are here with you. You seem to be winning all the races that you go in. What's your secret now? You really have to tell us your secret.
Just keep your foot down and try and steer into the corners. That's all you can do.
Grow a beard.
And grow a beard. The goat.
We've seen you racing and it has been a close contest and you still emerge victorious. We hope to see you in major races soon.
Definitely. We'll be here soon. Off to Greece in 19 days. So that's going to be a tough event. So just good to just keep active a little bit before the rally comes and starts.
We wish you all the best when you go to Greece.
Thank you very much. Peace, guys.
All right, great comments there from him. Not really close contests, so to speak, contests, so to speak. It's been relatively easy. I think he's driving at about 70%, really, to be honest. How much of it is the driver and how much of it is the car at this point in time?
You know,
considering that he had to move from the Subaru to the Mitsubishi looks to be superior to the Subarus at the moment.
Yeah, but he's driven them all, you know. I mean, like you said, they got all those cars. He's driven the R5. He was driving the Evo 10, you know. And it's not really a problem. The kid can drive. You know, yes, this car is quick in comparison to the most that are here, but you still got to drive it. You know, you still got to keep that car on the road. You know, to finish first. What's the old adage? First, you got to finish.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And he has, like I said, he's got a lot of skill. He's got a lot of seat time, competition against credible competition, and that's developing him into a really good driver in entirety, not just quick. You know, he's quick, he's clean, he's not breaking the car. All these things make a great driver, not just fast. A lot of us have been fast in our lives, but we were, you know, in the riverbed. You know?
All right, so the two-wheel drives, we got Neil Gohill, Adnan Sohail, and Joseph Gacheche. They are up next in the two-wheel drive category. So good to see Adnan, the old person, so to speak, next to Neil and Joseph Gacheche. I was saying the youngster, probably youngster in terms of driving, but a little bit older in terms of age at the age of 50, around that time, around that sort of age. So good to see Adnan in action, and that's him actually in the pictures here. Approaching the start in this hybrid car. We're still trying to guess what that is. A mixture of a you were guessing could be a Suzuki Swift, not even sure what the shape looks like.
It's the back that's getting that for me. I don't know, we'll see. We'll ask him.
Yeah.
When we have a good break. We haven't been able to get to the pits because we're quite on the opposite side. And
reminds me of some sort of hybrid of, I don't know, actually looks like even like the older Vitz. You can see the body, the way it slopes behind a bit, you know?
True.
The front has been modified a bit, but it looks like it could be a modification of the older Vitz.
Frankenstein.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the old days of your Kenyan rallying when you used to cut up Subarus, make them vans, and make them lighter.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, then it's got that big spoiler on the back.
Yeah, and then they just outlawed them, didn't they?
Yeah. Which reminds me of the old Group B days.
Yeah.
With that big spoiler on the back of that particular car. And then you've got the Vitz here, the two variations of the Vitz here. This, by the way, is Neil Gohill, who's been so impressive. Very, very impressive driver. He's competing in the National Autocross Championship and also the Rallycross, and good to see his family just giving him so much support. We got Joseph Gacheche. there in the Vitz, which looks to be a bit underpowered compared to the Vitz that Neil Gohill has there. So, yeah.
Yeah, Neil running the older version, but I think it's up on power, maybe a bigger engine. They know what they've done, but it sounds lovely.
It sounds really nice, yeah.
You know, that one and Adnan's hybrid,
yeah,
they sound
really nice,
know?
Yeah.
The third Vitz, it just seems like it's underpowered, like it's more standard, you know. So all the more credit to Joseph, because he's pulling out a lot from it.
His foot is on the bottom of the pedal, but you know, there's only so much you can get out of the car, you know. So we'll wait and see. Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. My money, I think, is on Neil possibly getting the whole shot here. But if Neil gets the whole shot, it'll be very, very difficult to catch up with him. So we'll wait and see what happens in just a moment. In case you're just joining us, this is the two-wheel drive category. Adnan Sohail closest to us, Joseph Gacheche in the middle, Neil Gohill on the far end, the inside part of the track, and it looks like Neil has got the whole shot.
He's got it.
And it'll be difficult to keep up with him once he's got the whole shot. Who's going to take the Joker? And it's Adnan who's decided to go on the Joker first lap. Very interesting how some of the drivers have elected to do that, and it's worked in the past in terms of them catching up later. So we wait and see how this happens in that hybrid car, we're calling it.
Yeah, in two-wheel drive, guys, it's worked very well for Samir in the Golf.
Exactly.
You know, let's see how it pans out for Adnan in the stroke car. We don't know what it is, but let's see how it works out for him.
Neil, very, very impressive. Incredible stuff. So as he comes screaming round the corner here in front of us here. In case you're wondering, we're near the start here, the start finish. And these cars are very impressive with the drivers, the way they race past us from the final corner before the finish. And this is Neil. This car is wonderfully set up. You can see him with the jump and the car barely moving, very well balanced. Huh?
Well balanced.
So looking impressive. Neil, student at Hillcrest Secondary School. So probably back to school on Monday, or they're on holidays right now. I think they're on holidays actually. It's August, so on holiday. We'll be able to rest after tomorrow. Tires knocked, I can see not put back in place. All right, so very tight, and good to see the Vitz in front, by the way, of the hybrid. So it looks like they might have sorted out the issue with the Vitz, because it's looking impressive in second place right now.
But bear in mind that that hybrid is sniffing on the heels of the Vitz.
Oh yeah, and remember the hybrid
hybrid's taken, exactly.
has taken the Joker, so that's why. So
the hybrid's taken the Joker.
I might have spoken too soon. So the hybrid already catching up with the Vitz.
Oh, look at this!
Yeah,
look at
and
this.
overtaking it.
Almost
Overtaking it. But in the meantime, we can see our pictures.
And all this, that hybrid and the newer Vitz dicing now, it's just giving Neil a chance to clear off, because he's got a clear track in front of him.
All right, so as we can see our pictures, the Vitz, the newer Vitz, is still in front of the hybrid at the moment, but the hybrid has done the Joker lap already, so we'll wait and see. And what is Neil still electing not to do the Joker? So one more lap. Just love the way he takes that jump. The car looks very well balanced. All right, so about to overtake it. A great battle there.
I think he's going to have him now.
But in the meantime, way out in front, Neil, very impressive in the Vitz. Nice. Incredible, able to drive here, but not able to drive on the roads. Not got his driver's license yet. Too young to drive on the main roads, but by the time he does that driving test, it'll be a formality. Of course, course, you have to do the theory with the learning of the road signs. It's one thing to race around the track, another thing to drive on public roads. Very, very impressive. So he's on the Joker.
I think
easing to victory here.
That not being able to get past Joseph has compromised Adnan's race.
Yeah, so Joseph now on the Joker lap, and that hands the advantage to Adnan. I love the look of this new Vitz, you know, it's been done up very well. It's just the power that is lacking compared to the other two-wheel drive cars. So well done, Neil Gohill. Storming to victory, and well done. Victory to Neil Gohill. Jet Anthony, of course, there at the finish line with the flag. And well done, Adnan Suhail will come in second place in the hybrid and goes across the finish line. Very impressive, and well done. Keeping up, very impressed with Joseph in third place. He did his best to try and keep up with the other cars, so well done to Joseph. Very impressive drive there.
He held his own for a long time there, Sean, but once he had to take the Joker, I think the difference between car performance is shown up. But well done.
Exactly. All right, so well done. Very, very nicely done there.
Legends up next, I believe.
All right, so we have the Legends class. And we'll come to that in just a moment. We'll get the reactions for the junior class here.
It was a clean whatever heat once again. Just trying to keep it ahead, keep it clean. And yeah, the track hasn't changed really much. And yeah, so basically my goal was to just keep it clean for heat 2, which I did. I didn't manage to go off many times. And yeah, it was fun.
For purposes of those who don't know the car, what engine are you running, and how do you seem faster than the other car in the same class?
So we're running a 2ZZ engine from a Toyota Runex with a 1.8 liter 1800cc. It is switched. It was a swapped engine from a 1500cc that comes in a standard width. And yeah, it's quick and it's reliable and it's fun.
Now that we're talking about the car, quickly take us through the setup, because we can see you've got much higher shocks, longer travel with when you go over the jumps. Is that giving you an advantage?
So we have tweaked the car to set it a bit softer. So which means you have to set it a bit higher, which means when you take the jump, you don't really get damage to the underbody of your car, since we don't really have an underbody in this. And yeah, so we've just run it like that to keep the car safe and also to keep myself safe. Yeah.
All right, so just for today, as we summarize, who is that one person that you are watching out for to make sure that you can assure yourself of the championship?
In races, for now it is the guy driving the Daihatsu, and Suhail, Adnan Suhail. He's quick. And also Samir Nanji, that is in Group B, who's also taking his group by a storm. So yeah, we'll see more in the finals.
All right, thank you very much, and have yourself a fabulous afternoon.
Thank you so much.
All right, so interesting what he's running in the car. He's got an 1800 Runex engine, and of course highly modified the car.
That tells you what it is. You know, it's not a Vitz engine. So he's basically had to change the engine, the box, and the complete wiring. He's got the 2ZZ, which is an 1820 valve VVTi engine, Toyota VVTi.
Wow.
So it can rev, you know, if it's tweaked properly, it can rev 8,000. And I guess Joseph in the other Vitz is running the traditional 1300.
Yeah,
Bit of a David and Goliath.
or even a 1500, yeah. Yeah, so you can't compare the two, obviously, at this point in time. But very, very impressive, that car. A lot of work has been put into it. And well done. Neil, he's, you know, showing the faith put in him with all the modifications in the car. and getting the results. So fair play to him. Winning this, I was mentioning, of course, the junior class. It's actually the two-wheel drive class that he's won here. So well done, and congratulations. And of course, his folks have put in a lot of effort towards getting sponsorship for him. They've got Shell V-Power and also NCBA Bank, who are the joint title sponsors here. So well done to him for doing that. It's been very, very impressive.
Okay, Sean, I think the water bowser's on the track. We can have a quick break before we have the
come back.
legends, isn't it?
Yep, so we've got the legends coming up. We'll be back in just a moment as we have the water bowsers on the track. You are watching the Rallycross event here at Machakos People's Park.
we are just about to start off with our team event legends, and so far it's been a fabulous day out. If you're still around town or you're just watching us online, you can actually come on down and enjoy all the action as it unfolds right here. So we have Asad Anwar, we've got Chanran 30, we have got Ron Oakley and Bob Kaugi of Team Betika.
Exactly, the Betika car struggling the whole day. There's something with that misfiring, or is it the? I think it's something to do with the exhaust.
It actually doesn't have an exhaust. So
Yeah, but it's actually blowing from the manifold. That's why it's got no power.
Yes.
And I think it's gonna take them time to fix that. So maybe at the end of the day they can get it done. But honestly, in this category, Assad has been in a league of his own in that Evo 9, I tell you.
And I'm telling you, the GC8 driven by Fefe is also very fast. It's very agile, it's well put together.
If you listen to it, it's a GC8, yes, but it's the running gear is N10.
Aha!
You can hear that twin scroll turbo. It doesn't go that loud rumble, it's got the high pitch.
Yes.
So it is modified, and it is quick.
And the thing is, actually, the drivers that we have so far in this particular category are very experienced. So it's not too much about how the car is, but also how they drive and the opportunities that they get to overtake, because one small mistake could leave you in the dust.
Exactly, and I believe Assad has been getting seat time. He's been racing of late, and there's no substitute for seat time.
Very true.
Yeah.
If we look at Bob, he hasn't driven for a while. I think he doesn't get too much seat time. However, he's got loads of experience from over the years. Now, it's going to be a competition between seat time and the amount of actual experience. So let's get to see how this goes. We should be starting this race in the next couple of minutes. The vehicles are lined up for those who can see right now. It is actually going to be a very interesting one. Temperatures are hitting highs of around 32 degrees right now, so a lot of these engines will be put to let's just say they'll be put to task.
Something people need to understand: in a rally, you can get to fifth gear, let the engine breathe. Rally cross is first, second, third, fourth, maybe back down. It's just through the gears, the engine screaming all the time. As we see 30-second board goes up.
All right, let's see how this goes. Who are you calling for this one?
I think Assad again.
Assad. All right, let me see if I would put my money behind Charan, and let's see how this one goes. The drivers are raving. You can hear the anti-lag. And they are off, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see who gets the whole shot. Your GC8, but Assad's got the inside line, so he gets the whole shot.
Yes, he does. And remember, the Evo pulls a bit better than the Subaru, so he should be able to pull off much faster and put up distance between him and the drivers. You can see him going over the jump, and so far it's so good for him. He's left everybody else in his dust. Second, we have
Ron Oakley.
Ron Oakley is doing quite well, but we see Bob Kaugi still struggling at the back. I hope he doesn't have to chew the dust for the remainder of this particular race.
Like I said, for Assad, I think that's all she wrote. Good night, Sally. He's off. But for Bob, I mean, the car is ailing. And
it is ailing.
For him to hold it in that position, yes, it's maybe last in the group, but he's not being a slouch. It's really commendable.
And one thing you see, that the never say die attitude is what is really keeping
Correct.
These gentlemen have raced against each other when they were much younger. These gentlemen have competed against each other. I think Bob used to drive an N14, if I'm not wrong, back in the day. And as you can see, despite the fact that the car is not really pulling, he's pushing it to its limits. I think that the secret around this particular event is whoever manages to go around the bends fastest and manage to do a very calculated turn has a better chance of winning. So let's see if anyone going into the Joker. Yes, we have Ron Oakley, who's gone straight into the Joker, so that puts him at an advantage right now. However, he's at the back of the tail end of the drivers right now. Coming around the bend, we can still see that the Evo is pulling. Oh.
So what do we have? Just Ron is the only driver who's taking the Joker, am I correct?
Yep. So far so good. Let's see how it's going. Beauty to see is all the drivers seem to have a similar line of how to take in the corner, especially around, just look close to the Caravat.
The one entering the straight,
Yes. And as they come round, we have Bob really chasing Charan. So on the straights, he has a slight advantage, but let's see if that advantage continues to last, because remember, one small mistake in this event and it could be Curtains for you.
Curtains, exactly. You can see Assad there. Third round, he hasn't taken the joker, but also because he's got the whole shot, he's got a clear road.
He's very comfortable. If you can notice how he's driving, he's not really pushing it too much. He knows he's comfortable in the lead. All he wants to do is put a bit of distance between him and the rest of the drivers so he can go into the joker and assure himself that he will still come up on front.
And quite frankly, that's what he's achieving, isn't it?
Yes, he is. He's comfortably going through the tires.
And also, I think the preparation of this car is second to none. They've really worked on this car, you know. It's come here in pristine condition. Can't say that about
Betika, I'd say they have putting a lot of time to try and put this car together. They've been really practicing.
Having said that, mate, I mean, Hamza's Evo 10 is out on the first run. You know, so it's sometimes running is a gamble. What can we do?
It's not sometimes. Running is a gamble because you never know what's going to happen. You could be running and testing this car every single day, but the day you get onto the track is when it decides.
Exactly.
I think I'll conk out about now. And to be honest, as you said, it's extremely hot. We're putting these cars under extreme pressure. I mean, you're going into first, second, and third gear throughout this entire event. If you know Machakos, ladies and gentlemen, it is hot. It is dusty. Dust is also something that does not really allow performance cars to perform very well. So let's see how it goes. So far, Charan is very, Assad is very, very comfortable in the lead. Let me see, that's the final lap, if I'm not wrong. Let's see what else is coming out around the corner. Bob is really pushing hard. He's in third position right now, going around the third.
But between Charan and Bob, neither of them have taken the joker yet, isn't it?
None of them have taken this, so they have to take the...
one remains to be seen.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Here we go.
All right, let's see if who goes into the... If they actually do go through the joker. Wait.
Bob's gone through the joker. Bob takes it.
And he loses a bit of time as he tries to corner out.
But he stays ahead of Ron.
He's still ahead of Ron. What happened to Ron? He was doing so well.
I think he might have gone wide in a couple of corners in the back straight where we cannot see.
And there you go. He's extremely comfortably, and he has taken it. Assad has won the event as we thought. He's won this particular heat. Let's see who comes in next. Does Bob make it? No. Hey.
This is the final lap for all of them.
Charan has taken the second position. Bob is coming in nice and hot, really pushing it hard. Third position is gone, and unfortunately, Ron takes the tail end of that event. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a beautiful...
What happened to Ron?
I don't know, he was driving so beautifully. As you said,
I thought he had it.
If you make one small mistake on one of those turns, miscalculate your... Wait.
You know, I don't know if Charan actually took the joker in all those 5 rounds.
Might he have
That remains to be
miscalculated?
seen because we can't really be speculating, but I didn't see it. Did you?
No, and the fact that he's actually tried to go around it means he thought there was maybe one more lap.
There's something amiss, my man. There's something amiss. But anyway, the results shall tell.
All right, let's see if the cars have gone back into the service park. And as we can see, we'd love to take a look under the hood just to give you a quick idea of the temperatures that are going on in that engine right now. Remember, it's hot. The cars are under extreme pressure. This particular car has been driven by father and son. So it's not really getting a chance to...
Double trouble,
Yes, it's not getting a chance to take a break. So let's see if we can take it through the rest of the day and into tomorrow. Remember, this is a rallying family, father and son. Hamza does extremely well in the WRT Safari Rally. He's got a lot of seat experience also by driving in snow out of the country. He's got to drive with some of the best. Let's see how that goes. If you're still watching the screen, you can see the split screen between what's happening in Service Park and how this particular heat started off. I believe if you get into the corner first, you have a better chance of staying there.
Always. Rallycross.
However,
Rallycross, you get the whole shot. It's half your race.
However, the joker always throws in that wild card.
Now, let's say it's like father like son or like son like father.
Everyone is asking if we can race the last heat, father against son. That would be interesting because we are winning all our heats. So it should be a father-son fight. But we are sharing one car, so I don't know how it will be. But I know he's quicker.
It's been a pulsating contest for this heat. What's the secret behind now? Every driver now contesting for to be the winner.
So we have won every one of our heats except against Tundo, Flash. So we are really having a lot of fun. The organization is excellent. The sponsors, Africa Eco, Betika, Aquamist, you know, the organizers, just amazing. It's fantastic. The press are so friendly. We are very happy. And we just pray to God everything stays safe.
Yeah, that's the best part of life, and which each and every person would love to see. So what are we hoping to see next? Father, son racing together?
These tricks, how to take your lines, and they've learned how to make sure that you use the lines to calculate the amount of, to reduce the amount of time that you're going to take going around the entire lap. They've looked for every single game in the book to try and ensure that they give themselves that competitive advantage. But anyway, right now I think we should be having the buggies that are going up right now. This is the RX Cubs group, if I'm not wrong.
Yep, this is the Cubs. It's the first group of Group A of the Cubs. Karamvir, Ian Bengi, and Cheche Ababu.
And
all three in buggies.
Yeah, this is what, 1,000cc buggies. Setup is all the same, but I think at this point in time it's very good for us to mention some of our sponsors who made this event possible. We've got SPS Power, we've got Machakos Tourism, we've got Live Eye who are making this particular broadcast possible. We've got JCB Ganatra, we've got Aquamist who are making sure that we are refreshed and rehydrated throughout. We've got your best mix of music, 90.4 Capital FM. We've got Sifao Motors that houses all the beautiful cars that you love to drive. We've got Cabras Sugar, we've got Wilken, we've got the County of Machakos, African Eco Services, and Dashelia, if I'm not wrong. This is Casks and Barrels also here, ladies and gentlemen. So these are the people who make sure that this event happens every single time.
Yeah, and don't forget our main sponsors, Betika and NCBA. Brilliant. Right, this is what we do it for, right? These are the youngsters, right? The RX Cubs.
The future of rallying.
The future, exactly.
So what we are doing is bringing you the future here today, so you can see tomorrow's stars as they grow, as they get nurtured, where they started it from.
We just don't disappoint, do we now?
No.
No, but,
I mean,
you know,
please.
jokes aside, this is it. This is the future of rallying. It's just amazing. And then these buggies, let's have a look. And don't have a mention that Karamvir is a young lady.
Yes.
And she won the first heat.
She's a beautiful driver.
And she won.
If you've watched her in autocross,
convincing.
If you've watched her in autocross, then you'll also get to see that she gets a lot of seat time.
Really?
And not just here during the events, because she's extremely competitive. And just because she's a lady does not mean that you should assume that she's slower. She's very, very confident. She's got a very well put together buggy. It fires from all cylinders and doesn't seem to have all the small teething problems that some of the other buggies have.
I've watched her. Her lines, her braking. That's, for me, that's rallying. Eh?
That is exactly
lines and braking, and she's got it together.
For those who might not be privy to this information, some of these drivers are as young as 10 years old. That just means that what they have done, and none of these cars are fancy. This is a Toyota Starlet, this is a Toyota Vitz, this is a Toyota Probox engine, 1000cc. They've just put together on a metal frame. It is safe, one, just let you know. The drivers sit in a proper bucket seat, well belted, so they're extremely safe as they go through this. But the more seat time they get, and the older they get, they move to a different class, a bigger class with a bigger engine capacity.
Seat time and for me, you know, it's like we were talking about Hamza earlier. You know, he's doing the JWRC. He's competing, but he's competing against quality.
Exactly.
And competition.
That's it.
Breeds speed.
You learn every single time you get into an event and race against somebody different. You end up learning something new.
Now he comes back. He's got this added skill, right? But we have to race him, not me per se, but others have to race him. It just filters down.
And you see, whatever he learns, he passes on to those he meets.
We pick it up.
Whenever he's training and he's training in other drivers, what he does is he actually takes time to sit down and get to tell them that this is what you're doing wrong, this is what you can do right, and this is what you can do differently. And I think we've got 3 buggies in this particular event right now.
Karamveer, Rupra, Ian Bengi, and Cheche Ababu.
Now, Ian Bengi has been one of those drivers you need to watch out for. He's following in the footsteps of his father. Cheche Ababu happens to be the son of our sports cabinet secretary and a very, 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 very experienced driver. He's been driving quite well, hasn't been in the sport for very long, but has taken on extremely well. They will be the ones taking off in the next couple of minutes. We've got Karamveer, as we've mentioned. This is the person to watch out for. This is the driver who has actually left, let's say, tails wagging by her experience, how she drives, how comfortable she is. And if you look at her composure when she gets into the car, when she sits there, when she's just about to take off, her concentration is on the road. She doesn't look around to see, well, look at what's going on. She doesn't get sidetracked by stories of whoever is faster or whoever is who's better.
Yeah, and she did win the first heat, by far, I might add. Here we go.
And off they go. Let's see who's in front.
Whole shot looks like Karamveer.
Yes, that is her, and then she's look at how comfortable she's in the corner. She knows what she's doing.
Straight for the Joker, am I correct? No, nobody does.
Let's see who will actually end into the Joker first, because that gives you an advantage, or so we believe. Very fast, and interestingly, the buggies.
Cheche in second.
The buggies are not that heavy, so they're not kicking up too much dust. However, have they managed to overtake him?
Ian and Cheche going about it.
Has Ian? No, Cheche is on the inner side. Ian trying to take it from the outer.
Yeah, but he got the slingshot. Did it work?
No, let's see. No. Did he manage?
Yes, it did. The slingshot worked.
Oh. Let's see if Cheche goes into the Joker. Oh, yes, he did.
Cheche takes the joker.
Cheche takes the joker, then that actually gives him an advantage of being flat out for the rest of the event.
If you had seen the coming into the corner here, onto the straight.
Ian is really pushing
Ian's doing it again. That's called the slingshot.
Very smart, very smart on how he's doing it.
That maneuver is actually called the slingshot. You come wide and cut in.
Yes.
He did it to Cheche.
And it looks like...
And he's fighting with Karamvir.
Let's see if they're going to the
They
joker.
both take the joker.
Okay. So now Cheche is left. Let's hope that he can actually make up for that lost time.
Ian is really on the money. Very aggressive this round.
Yes, Cheche is slow, a bit off the accelerator this time, but let's see if he can actually make up for it. Looks like his tail end is a bit happy as he comes around the bend. Karanvir is still in the lead.
Ian doesn't try the slingshot this time.
I just remembered. Cheche has actually moved from an auto gearbox into a manual.
Okay.
So he's now getting to learn the gearing. I think this is his second, if not his third event where he's actually trying to drive the manual. So the transition could be the reason why he's at the back. However, let's see if he can actually make up for this, because the more seat time you get around the laps, the more confident you get when it comes to gearing.
True, but this dice between
Karanvir
and
there
Ian
he is. Oh, he just missed him.
Yeah,
oh!
I think it'll finish as is.
Final lap.
Final lap.
Let's see how this goes. This is a make or break lap.
Goes inside.
Takes it
Oh,
wide.
takes it. Ian takes it.
Beautiful.
From the inside.
Let's see if he can maintain that lead over the jump and flat out. If he can make it around this bend, then he has actually taken this heat. Well taken, very clean.
He's got it.
Very clean around the bend.
Well done.
Last corner. Beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. I guess they'll say like father, like son. Beautiful job.
Well done.
Cheche Ababu in third position.
Very competitive heat.
I was really
I was
good.
on the edge of my seat there.
Literally, I'm sitting at the edge of the seat, and I'm wondering, these kids at what? The average age is 11, 12. But if you look at how they're driving their skill, the level of comfort, they're extremely comfortable as they go through some of these laps. We're not seeing them skidding or skidding out of corners like they were the first time when they came here. So we're seeing them getting better and better with time. So I get to say this is actually going to mean that we'll have better drivers in the next 10 or so years.
Yeah, that was quite interesting. And now we move on to Group B of the Cubs. Now here we had an issue. I think Billy Tundo failed to come out on the first heat. They were trying to sort his buggy out, but it wasn't really working. He didn't manage. Let's hope they've sorted it out, and we can see Alan and Billy fight it out in this next heat.
I think in the next open class, we'll have open class B that has Assad, Flash, Ian, and Clement.
7. That is Billy. So Billy's out on track. They finally fixed his buggy.
Okay.
Now we wait for Eric's younger son, Alan. Alan Bengi. He had to run it all on his lonesome, the first heat, because...
So this is a quick replay of how those laps went. Some of the corners, some of the bends, some of the tricks that they used to make sure that they gave themselves that competitive advantage over their competitors.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How's the race been?
It's been amazing. We had, we didn't get the best of starts. We found ourselves in last, but a good joker strategy and a last lap overtake made it good in the end.
We've seen that you've won this heat against is a worthy competitor for you.
Yes, very good performance from him. A very strong competitor.
Where do you see yourself in the next 1 year?
I hope in the 1500 class.
That will be a great race for you. Great race for you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time.
Welcome. Thanks.
There you have it, Ian. Well said and very articulate. I'll tell you that much. Beyond his years.
If you tell me you had a strategy at that age, at this age, I hardly have a strategy for my own life. But here he is talking about he had his strategy going into the Joker. He knew what he was doing. He had planned it all out. He knew how to give himself that the edge that he needed to be ahead of everybody else. Man.
And how old is he?
He's 12 years old, if I'm not wrong. And the thing is, if I look at where we're going to be in the next 10 years, with the drivers that we're looking at right now, Ian Benki, Cheche Ababu,
Karambir.
Yeah, we will have.
How about these two young ones here? You know, Billy and Alan. Even younger.
This is going to be very interesting, because then again, the setup for this bug is slightly different from the others, if you've looked at it. However, does this give it an advantage over the gravel sections? Does it still have this competitive advantage with those wheels on tarmac? Let's see.
It remains to be seen. It's a very different configuration of a buggy to the ones we have seen, the one Billy's driving.
Yep.
And we haven't seen it run because it didn't make the first heat. So I don't know. Let's have a look-see. Let's have a look-see and see how it goes. You know, for tomorrow, I'd like to get the specs on each buggy so I can narrate it to
I will actually go around and check on every single one of these. I would like to know if they have the same engine capacity. I'd like to know if...
narrate it to our listeners.
Yes, get to know exact ages of every single one of these drivers.
What we do know is that they're basically rear-engined, rear-wheel drive.
Yes, all rear.
That's about it. We don't know whether they're motorbike engines, some have car engines. We'll have a look and we'll report it for you.
All these are car engines, mostly operating the Toyota 1000cc engine. However, the setup is very different. The cooling system is very different. So if you've seen most of them have the radiator behind their back. None of them are turbocharged. So as Ian said, what his plan is to move from this category, that's 1000cc, to the 1500cc, and then hopefully graduate to the turbo, where they can actually put a bit of juice into the engine again.
Brilliant. RX Club Group B. Here we have Alan Bengi, and he's up against Billy Tundo, both sons of Kenyan rallying heroes. Let's see how this pans out.
30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, remember this is an extremely safe event. We have all safety precautions taken care of. There's a team of what we call technical intervention vehicles in the event there is an accident or an incident that requires an emergency. We've got ambulances, and they're off, ladies and gentlemen. As we can see, they're not exactly as fast as would have expected. No wheel spin, but again, they're off.
So Billy gets the whole shot into the first corner. They both stay on main track. Nobody takes the Joker. Bear in mind, these are what, between 7 and 10 years old?
Yep.
Come on.
At 7 and 10 years old, what were you doing?
Playing cannibals.
Chasing birds and...
I'm telling you.
So instead of playing with toy cars and what you call a remote control vehicles, they're actually behind the wheel of a real vehicle, and that's what they're doing right now. This is now the second lap as they're going around. And as we can see, Bengi is in second position coming out of that. Not as fast as we'd expect, but for their age, they're being extremely cautious. Remember, they're just starting themselves off and trying to get a hang of being behind the wheel. No one have they managed to go through the Joker yet? No, not yet. So still on track. Let's see how they go over the jump. Yes, there they go. They're gathering more pace as they continue. The consistency and the speed is improving. Oh, Bengi has gone through the Joker. That gives him a small advantage. Let's see if he can actually pick up his pace right now and take this lap. However, so far, that gap between him and Tundo has pulled up. Bengi coming down that corner, down the straight. Hopefully can pick up some time from that. Both drivers are being extremely cautious as they go around the corners. You can see them. But for their age, I think that is something we would expect, because then again, you don't want to lose control of the vehicle. Over the jump they go. Very straight and neat into the corners. And you can actually see them getting better and better as they go down the different laps.
Yeah, the youngest competitors, Group B of the Cubs, Billy Tundo and Alan Bengi. As you can see, these buggies are not as powerful as the Group A Cubs. And as they gain experience, they will graduate to higher CCs. These seem to me like automatics. They might get to manuals, but no substitute for the experience they're getting at such a young age. It's brilliant.
So, one thing about these races is it's very easy to set up these buggies. Like if you look at Bengi's car, is something that you don't have to buy complete. It's something you can actually build for yourself. So it's something that you can do at home. It's something that you can actually get one of the more experienced rally drivers to do for you. And I mean, putting together the car can cost you anything between, let's say, 500 to 1 million, depending on your setup. And running this is just fuel and tires. It hardly breaks anything during some of these events, especially the rallycross. So you too could bring your kids into this. It's extremely safe. We've not had any accident or incidents since the inception of this event.
Yeah, it's just I just think it's a brilliant concept to have these kids racing now.
Final lap with 100 meters to go.
Yeah, Jet holds up the checkered flag and it goes to Billy. Well done, Billy. Alan is still on track.
Slow it down a bit around that bend. Then again, finishing this event is also an accomplishment in its own.
Well done to our juniors, the Cubs. Brilliant.
Brilliant driving from them so far. As we can see, Alan Bengi losing to Billy Tundo. These are the youngest drivers we've had in this competition so far. And again, remember, we're trying to nurture this talent while they're still young. Try to get some of these drivers into the seat, get them a bit of seat time, get them a bit of experience. Let them get a chance to understand how it is behind the wheel. So far, so good. Beautiful day out here. If you're still watching us online and you'd like to come on down here, well, it's a beautiful day in Machakos. Come on down and we'll have this event, watch this event. Remember, it's 2 days. So there's today and there's still tomorrow. There are a lot of sitting space. We actually set up some beautiful bleachers for you to come down and sit down and enjoy. Now, looking back into the highlights of how this event started, we have the set off. Billy took lead from the beginning of the event all the way to the end. Alan was in second position. There were only 2 buggies in this particular category. These are the youngest drivers we have here so far. As you can see them going around the bend, everybody's extremely cautious. The first lap, you always have those jitters as you go around the lap, but they get faster as they go. Over the jump, still being able to navigate and control the buggies over the jump. I think that's quite commendable because that's where a lot of people tend to lose control, even the older drivers.
Last time, but I think both of us did very well, and I think it was a really good race.
Is this your first race?
Yeah, sadly, the other one, the power went out and it stopped. So I was determined to try do well in this race.
Wish you the best in the next race.
Okay. Now we're moving to the Open B. These are past heroes and current heroes. Ian Duncan has just pulled up in his buggy that is a Mitsubishi Evo 9 or 10 configuration, a rear-wheel drive.
This is a beautiful buggy. If you look at the setup, I mean, he's got Evo arms, he's got the Evo engine, the cooling system, the braking system is off the Evo, and then try to imagine what an Evo is minus the weight. So that's how fast this vehicle is right now. Now,
but it is rear-wheel drive, not four-wheel drive, yeah?
Yes, rear-wheel drive.
Okay.
And then if you know Ian, for those who know Ian, he drives it like he stole it. He drives like it's a getaway vehicle from a bank robbery, because this gentleman
always has, always will.
He's just always flat out. He always puts on a good show for the drivers. But remember, it's an extremely interesting category, because we've got Ian, who will be going against Carl. I mean, not Carl. Carl Flash Tundo. And this is many people might think this is not a very fair race. However, it is as fair as it comes. We've got Assad, we've got Flash, we've got Ian, and we've got Clement. Flash is in. It's
basically a Ford Fiesta.
Yes.
Proto. So basically, the body is like the R5, but the running gear is Evo 9.
Yes.
And it's got the R3 suspension. But having said all that, he did win it by a country mile, so now they're giving him a penalty. They're giving him a handicap, 2 seconds a lap.
Ooh. But again,
so Splash has it all to do.
The competitiveness between these two drivers, they drove against each other way back, through the 90s into the 2000s, and here they are today, again, head-to-head, neck-to-neck. I'll let Sean continue on this end, and then I'll head on down to the interviews. Ladies and gentlemen, remember it is a rallycross. It's happening here in Machakos People's Park. Come, action.
Coming up to the line, Assad Anwar in that Evo 9. So far we've got Assad in the 9. Flash Tundo in the Proto, Ford Fiesta, and that man Ian Duncan in his purpose-built Evo buggy. Flash is running this time with a 2-second per lap penalty. I think we're waiting for one more. Clement Marini. Yeah, so let's see how the Open B works out. Yeah, welcome back, Sean. We on the line is your man, Ian Duncan, the legend. In his purpose-built Evo buggy, there is Carl Flash Tundo in his Proto and Assad Anwar in the Evo 9. Bear in mind, Sean, that man Flash has got a penalty. Not a penalty, a handicap, because that car's too quick, so they're giving him 2 seconds a lap penalty to give the rest a chance. What do you think about that?
All right, first of all, thanks Solo for coming in. He's the guy who's actually out on location, formerly of Capital. Thank you so much. Now, I've got some news for you regarding our man Flash. So the drivers have decided, instead of the 2 seconds a lap penalty, they've decided that he does the Joker lap twice. So that is news just coming in from the pits. I've just come from there. So he'll be doing the Joker lap twice. The drivers have agreed, so we await and see what happens. But in the meantime, what a lineup this is. Assad Anwar, who hasn't, well, he was claiming he hasn't lost a race, but I tell you what, against this Proto, now this is proving to be hard work because the Proto is so superior to the other cars at the moment. And then, of course, Ian Duncan, it is so great to see him in action once again today. But what a race it's promising to be, yeah?
Yeah, Assad did say, I've won all my heats bar that Flash guy. Look, I think the drivers have missed something, because that 2 seconds a lap penalty, that was 10 seconds. I think that was better for them. I think Flash double Joker is still going to win it. It remains to be seen. Maybe I'm wrong, but what do you think?
We have to wait and see. This is going to be extremely tight between them. We wait and see. So we see Assad Anwar, who's been so impressive today, of course, showing none of the rustiness of before. He's going to be in action, so we wait and see. And we've got Carl Tundo in the Proto. And Ian Duncan in the buggy, Evo 10 running gear with sequential gearbox. Incredible stuff. They're about to get underway here. This should be an incredible race. So remember, Flash has to do the Joker lap twice out of 5 laps to try and level the playing field here.
I'm still thinking he's coming out on top. Well, you know what? Whole shot tells it all. Whole shot always tells it all, you know?
Yeah.
If he gets to the whole shot, double Joker, he's going to win it, I think. If he doesn't get the whole shot, it's over.
All right, so about to get underway, 5 laps each. Logan, it's all going to be about trying to cut the legs of the Proto, and already Tundo, he's already got it.
He's got the whole shot. Let's see now. Double Joker. He's got 5 laps. He can do 3 laps.
All right, so already Ian has decided to do the Joker on the first lap. That's interesting. Remember, Flash has to do the Joker twice. So we wait and see.
Okay, so Flash got the whole shot. He's out in front. Assad behind him in second place. Ian Duncan in third because he took the Joker first time out. Now, my assumption is if Flash gets the whole shot, he can Joker twice and still win. Sean, you're still skeptical. Let's see how it goes, because here's the first Joker.
All right, first Joker. Remember, he has to do it twice. All right, so where is Assad going to come out in front of this? Let's wait and see. Oh, my word. It is extremely tight. So remember, Flash has to do the Joker again.
True, true.
I'm loving this,
But
man.
he's on the heels of the Evo 9.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I still think it favors Flash.
This is interesting. And where's Ian in all this? Ian's still yet to come onto the tarmac. Okay, he's there. And remember, Assad has to do the Joker. So Ian still has a part to play in this, even though he looks way behind at the moment. All right, so you got a Proto with Evo 9 running gear and a sequential gearbox. You got a buggy with Evo 10 and a sequential gearbox, and you got the Evo 9 there. What a race it is, Logan.
Look at these two.
Unbelievable.
It's Rallycross, people. Not for the faint-hearted, but for everybody of all ages.
Exactly, and these are 3 incredible drivers. Remember, both Ian and Flash have won the Safari before. Assad Anwar is no slouch. He's a motorsports legend, and he's ringing that Evo 9, trying to get as much out of it. Remember, Flash has to do the Joker again. I think this is a leveler.
Whoever takes the Joker now wins it. Yeah.
Oh, mistake! Oh, and that's it. Oh, and that's going to affect Ian as well. That's going to affect Ian as well. Oh dear.
Assad
just when we thought the race was on.
That was hard luck. Assad coming off the tarmac into the changeover onto the dirt. Just was too hot into that and spun it. But he's running again. But I think that's curtains for him for the win.
That's it. And Ian also got affected by it as well when he came into the corner as well. So remember, Flash still has to do the Joker again.
Exactly.
All right, so he's trying to gather as much speed. We're into the final lap. Incredible race here until Assad got stuck around the corner. And of course, you can see that's the Bowser as well that affected them.
Flash takes his second Joker lap. Comes out clean in front.
All right, real shame there. Real shame. We thought it would be a leveler.
was close.
But that's racing for you.
It was close for a while, Sean.
Yeah, it was close. All right, so Flash, despite doing the Joker lap twice, will still come out to win this. But the main story is Asad Anwar spinning while in front. And in the end, congratulations, Carl Tundo comes across the finish line.
Well done.
That was a great race for 4 laps. Ian Duncan in second place, Asad Anwar in third place. Great race that was initially.
But he gave it a good run. Asad gave it a really good run. That's rallying, as they say.
Exactly. Congratulations. Well done. So we'll hear from Flash in just a moment. Our man Solo is out in the pits there, and we'll hear from Flash in just a moment. So just to let you know, in case you're joining us, what a race that was between Asad Anwar and Flash. I was expecting Ian to be a little bit closer, but it just looks like that buggy is quite a handful to handle, you know, in these conditions, particularly after the Bowser has been on the track. Your thoughts?
Traction, Sean.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful car, beautifully made, sequential box, but it is rear-wheel drive. You know, and when they put they water down the track, it's just simple traction. Because nothing doesn't bear on the man. The man's a legend. The man's a machine. If that thing was 4-wheel drive, I would be on. We'd be on.
Are you going to advise Ian? It's not me. I'm not going to go as a sports journalist. You can go as the former rally driver. All right, so just going back to the replays for this, and here it was. It was a great race, Logan.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So Flash went into the lead. He got the whole shot, but the story is how Asad managed to keep up, particularly when, you know, we heard that Flash had to do the Joker lap twice. And it was a great race. Ian was also in the mix. Ian elected to do the Joker on the first lap. But the story really was the race for the first 4 laps at least between Asad and Flash.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
How did that go?
Yeah, it was all right, actually. Good fun. I don't know what Asad did in front of me.
What happened there?
I have no idea. I just saw him lock up and then spin.
And then you had to do the Joker twice.
Yeah.
And you still managed to end up in the front.
Well, once you're ahead, I was worried because Asad, when I came out of my first Joker lap, I was behind Asad. But then when he messed up on that corner and I got ahead, it was okay.
And then he stalled for a minute, so we need to understand what happened.
You can ask him, I have no idea.
When you took off from the starting point, what was your strategy going into this particular lap?
So I wanted a better start than I did the first one because I was left behind, and it was quite a good start. The 3 of us got away quite evenly, and then I was hit and hope.
Congratulations and thank you very much. We'll give you time to take a breather. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the winner of this particular heat, Carl Flash Tundo in his Proton. Let's see if he can continue with the same form throughout the rest of the event. As you can see right now, the team is quickly looking through the vehicle, making a few adjustments, checking the brakes, fenders, small things. Back to you, Sean.
All right, thanks very much, Solo. Our man on the ground there, Carl Tundo, by the way, some breaking news. I just had a chat with him for Capital FM. He says he's awaiting feedback in regards to being chairman of the organizing committee for the 2024 Safari Rally. He wants to stay on. He wants to stay on for 2024. It really is depends what happens in terms of the organizing committee regarding that. And he says also an important mission for him is to try and get back the entries in terms of local rallying for him. That really is what he's intending to do over the coming years as he makes the adjustment from semi-retirement, so to speak, in terms of what he's doing, in terms of leaving a legacy in the sport. So the breaking news is that Carl Tundo does want to stay on for 2024 as the chairman of the organizing committee, the local organizing committee for the Safari Rally. So we'll await and see what happens in the coming weeks and months in regards to that. The big news for the Safari Rally is that it could move from, it's looking increasingly likely that it's moving from its June date to what was the traditional Easter date of the old safari rallies, either in March or April of 2024. So, you know, a lot of decisions need to be made quickly and relatively soon in regards to the safari rally.
Well, what can we say? Sean is a stellar bloke, great competitor, great organizer. I wish him all the luck.
How did that go?
All right,
It went
so let's
very well
hear from
until I tried a
Asad Anwar.
Scandinavian flick that went completely like an Indian flick.
You took 10-15 seconds and you just stalled. What was happening at that point in time?
So I spun and I stalled, and then I didn't want to move the car because Ian was coming. I wanted him to see me. So you know, if I moved back, I would have gone into him or forward. So then he passed, and then I carried on.
Well, the last lap, you said that Hamza could be faster than you, but after what we've seen right now, we really doubt that.
I don't know. It would be interesting to have a head-to-head with Hamza, but let's ask Ron if he'll lend Hamza the car.
I will wait to see that. So, if you were to do this lap again, what would you do different?
I wouldn't be showing off. I would drive clean.
That was more exciting, and that actually puts you for a minute there.
So now the thing is, you know, it's a spectator sport, so we have to have fun.
And you did put on a good show.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks, guys.
All right, fantastic. Indian flick.
The old pendulum there didn't go too over pendulum, isn't it? Scandinavian flick. That was good fun, that.
Yeah, it did go wrong. Okay, so now we know exactly what happened. And of course, with Asad, you know, it could happen to the best as well. As we see the champions category here, Eric Bengi, Baldev Chaga, and Andrew Mururi, we get the feeling that now if Flash has to do the Joker lap twice, it really is going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons because Asad, of course, will think twice before doing that, particularly when the water bowser has been on the track, you know, literally just moments before.
I think you know, he's being a bit like a superlative, to be honest. You know, he was coming in hot. He was trying. So when you come in a bit too hot, you do flick. You know, it just didn't work. But I mean, I got to give him all the credit. Against the Proto, he was holding his own until that unfortunate spin. We didn't know who was going to win that.
If we do have time, and of course the organizers are listening to us, it would be great to see father and son, that head-to-head between Hamza and Asad Anwar. That would be extremely interesting to see how they handle it. All right, the champions category about to get underway, and we've got three here. Andrew Mururi, Eric Bengi, and we've got
Baldev Chaga, who gets the whole shot. And Eric goes straight into the Joker. This is going to be interesting.
All right, so this is another great category as well. And it's great to see Baldy out here. Baldev, by the way, was driving one of the Zero cars during the Safari Rally.
Yeah, another legend of the sport in Kenya.
And by the way, the reason why we were thinking, oh, he's not being competitive enough, that was his first ever lap on the track. You remember they made some changes on the track.
First order.
Yeah, and he had only just come this morning, so that was his first run on the track. So Baldy now getting used to the track. In front
looks like
now.
he means business now.
Yeah, in front of Andrew Mururi and Eric Bengi in third place. He had elected to do the Joker on the first lap, so he'll come back storming away. But Baldy, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to build up his lead because the Subaru compared to the Evo, you know, would be a little bit slower. So Andrew Mururi electing to do the Joker on this. Baldy trying to build up as much of a lead as he can before he goes into that Joker lap. But, you know, you've got to think at this point in time, Logan, that the advantage would be with Eric Bengi at the moment, you know, until he goes on to that Joker lap. Huh?
True. As it stands now, Baldy is the only one who hasn't taken the Joker, but his driving is very deceptive. He's very clean.
Exactly.
You know, so you don't know what he's just clean, and he carries speed into his corners. Agreed that Evo for me is a quicker car, but these are both drivers. I think he's gonna have to take the Joker now, and we're gonna see.
All right,
who's who in the zoo.
Exactly. So they're into the third lap here.
No, he doesn't.
And he's not done. So there And Baldev Chaga still hasn't done the Joker. The other two have. So this is extremely interesting. Baldy's strategy, try and build up as much of a lead as you can. It's like the Roadrunner and the Wile E. Coyote. Just try and get as much of a lead or try and outdo the opponent if you can.
True,
And try and see, but I can see that Eric Benke is catching up slowly with him. So
the way I see it, that gap is getting smaller instead of bigger.
Yup, so at the moment, short of a disaster, Eric Benke in control of this event at the moment, because Baldy has to go in at some point, do the Joker lap. He could come in at this point in time. Let's see when he's going to do it.
He does.
He does, yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
And he stalled it, he bogged it, yeah.
What a shame. All right, so Eric Benke now out in front. Baldy will have to come in after this lap. On the final lap, he'll have to come in, do that. So that will determine whether he finishes second or third in this. We know that the yellow car has had issues the whole day. So Baldy, it's really, if he can maintain second place when he does the Joker lap, that's going to be the big talking point here. But Eric Benke in a class of his own once again. An outstanding driving, Logan.
Yeah, fully committed, eh? Eric has been fully... Oh, look at that drone footage.
All right, so a new
Eric's car,
feature
beautiful.
for this is this drone footage. This is a new feature for this event, and it looks great, huh?
Beautiful. Final lap, Baldy has to take the Joker now. There's no two ways about it.
All right, so Baldy coming out of the Joker. And he looks to be still in second place, it looks like. But Eric Benke well in front at this point in time, and unless he does an Indian flick, will finish comfortably ahead in this final race of the day.
He could well finish ahead even with the Indian flick.
That is true. That is true. All right, so well done, Eric Benke, cruising to victory. Well done.
Yeah, brilliant driving. Baldy through to take second.
Baldy, not bad actually. Not bad at all. And great, great action here. As Andrew Mururi comes across the finish line. Great action. And as they go across to the pits, you know, it's been awesome action, and you know, for a point, Baldy, we thought his strategy, you know, he might give some competition, but it kind of blew up in his face in the end, huh?
It did. There was a chasm, performance-wise, between the cars, but it's rallying. You got to drive what you have.
Yeah, so interesting to note with Baldy, so he's decided that he's got the Evo 10. I was just talking to him just now in the pits. So he's got the Evo 10, what he was using as the zero car in the Safari Rally. So it really depends on budgets. Of course, it's not easy at the moment. He did, unfortunately, the sponsorship with Menengai Group has stopped. So for him, so you know, with between business, family, and everything else, rallying is not the major priority. Of course, age as well with us as well. So it'd be interesting to see whether he does one or two rallies from time to time with the Evo as well. But well done. And that's Eric Benke. Let's hear from him.
Been very good.
Excuse me.
All right, so our man Solo on the ground, just awaiting as he takes off his helmet, Eric Benke. Let's link up with Solo and speak to Eric Benke, a convincing winner in the final race of the
Ladies
day.
and gentlemen, Eric Benke, how has it been so far?
So far, so good. Very good track, very interesting. Still very tricky. A few corners quite tricky and slippery, but all good.
We're seeing the car performing slightly better than it did last time, especially in the cornering. You've got better control as you come out of the corners as you go in.
Yeah, we have been learning how to drive it every day. Much better, a little bit more power, of course, and doing very well.
Give us a quick summary of this particular heat that you just had right now.
Yeah, we started off a little bit slower from the others. Then Boldy came in. I didn't have a chance to get into the inner lane and had to take the joker quite early in the first lap. But kept on chasing and kept at his tail, just waiting for him to make a slight mistake. And luckily, I think on the third or fourth hit, he made the mistake and I took him over the jump.
So what's your strategy as you go into the joker? Do you take the joker first? Do you take it as your second lap or your...
Really depends on your road position. If you are first on the road position, you stay away from the dust. If you are behind somebody, you take the joker early.
All right, thank you very much, Eric, and congratulations on that. Let's see if we can keep up the good spirit.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Sean.
All right, Solo, great stuff there. Eric Bengi just in a class of his own, and I just love this new drone footage. Just incredible to see the cars in action. Almost looks like toy cars in action, but well done to Eric Bengi, and brilliant action today. Boldy really took it out at the moment. You know, he really took the competition to Eric, but in the end, just the performance of the cars, the way the cars set up, it was just too powerful in the end for the Subaru.
Yeah, and it was evident on the track, Sean, you know, that Evo 9 is, both Evo 9s today, you know, Eric's car, Assad's car, they're just in fine form, you know, they're burning on all cylinders, shall we say.
Yeah, and all credit to the fathers as well, who, you know, bringing their boys, you know, also hopefully see a few girls competing in the future as well. So to Eric as well, who's busy with his sons Ian and Alan, very busy. Of course, we got Flash with Billy. You know, we've got some of the older boys as well. Rajveer with, you know, with his father, with Charan. You know, it's great to see, of course, Assad and Hamza as well. So great to see what's happening with Rallycross and how the younger generation and, you know, father and son in action.
It's the way we do it, Sean. You know, I mean, a few weeks back, my son, who's now retired from swimming, had his first rally in 5 years. You know, and his cousin sorted out the car. It's just how you do it, isn't it? Okay.
EA Car Loan. You can also get insurance for your car for up to 1 year, and all this within a 24-hour time frame.
Hey, Daddy, we will do 12 visits to Grandma, 8 road trips with Mommy, 52 trips to see my cousins.
We know that it's not about the car, but the journeys. Get your NCBA Asset Finance Loan approved in just 24 hours, as well as your car insurance. The name is NCBA, and the numbers that matter to you matter to us. NCBA Bank. Go for it.
All right, so some great action that's wrapped up today in the Champions category. It's been absolutely brilliant. Our thanks once again to the title sponsors, Betika and NCBA Africa. Thank you very much to the other sponsors, SPS Power, Duchess Leah, who are providing the champagne, of course, for the prize-giving ceremony. We've also got Machakos Tourism, CFAO Motors, Cabras Live-Eye, Kenchik, 98.4 Capital FM, Wilkin Group. We've also got JCB Ganatra, Aquamist, Africa Eco Services, and thanks very much once again to Machakos County and Machakos Tourism for hosting us. Just to let you know what's happening all right, so just to confirm, we've got Heat 3 which is on today. So we got Heat 3 which is on. We got the team events for the ladies. We got the open class, the two-wheel drive, the team event junior, and the two-wheel drive B class, and of course the team event for the ladies. All right, so those are coming up. We of course finished Heat 2 just now, so we got Heat 3 coming up in just a moment. So we'll be back in just a moment as the water bowser goes around. We'll be back, of course, to resume the commentary for Heat 3. ladies and gentlemen, so we're into Heat 3. This is the ladies' event. And it is lap 3 with Maxine Wahome, who's doing extremely well out here. All right, so Caroline Gatimu had crashed out a little bit earlier. That is the main story from this. But once again, Maxine, who's doing extremely well. Caroline crashing out, of course, you'll see it in the replay later. But what we can see is Maxine Wahome once again being really, really flawless in terms of what she's doing. So into the final lap. And we can also see there Jennifer Mullick. All right, so Jennifer Mullick into the final lap. But Maxine Wahome doing extremely well, leading once again. And really showing that class is permanent. Remember, she won her category in last year's Safari Rally. But we don't see her so often on the motorsport scene, and it's good to see her back in action and once again doing extremely well. Logan, the story here has been how Maxine has been flawless once again in her driving, but Caroline had a spin a little bit earlier. She had a small mishap, which cost her dearly in terms of that, but once again, well done. As we have a look here at Caroline and see what happens, and as you can see, that once again with the Bowser out on the course, congratulations, Jennifer Mullick. Finishing second in that category, and loving the drone shots here. Beautiful, beautiful, and seeing how tight it is there. You can actually see through the drone shots how tight it is through that chicane, and why so many drivers, in particular Hamza Anwar, hitting the tires in that. So great performance. You can see her car has been through the wars, Caroline Gatimu. She had a small mishap during the event, but well done to her in completing this. So drama once again in the ladies' race. And here she is, Maxine. We'll hear from her in just a moment. Link up with Solo. She comes out. And there's Mom, who's there. Proud mother with the Maxine Wahome rallying t-shirt. She's been absolutely brilliant. They follow her everywhere, her and of course Jimmy Wahome, the father. Maxine there with another comfortable win, and she's not showing any of the rustiness of being away from motorsports in particular. So we'll hear from her as she speaks to Solo in just a moment. And Maxine doing really, really well on her return as she's here. We'll hear from her in just a moment. Let's link up with Solo. All right, so that's the replay. We'll see what happened in just a moment with Caroline Gatimu, who got a really good start there, Logan. But we will hear from her. Let's link up with Maxine.
Hi, congratulations. How did that go?
It was good. A crazy mistake over there, but it was good.
Let me ask you, so you started off very well, but you tended to, once you knew that you were in the lead, you tended to relax a bit.
Yeah, save the car for the rest of the team.
But it's all about the time, the better the points.
The time was, I'm sure it's good. I hope it's better than the last heat. So sometimes you have to think about the car as well.
Let me ask you, who's that one driver who's getting under your skin for today?
Caroline.
Caroline, why?
Because she has a good car. She's also fast, so yeah.
Do you think that your years in riding the bike and let's say what you learned in WRC is actually helping you today?
Yeah, it helps a lot. With the bikes, the fear comes out, and with WRC, you learn a lot of lines and everything. So they've both benefited me in huge ways.
So when it comes to the Joker, what is your strategy normally? Did you take it first? Do you take it as the last, or do you take it when you know you're comfortable and you're in the head?
When I'm in the lead, I take it like in the middle, 5 laps, take it at the 3rd lap. So because the 2 laps you have made a gap, you have 2 more to catch up if something happens. So middle is best.
And how does it feel sitting on the wrong side of the car?
You don't feel it. It's only in your head.
Are you serious? Shifting with the right hand instead of the left?
You don't really feel it. I don't personally. I don't. It's your mindset.
Okay, thank you very much, Maxine. All the best, and let's see how we continue to progress. Ladies and gentlemen, Maxine Wahome, the winner of this particular heat, driven extremely well, driving Subaru, left-hand drive, for those who might not be able to see what I meant by sitting on the wrong side of the car.
All right, thanks very much to Solo, who's out there in the pits for us, and Maxine just been very, very impressive. She's not been driving too much of late, but they say class is permanent.
Yeah, there's no substitute for talent, Sean. I mean, the first heat, the car gave up the ghost. They fixed it, and she hasn't put a foot wrong since. I'm going to dub it MOM, Maxine on a mission.
Brilliant, brilliant. All right, so that's the ladies. Once again, very eventful. And of course, Caroline spinning on the tarmac there. And she has done really, really well, of course, to try and keep up with Maxine. So thank you to Solo, who's out there in the pits. And of course, doing really, really well in terms of keeping in touch with the drivers. Good to see Solo out here. Who's helping us, of course, and he's our man in the pits. So up next, we got the open class, and it's Hamza, Evans, Clement, and George. All right, so we're hoping to catch up with Caroline to find out exactly what happened. But beautiful, beautiful conditions. Look at the scenery, Logan. It has been absolutely beautiful. So just looking at that, not a cloud in the sky, just a few clouds. So let's link up with Solo, and he's speaking to Caroline.
Ladies and gentlemen, Caroline Gatimu, how was that lap?
Nerve-wracking. Nerve-wracking because I took off very well, but I don't know where I lost the car. I was doing okay, but somewhere at the second corner, I think I can't quite, I don't know what happened.
You were extremely fast on the straights, good into the corners, and then you just spun out somewhere.
I think when I came into the second lap, the first lap I was okay, the second lap I had a puncture where I don't know where I got, and that's where I lost the car completely. So I tried pushing, it's going off, it's throwing me off. It threw me off at one of the corners, like I lost it completely.
You look like you are under pressure from something somewhere. I just don't understand, because I've been watching you drive, and this particular, there's just one lap that something happened.
I think I put myself under too much pressure in terms of, I think I thought who's behind me, and I need to...
You couldn't focus?
I didn't focus, honestly. That one I didn't focus.
But how's the car so far, though?
No, the car is good. It's perfect. In the morning, I did extremely well. The second heat 2, I also did extremely well. Heat 3 is where now I think the adrenaline got the better of me.
And how is she over the jumps?
Oh, lovely, 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 lovely.
All right. Thank you very much, Carol. Any words for the young girls who are watching you right now who want to be like you?
I encourage you young girls to come out here. Let's do this. Mothers, fathers, don't be too scared about your children doing a dangerous sport. It is not a dangerous sport at all. You've seen young children here, they're the youngsters. I do it with my daughter, so mothers, please bring your children.
Thank you very much, Caroline Gatimu. Ladies and gentlemen, Carol Gatimu.
Fantastic, and I tell you what, fantastic. I tell you what, I have so much respect for Caroline Gatimu, mother and daughter rallying, you know, not only rallying here at the Rallycross, at the Safari Rally, is such an inspiration. You know, it's for a black Kenyan, black Kenyan woman to be inspiring her daughter to be doing this. It's something else in motorsports.
It's brilliant. It is brilliant. Next race, Sean, who's up?
Hamza Anwar, Clement Marini, and we are here in the open class, Hamza and George and Njoroge. All right, so about to get on the way. Hamza with a great start here. George and Njoroge, there's a real battle there between Clement Marini in second place and George and Njoroge in third place. George electing to do the Joker on this lap. So it's interesting how a lot of drivers are now thinking about doing the Joker on the first lap. Logan, this is extremely interesting tactic, huh?
That was George who did it, yes?
Yeah, George, yes,
and it
yeah.
puts him in third place.
Yeah.
Like they were saying, you know, Hamza was saying it depends. It depends on your road position going in, first time out. If you're, you know, if you're leagues ahead on the first lap, there's no reason to. But if you're lagging, it can give you time to make up. So that's what's happened. And then there's your boy Hamza here, who's just shot off into the distance once again.
Like a cowboy, into the distance, and that's it.
He's gone. The kid is
Not
gone.
to be seen again. Look at that. He's approaching, what, 1/3 to nearly half a lap ahead already. And something else, man. I tell you what, something else, huh?
Credit where it's due. They've prepared that car really well.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And
it's
I
in good
know,
shape and, you know,
meeting them,
really brilliant, you know.
meeting them and going to their house, they spend a lot of time preparing the car and a lot of money preparing the car. So well done to the Anwars for once again putting this car together and it being in brilliant condition. And I know they'll have a look at the Subaru, and that Subaru, if it's ready for tomorrow, will be in awesome condition. So give credit to them.
Yeah, because we're, you know, on the other side now, we can't really interact directly with the competitors, but after Heat 3 we'll have a chat to them and we'll find out what is wrong with their cars, because we have really no idea whether it's terminal, whether it's minor.
Oh dear, we're speaking and there's a problem. So they're going to have to probably red flag this.
It is being red flagged,
Yeah.
exactly what you predict, Sean. You see Anthony running up there with a red flag. Not major, you know. Who is the hatchback?
And that is Clement Marini.
So Clement spun out and Hamza was coming really quick. Just to be safe, red flag the event. No one is hurt and we don't want to get to that.
All right, so all credit to the organizers for what's been a brilliant event so far. Quickly reacting and red flagging it when they saw that Clement had spun and couldn't move, and stopping Hamza in his tracks. So well done. Of course, you know, you got probably the best and most experienced officials in terms of, you know, being able to run an event. So well done to them. This has been red flagged, and probably they'll be asked to restart.
Let's hope that GC8 starts, Sean.
Exactly.
It's looking like it's struggling. The bonnet's open.
So in case you're just joining us, remember that these cars are used a lot more often than in other motorsports events, so they will have issues cropping up from time to time because these cars are being shared amongst people, and of course with several heats, and then you go into the finals of the events. So just having a look at what happened exactly. Here's the replay of what happened with Marini, Clement Marini. Let's see what happened. And it just looked fairly innocuous.
Like
what happened? It wasn't it wasn't exactly slippery there.
Just carried a bit too much speed.
Yeah.
And ran out of the road.
And in the worst possible area, of course, there was no way that the cars were going to go around that car, so they had to stop, and Hamza was at full blast at this point in time. You can see Hamza at full blast. So they're going to restart this. Just confirmed that they're going to restart this event. Clement has started, so we can see the red flag there. Jet Anthony was very fast to react. All credit to Jet for running from the start-finish to go and tell the other officials to red flag the event. So well done to the officials for the quick reactions there, and they will restart this.
Right,
so
Mr. Cardovillis, they are now back online. It's a restart. Who's taking the whole shot? Because that first one, Hamza he cleared off into the distance.
Exactly.
You know? Now there's a chance for the other two blokes once again. What do you think?
It would take a brave man to bet against Hamza.
Point taken and fair enough.
Yeah. So
yeah, he has been a monster the whole day. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So let's see. They're just checking the engine for Clement Marini. George and Njoroge, they're closest to the camera. All right, so just the final checks. There, in fact, it's Tim who's actually just checking, making sure, because it seems like maybe something had cut off with the car, so it's just checking. Tim also a pretty mean mechanic as well.
It looks that way, like the jack of all trades.
Exactly. Mechanic, navigator, co-founder, organizer, bit of everything. Brilliant event so far. So that's Clement Marini who's in the car there, George and Njoroge, and also Hamza Anwar waiting patiently. Jet Anthony just checking and just making sure that everything is fine. We can see they've identified the problem. That looks to be where the battery is. I think there's a loose terminal with the battery.
The car is actually running.
Yeah. So just checking, we're just speculating at the moment, but it looks to be the battery and a loose terminal there. So you know your mechanics more than me. That looks to be the terminal, battery terminal.
It looks like.
It looks to be a loose terminal.
Yeah, trying to get that all sorted. It's also a safety thing. I'm sure the car could actually run this these 5 laps without the battery, because I don't think it would kill the battery. It won't be charging, but 5 laps would be okay. But sparks, dangerous. And remember, in rallying, safety first.
Exactly. All right, so just a quick.
Yeah, the officials still mulling around that car, trying to sort out the battery terminal. I'm thinking it's a terminal.
Yeah, it looks to be the terminal. Yeah. Trying to sort it out. All right, so they just have to be patient, the other drivers, while they sort that out. All right, so if you're just joining us, the race had to be red flagged and it's about to start once again. And they're just sorting out a loose terminal on the battery before they restart. So there will be a slight delay, of course, while they sort this out. Oh yeah, it should be sorted out now that they've got a spanner to sort that out. We can see next to Tim Jessup with the senior official, the red senior official there. That's Maura Njuguna, who's the general manager of the Kenya Motorsports Federation. And it's all sorted out. Of course, it was a little bit more difficult without a spanner, but they managed to get the spanner and it's now sorted out. The battery terminal is now sorted out. The loose terminal is now sorted out and they're ready to start. All right, so officials there just making sure that everything is fine. Of course, the bonnet has to be secured properly. Sounds like a silly comment, but the amount of times we've seen drivers in full speed action here at the rallycross and the bonnet suddenly flies open. Just making sure that it is secured before they can go. So George and Njoroge is closest to us. In the middle is Clement Marini, who had the issue. Good to see George and Njoroge there.
I'll tell you what,
and
Sean,
at the end, it is Hamza Anwar and Logan.
That bonnet opening, shattering the windscreen, it's happened to all of us.
I'm sure it's happened to you when you were in action.
You feel such does. But it's happened to the best of them.
Oh dear.
Okay.
The worst thing about it, it's so preventable.
It is.
Yeah.
But you know, you've got issues with your car, maybe overheating or something, you get to the control, you open your bonnet, you sort it out, you slam it down, and you take off from that control because you're just rushing. And then, whoop, bonnet open, windscreen shattered, another big issue.
Very expensive issue.
Yeah.
Windscreens are not cheap, by the way. And also dangerous as well, by the way. So, could be a laughing matter, but it's not a laughing matter when the bonnet goes up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to the racing, and they are off. And it looks to be Hamza Anwar with a great start once again. Yeah, he's off into the distance. And it is Clement Marini who is second, very, very tight. And once again, Georgian Jaroge using the same tactic and going into the Joker lap on the opening lap. All right, so Hamza once again, a very, very impressive start, and he's off. As you said, these cars just prepared immaculately by the Anwar family, and he's off. And of course, he's got a bit of talent himself as well. So,
as the young man cleared off again.
Great combination there. Great combination, yeah. So he goes to the tires. This is the most exciting part. Is he going to knock the tires or not? Clean!
Clean! Sure, that's right. Hamza has gone through the tires clean.
All right. Clement Marini in second place. Georgian Jaroge, who's done the Joker, is in third place. That will be the fight for second place in terms of what happens when Clement goes through the Joker lap. All right, so beautiful drone shots here. Just loving this. A new feature, by the way, for this Rallycross, the drone that follows the car. We should be able to see that very, very soon. But awesome action, and the track just looks beautiful from the drone. And once again, thanks to JCB Ganatra for preparing the track so hard in the weeks before this event.
Your boy approaches the tire, like once again, Sean.
Clean!
Hamza, you never cease to amaze us.
All right, so as he goes through, remember he still has to do the Joker, Hamza, even though he's got a strong lead right now. So he's not done the Joker on this lap. He has to do it either on the 4th or the 5th lap. Remember, it's 5 laps. In case you're just joining us, the drivers voted last night to have 1 extra lap during the race. So it was 4 laps before. It is now 5. And Hamza, who's competing in 2 categories, in the open class and the junior class, is doing really, really well here in the open class, ahead of Clement Marini, who hasn't done the Joker yet. And it's going to be really, really tight between them. All right, so once again, clean through. Hamza, is he going to come in for the Joker as he heads into the penultimate lap now? And Logan, he's been so impressive, and his driving is maturing year by year.
He is, well, this is the 4th lap, so he's allowed to not take
so he's
the
got
Joker again. Fair enough.
one more lap before the Joker.
To beat them,
Remember, if you don't do the Joker, you do get penalized in terms of time. So he would have been penalized, but there's still 1 more lap to do that, yeah. So, yeah, as I was mentioning, he's been very, very impressive. There are people, of course, joining us all the time, but he's competing in the Junior World Rally Championship, and that really is, you know, he's showing a lot of maturity in his driving. He's getting training from Tapio Laukkanen, who's a former national champion here, and of course coaches rally drivers, and he's been training Hamza, and we're seeing a great maturity in his driving as he heads into the final lap. Logan?
Yeah, look, he's entertained us, but in doing that, you know, if you look at it from a driver's point of view, he's clean. His lines, he's out and then in, takes the apex, out on the outside. The car is not overtly sideways. You know, you're right. He's just gaining more and more experience. He's a joy to watch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so no major issues for Hamza as he heads towards the finish line. Joker or no Joker, It's not been a problem for him. And it's also, you know, the superiority of the car. He was supposed to be in the Subaru, but he's way ahead of everybody. Very, very clean driving. Well done to Hamza Anwar, who approaches the finish line. And another solid win in the open class for Hamza Anwar. Very, very impressive today. And he's been unbeaten the whole of today. Hamza Anwar, part of the FIA Young Stars program, competing in the Kenya National Rally Championship, but more importantly, in the Junior World Rally Championship. And in a few weeks' time, he will be at the Acropolis Rally in Greece. And this really is a great warm-up for Greece after the bad luck he had at the Eldoret Rally a couple of weeks ago. So well done to Hamza Anwar.
How did that go for him, Sean? What happened?
The Eldoret Rally sadly had to retire. He had an issue with his engine.
Oh.
Yeah, he was leading, by the way, until that point.
What did he drive? The Evo 10?
Yeah, the Evo 10, yeah. So Clement Marini in second place and George and Njoroge in third place. Well done in the open class. This is the third heat in the open class. So we'll have the replay in just a moment, and also reaction from Hamza. Solo will catch up with him as we see him here in the service. He'll come out of the car in just a moment, but no doubt the whole crew, including his father, will be very, very impressed, and also his new fiance will be extremely impressed with how he's doing, and doing very well. New fiance or just fiance?
I don't know if he had an old one, man. But I'm not going to comment.
Old fiance,
you put your foot in it.
his fiance.
Fiance, yeah.
His fiance will be happy. Yeah.
You didn't hear it here, folks.
Incredible.
Yeah, but he's been exceptional today, eh?
Yeah.
And his dad.
Exactly.
Let's be fair. The Anwar father and son pairing, just been brilliant.
Incredible stuff. They've been very, very impressive. Just that mistake from Asad Anwar. But just to let you know what happened, Hamza finishing ahead of Clement Marini and George and Njoroge. We'll link up with Solo in just a moment as he speaks to Hamza Anwar. But this is the replay, and as we can see, no major issues. That was the initial part.
That was a spin out in the first one.
Yeah, where there was a spin out and the red flag. Let's hear from Hamza if we can. Let's link up with Hamza. Hamza in the car at the moment, just testing something there. I think he's just the exhaust. There is, of course, somebody who wants to hear the sound of the car. So just there, we'll hear from Hamza in just a moment. But Hamza just putting his foot on the accelerator for somebody who wants to listen to a rally car. Of course, one or two people who are relatively new coming here. And, of course, visiting the pits as well. So, you know, it's a lot more relaxed, Logan, in the pits there. It's a great chance for people who are relatively new to motorsport just to go and have a look at what a rally car looks like, and of course meet up with some of the drivers. Normally it's quite difficult to meet these drivers in the pits.
Forget about being new to motorsport. Everybody, even an old driver like myself, just loves the sound of anti-lag. Nothing can get you going. The smell of avgas and the sound of the anti-lag. So that was Hamza winning his heat once again. He hasn't put a foot wrong today, has he?
Sorry?
He hasn't put a foot wrong today.
No. He's been absolutely brilliant today, apart from the issue with the car that he had initially.
Hamza, how are you doing?
Good, not bad.
How was that lap?
It was good. I mean, I just decided to have some fun. But yeah, it was okay. Just took it a bit easier this time.
I've seen you actually. Okay, To be honest, there was not really much competition compared to the other vehicles that were there. They seemed to be less powered, less enthusiastic, but you still went flat out. How's the car performing so far?
Yeah, the car's all right. I mean, she's an old girl, but as all the RX cars are, but it's performing okay, not bad.
And so far, what's your strategy going into this event, knowing that you do have a faster car? People are talking a lot about you and Dad.
Possibly you can say it's a faster car, but it's on a 33mm restrictor. It's running open class, but it's a normal Group N rally car. So yeah, it's okay. It's nice. It's good fun.
What suspension are you running? Because you look more comfortable on your jumps than most of the other drivers.
I think it's just the balls. But no, the front it has some old Rigers, and then on the rear we fixed up some Proflexes.
Okay.
So it's a mix and match.
Who's the person to beat for you for this particular event?
Flash. I have to beat that Proto. I'd love them to put me against him.
You think you can actually do that?
Oh yeah, bring it on, Flash.
Aye, ladies and gentlemen, here is a challenge. Asante sana, Hamza Amzwa, and this is his Evo. Is it 8 or 10?
No, it's like
It's Evo 9. Running gear?
9. It's just a normal Group N rally car.
Normal Group N. Aye, so thank you very much, Hamza. All the best and congratulations again. Back to you, Sean.
Solo, thanks so much. Doing a brilliant job out in the pits there. Samir Nanji, Jose Sardinia and Ron Oakley in the first group of two-wheel drives. And Hamza telling Flash, bring it on, organizers, are you listening?
He's thrown the gauntlet down. Flash has to respond. The
It's
young
nice
buck,
to be young. Nice to be
the
young and
buck
cocky.
is challenging the old guard. This
It's
is what
nice to be
happens,
young
isn't
and
it?
cocky. We were like that one time, probably about half a century ago.
I'm not going to answer that.
All right, so the first group of two-wheel drives, Samir Nanji, Jose Sardinia and Ron Oakley, they are already at the start and about to get underway. In case you're joining us, it's Heat 3 of the 4th Rallycross event. It is the second of the year, the second of 2023. There are 3, and it's the first year that there is a championship. So great to see these drivers also running for the championship. All right, so we're seeing Ron Oakley, Samir Nanji, and Jose Sardinia.
In the infamous taxi, Sean.
Exactly, so that's Samir Nanji we're seeing there. The young Samir Nanji up against the old guard. Don't know if they want to be called old guard, but anyway, it's Jose Sardinia, his 3rd event in 3 weeks, and he's got one more next week. I'm not sure what sort of challenge this is, but he's got a very patient wife who's traveling everywhere with him. 2 weeks ago, he was at the Eldoret Rally. Last weekend, he was at the Nanyuki Autocross. This weekend, he's at the Rallycross here in Machakos. And next weekend, he goes to Nyeri County to Solio Ranch for the rally raid. Incredible stuff. And his wife is following him everywhere. It's brilliant, brilliant. Such a great story. I love this story.
Busy man doing what he loves, what we all love.
Exactly.
Lined up, two-wheel drives. Here we go.
All right, so about to get underway. We've got Ron Oakley, who's closest to us. Jose Sardinia in the taxi. You can see the sign on the roof. And Samir Nanji, who would have to start out as favorite here. And he's already looks like he's going for the whole shot. And he's got the whole shot, Samir Nanji.
He has won both heats so far.
And closely followed by the taxi. So he's elected to do the joker on the first lap, Samir Nanji. Very interesting tactic, this.
This is the 3rd time in a row he's done this, yeah?
Yeah.
And he's won both of the heats. So he's clearly got his own strategy, which actually really works for him.
All right, so Jose is the rabbit, so to speak. He's gone out in front and going to try and stay in front here. And Samir will be closely following him. And of course, Ron Oakley in that underpowered, they've admitted that it is underpowered. The vets will be trying to keep up with them. So interesting to see. And here's the taxi. Is he going to stop and pick somebody up on the way?
So basically, Samir's modus operandi, his plan of action. Take the joker first. Hopefully, you come out in at least second, which he has done. So he's ahead of Ron. And then that gap to the taxi. Each lap, just try and egg it back, egg it back, egg it back, until he's very close. And then when the taxi takes the joker, he leapfrogs. That's his idea. Is it going to work? What do you think?
Interesting.
Well,
Let's
it's just
see.
worked right in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
It's exactly
Bada
what
boom.
has transpired.
Just like clockwork. Bada boom, it worked.
So Jose takes the joker, and Samir jumps into first position. He's already jokered, so as long as he keeps it on track, keeps it clean, and the car doesn't give him any issues, this round seems like it's sorted.
So very impressive, this young man. He's been one of the drivers of the day. Samir Nanji has been doing so well in the two-wheel drive class. And you know, what I'm loving about this event is the drivers. I've been listening to the drivers' briefing. The racing has been clean. There's been no bumping and expensive repairs to the cars. And this is going to encourage more people to enter rallycross in the future, because they can see, hey, I can do this. You know, it's not so rough. It's not expensive. You know, I can enter this event and, you know, just enjoy themselves, yeah?
Minimal damage, Sean. Minimal input, should I say. You know, it's basically a few liters of fuel and some entry fee. You know, you don't have to travel all over the place. You know, long sections. It's affordable.
And all credit as well to the organizers and also to Ganatra as well for preparing a brilliant track. It's nice and wide, it's smooth, you know, it's just really, really nice. It's well watered, not too much dust for the spectators as well. So, you know, it's great for both the drivers and the spectators. Huh?
Yeah, it is a spectacular show, to be fair. Well laid out, well orchestrated, communication between officials. It's real time, radios everywhere. This is safety. I look around, I can see ambulance. You know, everything is set up in place and it's functional.
Amazing stuff here. We're seeing Samir Nanji. Did I see him wave?
Yeah, he's waved, got his hand out the window on a corner, waving, and he's got that Perspex little sliding box, you know?
It's even open.
I'm telling you.
I'm sure I saw him waving.
He was, he had his hand out waving,
Yeah, maybe a girl on the side is like, hey, check me out.
And why not, eh?
All right, so Jose Sardinia, not too far behind. To be fair, he's really tried with the taxi. Great stuff. So they're on the final lap, and great competition. Jose, actually, to be fair, is really pushing that car, and he's doing really well. As we see this fantastic drone footage of the cars in action, and great to see the guys who are operating the drones doing such a spectacular job for rallycross here. And this really is a lesson to other sports associations, and also in particular to the other disciplines in motorsports, how to do this. You've got continuous live coverage, the drones being used, and not just normal cameras. And well done to the organizers. It's been absolutely brilliant, the coverage today.
Yep, and the two-wheel drives on their final lap. It's gonna be Samir.
All right, so he cuts across to the finish line, and he came on two wheels, pushing it to the limit despite being well in front. And look at Jose as well, really pushing it for a two-wheel drive. So congratulations, Samir Nanji, 3 wins out of 3. Jose also doing well to come second here. And then, of course, we've got
Ron
Oakley coming third in the VIT, so well done.
In the tiny engine VITs, I might add.
Just looking at the ground there, Chet Anthony is just like, yeah, I could go to the toilet and come back. Before waving the finish flag. All right, so we do know that it is underpowered, but well done. Ron Oakley crossing the finish line. And great body action there, body language by Mr. Chet Anthony with the flag there as they go across the finish line. So well done. By the way, I've got to give credit to a huge unsung hero. I know I'm going to be killed for this, but we got a very expensive assistant here, a doctor who's been busy helping us get our food, get our drinks, keep us occupied as well. Yeah, Dr. Circum, thank you very much for helping us all through the day. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. All right, so we'll hear from Samir Nanji in just a moment. Solo is our guy on the ground, and we'll also have a replay of what happened in the previous race. So this is a replay of what happened. We'll link up with Solo in just a moment to hear from Samir Nanji, the winner, followed by Jose Sardinia and Ron Oakley. Let's link up with the pits, and Solo will be speaking to Samir Nanji momentarily.
How you doing? We're just waiting for the queue. Well done. Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you very much. I was actually enjoying that. Yeah. Let's catch up at last time. Sorry? Let's catch up at last time. Yeah. Remember what happened last time? There were two incidents. We have to go to one for the water. That was the second incident.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
How was that lap for you?
Amazing. Took it easy. Took it nice and clean. Didn't have to push the car to its maximum. Just had a clean race. Made sure the car comes back to the service area.
So you went against a taxi.
Yes.
What engine are you running on this?
I'm running a 1.8.
And he's running?
I think a 1.6.
But you seemed more comfortable in the entire drive.
I'm more comfortable with the car compared to the engine. I've been running with Golf for about 3 years now. In both rally, autocross and RX now. I am comfortable with the car itself, besides the fact of which engine it is.
How's the handling over the jumps and around the bends?
Well, I've been just trying to avoid breaking mountings and shocks. I don't want to risk it as we still have a race tomorrow. But it's handling very well. I have no issues whatsoever. Maybe just I broke a mounting in Heat 2. But that's about it.
What's your strategy going into tomorrow?
Be calm.
End goal, who do you want to beat? Who's the one person you want to beat?
I don't have a target. I've come here to have fun. Last event didn't work out so well. I want to make sure that this event at least goes well for me.
Super. Thank you very much and congratulations again. Ladies and gentlemen, Samir with his VW Golf, the only Golf in this particular event, and as you can see, well put up, extremely neat, clean, simple, and that's as easy as it goes. No dash for those who are trying to look for a dashboard. There's nothing extra he's done about this car. It's whatever you would find going to the office every single day. However, he's converted it to a rally car and is doing extremely well in the two-wheel drive category. Beautifully, neatly driven. Thank you very much. Back to you, Sean.
Solo, of course, a car expert himself. He's very heavily involved in the off-road series. So well done, Solo. Thank you so much for all your activities. A real pleasure to have you here. Hamza Anwar, John Cardavani, and Rajveer Tethi in the junior category. So just to confirm, Hamza Anwar, John Cardavani, and Rajveer Tethi in the junior category. This is Heat 3. It seems like a lot longer. Of course, you live in Zambia, but it seems like a lot longer than 3 years that he's had the car. Samir Nanji, he's very familiar. He uses it in autocross, as he mentions, also rallies, and then of course the rallycross. So that car has done a lot of mileage. It's seen a lot in terms of activity and action on the track. So we're about to get underway here, and this is the junior category, and Hamza Anwar, of course, in action in 2 categories here, and this should be a case of trying to keep up with Hamza Logan. As we can see, John Cardavani going into the Joker straight away, and that is Rajveer Tethi who's keeping up with him, putting up a fight, and it's really about trying to keep up with Hamza, who's probably driving at about, say, 70 or 80% of his capacity, Logan.
Yeah, Rajveer was keeping him honest for a bit, but it came into the flowing stuff that was high-speed entries. I think Hamza has actually pulled the gap. But in the tight, he was close. Rajveer was making a good showing and giving Hamza a run for his money. But as we've seen the whole day, it starts to stretch that gap. Hamza is in another league.
All right, so Hamza already stretching his lead. John Cardavani, as we saw, had taken the Joker on the first lap, so he's well behind. As we mentioned, that car appears to have a small issue, as we saw Rajveer making a small mistake around that corner, having to avoid the tires to go, to avoid going into the tires. So that's made Hamza stretch his lead. Of course, Hamza now with the experience he's got driving in Europe, along with the Africa Rally Championship last year and now the Kenya National Rally Championship. With him driving in Europe in the Junior World Rally Championship, we see him driving a lot cleaner, and that's where the experience is coming in compared to the other drivers who are making 1 or 2 mistakes in each race.
True, but hey, look at this one. Rajveer is not too far behind. He's still, I think, is keeping him honest. What do you think, Sean?
Exactly. As I mentioned, that tiny mistake costing him a little bit of time, but he's really pushing it and trying to get everything out of that Subaru to try and keep up. Really, it's a case of Hamza not making a mistake. If he makes a mistake, that's the only chance that he's got, really, of catching up with Hamza at this point, Rajveer Tethi.
And Rajveer Tethi is GC8. By the sound of it, is not running the standard GC8. I can hear the twin scroll turbo. It sounds like an N10. It must be N10 running here. She really looks nice. I mean, decent power, decent handling, but the Evo 9 just a bridge too far.
All right, so the Evo, as you heard Hamza explaining to Solo, it's pretty much, it's a Group N Evo 9, but very, very well maintained by the Anwar family, and that's being reflected here, doing extremely well. And as he cruises around, just loving this drone footage as we follow Hamza, and you can see his driving style through this. Your thoughts as a former driver about his driving style, just looking through the drone footage?
Very clean, he's quick in and out. He comes, on the outside, takes the apex, doesn't have the car too much sideways, doesn't lose too much time. Not like the Scandinavian flick of his dad.
But the Indian flick.
Yeah, the Indian flick. But he's very, very clean and keeping the speed up.
All right, so we saw him through the drone shot, had done the Joker lap, and he was still out in front. So really easing to victory as he goes past us. Rajveer, to be honest, is doing really, really well. He's really flying despite probably being in a slightly slower car than Hamza.
Did you hear that? Hamza made a mistake finally. He missed a gear. Didn't cost him anything, but...
Yeah. Shows he is human after all.
Shows he is human.
All right, so once again, these fantastic drone footage showing Hamza, and you can see the distance as it looked like Rajveer there did the Joker on this lap, so he's gone a little bit further behind now. So heading towards the finish line, this is the 5th and final lap for Hamza, who's been extremely clean as well. You can see the way he's also, missing the tires as well now, showing that he is driving cleaner as it goes along. Yeah, exactly. So well done, winning ahead of Rajveer Tethi, who comes across the finish line, and John Cardavani heading towards the finish as well. So a lot closer, to be fair, in this race as well. So they'll have a look at the car tonight and see what they can do to make it better. But yeah, to be fair, that car ran a little bit better in this heat, and John Cardavani finishing 3rd in that heat. So well done once again to Hamza Anwar, winning once again, and he's doing extremely well in both categories, the open and the junior class. Hamza, as we await, of course, tomorrow with the finals to see how he'll do. He's saying that he wants to be paired with Flash. That would make life extremely interesting. But Logan, you have to be impressed by Hamza.
I am totally and utterly. He's really impressed me. Impressed me last year when he was in Zambia, and he became Africa Junior Champion. I mean, on the shakedown, he rolled right at the beginning of the rally.
Yeah.
But it was not his fault. It broke a disc, on the apex of a corner, and it flipped clean onto his roof. Helped him out, got him a windscreen, and he carried on racing, and he was crowned Africa Junior Champion last year, and he really impressed me in Zambia, but that was a full rally, you know, where you have to have some, you know, pace yourself and stuff like that, not just, you know, max attack at every avenue. This is rallycross. This one, you got to go flat out. He's not having to do exactly that because he's kind of head and shoulders above a number of people.
Incredible stuff, yeah.
Very impressive.
Incredible stuff. So having a look at the replay as we wait for Hamza and Solo to talk to him. But Hamza Anwar finishing ahead of Rajveer Tethi, and John Kadavani, I must admit, did a lot better in this heat. You know, finishing third, but he was a lot closer. So it looks like they may be having some of the gremlins sorted out in that car in between the races. And of course, they'll have a good look at the car tonight. But really, not much competition to Hamza. I don't think he was pushing. Once again, I think he's driving at about 70 or 80%. But give credit to Rajveer Tethi for really pushing that GC8. And let's hear from Solo, who's speaking to Hamza.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hamza Anwar, how was that lap?
It was good. Just enjoyed myself as usual all weekend. That's what I've been doing. Yeah, I let off to let the boys catch up a bit and then have a bit more of a battle. But
we've been looking at you playing around with them, more like a Tom and Jerry kind of thing. You let them come close to you and then you take off again.
It's a bit of cat and mouse, you know. You have to keep yourself entertained.
So, are you trying to say that you're not feeling the competition and you really want to call out Carl on this one?
Oh, I really want to call Carl out on this one. I'm a bit bored now.
I mean, we've seen how the car's been set up so far. How many maps are you running on this beauty?
No, it's just a simple Motec with one-stage anti-lag built for rally. Actually, the map is quite, it's not really aggressive. It's quite a medium map. And yeah, I mean, it's doing quite well.
What are you running for fuel?
Afgas. Afgas.
100% Afgas?
100% Afgas. It's just cheaper. So the last RX, I had race fuel in the N10. But now I just decided we just keep it on Afgas. This car did the safari with the Talanta Hella team. So I thought let's stretch its legs a bit. It was a bit, before we give it a good rebuild, we'll just come out and have some fun.
Between this and the Ford, what do you enjoy driving? Not about speed, not about anything, just it's about the sheer joy of being behind the seat.
The Ford is fun, but this is just something of its own, you know. It's just such a joy to drive.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hamza Anwar, winner of that particular heat. This is, hey, let's say he's driven it like he's stolen it, and he's doing extremely well with that. Let's see if he can maintain the good streak that he has so far. Ladies and gentlemen, back to Sean in the studio.
Solo, as always, thank you so much. As we see the water bowser just going around the track, Neil Gohil, Adnan Suhail and Joseph Gacheche are already on the track. We can see Neil and Adnan there at the track waiting for Joseph Gacheche to come out in the Vitz. So we're just waiting for him to come out in the Vitz, Joseph Gacheche. But I don't know. When you're young, you can be cocky like that. Playing cat and mouse, just waiting for the drivers to catch up with you a bit, and then.
Look, Sean, he's been driving internationally for some time now, through Africa, now through Europe. He's got the experience. He's got the skill. He's got the vehicle. So basically, for this competition here, he's got it all.
I guess I can understand where he's coming from, and
He
now
can be
that,
cocky,
now that you're
exactly.
talking, by the way, I can understand where you're coming from, because I initially thought, okay, some of these guys could keep up with him, but it's, for example, in golf, when a professional comes back, say if somebody's playing in Europe in golf, or even cycling, and then you come back to the country and
You
then
forget
you're playing,
how good he was, didn't you?
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
you?
then
Yeah.
you realize that the competition is a step below, and that you're actually above, and you can actually, you know, maybe give people a little bit of a chance to try and catch up, and then you just zoom away.
Nah, he's a spectacular driver, you know. And to be honest, if you look at it from the young men, he is your flagship. But you also got young women, And have you seen what Maxine's been doing here today?
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, she's brilliant, isn't she?
Yeah, she's been brilliant today. There have been a number of very outstanding performances.
These are young people.
Samir Nanji has been outstanding
Look
in the
at that,
two-wheel
yeah.
drive category. We've got Maxine in the women's category. We've got Hamza. So, you know, the future of motorsport is bright with all these young
Not
people.
to mention this young fellow here, this Neil Gohil.
Yeah, Neil Gohil. He's
Yeah.
only, what, 15, 16
The
years
car
old.
he's been driving, and he hasn't put a foot wrong. You know, okay, fine, he's been quick and he's won. But look at the car. There's nothing wrong with it. He hasn't dinged it. He hasn't pushed it into. You know what I mean? He's been clean and quick.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. So we can see there the legend, actually the elder brother of Asad Anwar, that's Azza Anwar, who is a former Safari Rally winner. And his daughter, by the way, was the flag bearer for Kenya at the was it the Rio? Yeah, the Rio Olympics.
Yeah.
She was the flag bearer. She's an international archer.
Wow.
Yeah, so sports really runs in the family for that. So good to see Azza around. He's got his rally car, by the way, which is here, which he prepared for Surinder Tathi, which is the Toyota GR Yaris, and that is for sale, by the way. You understand, if you got 14 million shillings in change, in coins, in your piggy bank at home, just empty your piggy bank and come here and you can buy a car in excellent condition, a Toyota GR Yaris.
Cheap as chips, yeah, sure.
Let me see if my 3 bicycles at home can...
When it comes to actually racing them, I'm past my sell-by date. I like what I'm doing now.
Exactly. Let me stick to sports commentary. All right, so if you're just joining us, the second lot of two-wheel drives, and this is Neil Gohil, Adnan Suhail, and Joseph Gacheche is there at the start. He's joined and they're about to get underway. This is the third and final heat today.
Two-wheel drive Bs, is it?
Yes, it is, yes.
Okay, so I think with Neil's interview, Sean, I think we've finally figured out what Adnan's car is. It's a Daihatsu.
Yes! Yes! It did slip my
is a
mind. Yeah, it's a
Daihatsu.
Daihatsu, yeah. And now when you look at the rear, we can see the rear here from our commentary. You can actually see the Daihatsu rear.
And we're like, oh,
of
yeah,
that.
now.
Yes, yeah. Completely forgotten about that. Yeah, so it is a Daihatsu. We were talking about a hybrid before. So we got 2 Vitzers against a Daihatsu. And once again, I have to say that Neil starts out as favorite. He's been another outstanding driver today. So it'll be between Neil and Adnan. And Joseph, of course, just really tried to keep up with them. And as we mentioned, when they take the Joker is key, really, in this race.
Yeah, that Fitz Joseph is driving. That the one he's sharing with
Ron Oakley.
Ron Oakley, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a bit underpowered.
Yeah.
But you drive what you have.
Exactly. All right, so Neil Gohil, you can see him there. And the parents, Sushil and Sangeeta, have been doing a lot to get sponsorship for him. We can see Shell, V-Power and NCBA, who really have faith in this young boy. I think he's 15 or 16 years old. Neil, so, you know, just looking really, really good today. And he has to start out as favorite ahead of Adnan. And of course, Joseph Gacheche will just be aiming to keep up. They know the car is underpowered. And I understand from sources, I think that car will be upgraded, possibly before the next rallycross. That's a great shot. Love this shot. Camera very low down as the cars take off. And once again, Neil with a great hole shot here. So what's he going to do? Is he going to decide to go in? No, he's not. None of them have decided to go into the Joker. And a little bit wide there from Adnan, and he's
stuck
lost
in
a
the
bit
dust,
of room.
eh?
Yeah, he's lost a bit of room there.
He kind of lost his bearings on the track because he was in the thick dust. But he looks like he's up and running now.
All right, so it's playing catch-up for Adnan. But in the meantime, Neil Gohil with a great run here so far. It's a good lead. Very clean driving. And he looks like a great prospect for the future.
He does. He most certainly does. He's already pulled a bit of a gap on Joseph.
Ooh, so clipped a tire there.
And Joseph has Adnan close on his heels.
All right, so he's not doing too bad at the moment. Neil looking good.
He stays in the
Just love the
conventional
way the
track.
car is balanced.
Yeah, it is. It's good.
It's good, yeah.
It's a bit softer. If you look at Adnan's car, it's also very quick, but it's very rigid.
Exactly.
Look at his suspension. It hasn't got the travel that Neil's got on his. I think it's just a bit too hard. Set up a bit too hard. See how that thing's functioning? Now watch Adnan's.
You can just see the way the car is balanced. Looks really, really good at the moment.
You see how it's
nice, nice clean driving. Very, very fast as well. You know, hard to believe that that's a two-wheel drive the way he's flying in it. Neil, incredible stuff. He's got a very bright future ahead of him, Neil Gohill.
Yeah, I should think so. But Adnan not having an easy go of it this time is Joseph's keeping him honest.
Exactly. All right, so very impressive by Neil Gohill. Superb, the Hillcrest secondary student. His father, former rally driver, had to retire due to back issues, had a back injury.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. I wonder who else has got that sitting next to me. All right, so good to see at the moment. Oh dear! Knocked the tire, and the tire went in front of Adnan there.
A bit of overdriving going on. Eh?
Yeah,
He's
just bounced off.
Yeah, he really wants to get ahead, and
so.
Okay, so Joseph takes the Joker.
All right, so well done, Joseph. Really pushing that car. And as we mentioned, might be a little bit faster at the next event if they decide to upgrade the engine. Oh. Wow.
That was nice.
That was fast, yeah. As Joseph exited the Joker lap and then flew past him there.
Yeah, but that means Adnan has to take the Joker this lap.
All right, so as they head into the final lap now, it's really Neil's to lose here. Just keep it nice and clean. But a great battle here between Adnan and Joseph. Adnan Suhail and Joseph Gacheche.
So, Adnan ahead, Joseph behind marginally, and Adnan has to take the Joker. Let's see how this is going to pan out.
All right,
Here comes
so well
Adnan
ahead
from the Joker there. And Joseph, can he fly past him like the other one did? Exactly what happened the previous round.
That is incredible in what is effectively an underpowered car. We'll see Joseph Gacheche in second place ahead of Adnan Suhail. But in the meantime, he's cruising to victory and very impressive. 3 out of 3 today. Well done to Neil Gohill who crosses the finish line. Awesome performance. There have been several outstanding performances and Neil Gohill is one of them. And look at this. Crazy finish here between the two of them. And it looks like Joseph Gacheche may just end up finishing second. What a great race.
That was close.
Between the two of them.
Adnan, yeah. No,
that
it's
was
fun.
incredible.
It was. You know, Adnan with his overzealousness to get past, put the left wheel off the tarmac, but controlled it. So, you know, 10 points for trying.
Great battle there for second with Joseph Gacheche in second place. He'll be very, very happy with that in the two-wheel drive category. But in the meantime, well done. He's been superb. He's not put a foot wrong so far today. Your winner in the third heat in the two-wheel drive second group, it is Neil Gohill. And we've got in second place Joseph Gacheche, and in third place it is Adnan Suhail. very, very impressive by this young man. All right, so having a look at the replay, and we'll link up with our man on the ground. Let's link up with Solo, who is there on the ground, and he's speaking to Neil Gohill.
Ladies and gentlemen, Neil Gohill, how was that lap for you?
It was good. A few mistakes because the track has become a bit more slippery. There are some places that have become a bit more dug up because of the four-wheel drives, but it's okay. We managed to keep it in the track, which is good.
Now, we've seen your setup. When you go over the jumps, you seem a bit more comfortable when the car lands than most of the other competitors. What have you done to your front suspension?
The front suspension, we haven't really done much. We've just raised it a little bit because we know it's a steep jump and the landing will be a bit nosedivey, so we've just made it a bit bigger to make sure we don't nosedive.
Okay, and in regards to your lines, we've seen you've been very categorical in how you choose your lines, how you go into the corner, how you come out of the choker.
In some of the corners, you have to be like very cautious with your lines, because if you go off the line, you're either hitting rocks that Tim has placed there, or you're spinning out or going wide, which kills your time.
Any reason why you decided to take the Joker much later when you had a more comfortable?
So my whatever was my strategy was to get into clean air, get as much time on them as I can, on my competitors, and then take the Joker lap as late as I can.
Okay, congratulations. Let's see how it goes on. Anyone else that you want to beat? Anyone you want to prove a point to?
No. No.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Neil Gohill in his Vitz RS, beautifully built, very clean. If you've noticed, he's been driving extremely neatly. If you look at the car, nothing broken, no panels that are looking like they're damaged, and the car always seems to come back in one piece. Back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much, Solo, who's doing a sterling job out in the pits. As we can see, just beautiful, this car, the way it's set up. And obviously the Gohill family taking pride of this young man who's doing so well, not only in rallycross, but also in autocross, doing extremely well. And you look like you've been very, very impressed by him, huh?
Yeah, really. I mean, his driving style, Sean, you know, it's fast, but he's not hanging it out. It's not overtly extreme, you know, where he has to correct the car all the time. He's very clean, very straight. I like his lines. I think that boy is someone to really watch.
All right, so the legends up next, and it's Asad Anwar, Ron Oakley, Charan Tethi, and Bob Kaogi. This will be extremely interesting. Bob Kaogi, of course, the 2016 Africa Rally Champion winning navigator. Charan Tethi, the father of Rajveer Tethi. We got Ron Oakley, and then, of course, Asad Anwar, who's been so impressive today, the father of Hamza Anwar. So this should be an extremely interesting. We can see Charan Tethi there at the start, and Asad Anwar waiting for the other two to come. Ron Oakley and Bob Kaogi to come to the start. So we'll await and see what happens. But thank you very much to NCBA Bank and Betika, the title sponsors of this rallycross that's taking place at Machakos People's Park. As we can see, Jet Anthony just having a brief chat with Charan Tethi.
Is that not Rajveer?
Where, in the car?
Jet speaking to Rajveer. Eh?
Yeah, no, that's Charan. This is the Legends category. Asad, Charan is the father of Rajveer, who's competing in the junior category. All right, so Jet Anthony there. We can see Maura Njuguna, who's the general manager of the Kenya Motorsports Federation. Of course, this event on the calendar for the first time this year. So good to see there being a 3-event championship. We can see Ron Oakley now coming to the start, and we'll await Bob Kaogi. to come in the yellow Subaru. But this is Ron Oakley who's coming to the start.
Yeah, let's hope, Sean, that yellow N12, the Betika one that Bob's supposed to be driving, let's just hope it's, still in a decent nick.
Yeah, it's
to
been
do
struggling
this
the
final.
whole day.
Yeah, it's been struggling. Honestly, I think it can be sorted, but it needs time, and we just, because of the way this event is set up, we don't have the time. So if they could just get it to the end of the day, I think they could sort it out, if they have a good 2 hours.
Exactly. So we're seeing the Bowser just water the track, and the cars at the start. Just while the truck is watering the track, we'll take a small break, and we'll be back in a moment or two as we await to see whether Bob Kaogi will join them. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the commentary of the 4th Rallycross event.
Okay, we're back for what is the team event for legends And we're a bit wary about Bob coming out with that Betika car because it's been giving him a headache basically the whole day. But he's out and he's ready, and here they go. Whole shot time. Who's going to take it? It looks to me like Assad has got the whole shot. Ron Oakley directly behind him. And they stay on the main track. But Charan takes the Joker in that pimped out GC8. So only one competitor has taken the Joker. Ron, Assad and Bob all take the normal track. Assad in the lead with a commanding lead already. Coming in to complete his first lap. Yep, Ron Oakley followed behind, and behind Ron, Bob. And Charan in the GC8 is making up time. Bear in mind, he's the only one who's taken the Joker. Hi, Sean, you're back. It's these Anwars again. He's cleared off, the old man now.
Tell you what, it's almost like men against boys here, because Asad Anwar, and he would have learned his lesson from the last race where he said he did, instead of a Scandinavian flake, an Indian flake, but he'll be, he's a wily old fox, and of course he will be a lot wiser, and of course really it's just about driving clean. He's seen his son driving clean, so he's going to want to do that. Of course he doesn't have flash in this category. The drivers once again just clipping the tires a little bit, going around that bend, sorry, not the bend, but through the chicane there. But Asad Anwar looking very, very impressive. And this car, we have to talk about the setup of this car, because it's not, you know, it's not had any issues today, and really it's about the preparations before the event, huh?
Well, if you look, if you ask me, they've made it softer. You know, it's not a it's not very high. It's evenly balanced. Hamza did say they've got a set of Rigers in the front and a set of Proflex have mixed and matched, but it's obviously suited both father and son because it's really clean, you know.
We've been hearing about mapping of a car. Just for those that don't...
hang on, there we go. I think
that's Ron Oakley.
Ron, yeah, he's crossed his hands saying, I think the car is terminal. Oh yes, I can see at least front suspension.
I think he's hit something.
Front left broken, yeah. At least the control arm is gone, because that...
It's probably hit a rock or something. The car is gone. So yellow flags, which means that they can't overtake during yellow flags.
And be cautious in the, you know, in certain areas.
So when you go through an area with a yellow flag, you have to slow down a bit and no overtaking. That is the rules for motorsport in general anyway. So we can see the yellow flags around where Ron Oakley, who obviously looks to have hit a set of rocks because he's gone and broken the front end, and that's terrible luck, and of course a bit of work for the mechanics this evening. Yeah?
It's a shame for Ron. He was doing so well, you know.
Yeah.
And well, you know, someone shouted, "You can't park there. He's supposed to be driving."
All right, so Asad Anwar onto the final lap there, as they'll have to take that car out, of course, which will delay the start of the last couple of races. So they're there in the Legends category.
So I've seen that Charan has leapfrogged Bob. That's Joker set up again. So he now lies second. And of course, Assad has bullied again. You know, he's a country mile ahead.
Yeah.
It's just a shame for Ron, eh? He was lying second, and he was nice and clean, but it wasn't clean enough, Sean.
All right, so really a battle for second, as Asad Anwar well ahead at this point in time, and that's it. Well done to him, winning this event. And it's been a good day for the Anwar family, with Hamza dominating his categories there. So well done. As I think that's Charan Tethi who comes in second, followed by Bob Kaogi in third place as Ron Oakley. He'll have to get the car towed, and there'll be a bit of work for the mechanics tonight to sort that out.
Sean. Maybe if we're lucky, we can get a replay, because we didn't actually see what happened. We just saw it when he was parked, and the wheel was at an angle that is not conducive for driving.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll get a replay and we'll see exactly what happened to
Ron Oakley.
Ron Oakley, yes.
Yes. Bad luck there. So that car will have to be towed to the service before they can resume the racing. But bad luck, as you said, we'll have to see what happens. Hopefully we can catch it in the replay of this. We'll shortly be hearing from Asad Anwar. Solo will catch up with him, but we can see them trying to sort it out.
Yeah, we're quick to say.
Here,
we're quick to say.
Here it is.
He clipped something, and maybe we just wear and tear. Let's have a look.
All right, so here it is.
So he comes in well enough to transition into the. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so he goes wide, and I think it gave up before.
It just gave up, yeah. That's just
before he hit the rock. Yeah, so it looks like a failure of some sort. It wasn't his fault.
Yeah,
that's bad luck. Desperately bad luck. And you'll be disappointed with it.
We say that, Sean, but the cars have been driven by different drivers. It could have clipped something, and hairline cracks,
Exactly,
and then just because it just gave up the ghost. There's nothing Ron did wrong.
Exactly.
But it could have been maybe just wear and tear, maybe just rotten luck on a part, or it'd been dinged earlier and had been weakened. But there was nothing on Ron's part that led to that failure of parts.
So just confirming, Asad Anwar the winner, Charan Tethi, Bob Kaogi in third place, and of course that DNF for Ron Oakley. Let's hear from Asad Anwar, and he's with Solo. All right, so just awaiting to hear from Asad Anwar. We'll be with Solo momentarily, but this is a replay of what happened, the bad luck we saw with Ron Oakley, and in the end, Asad Anwar winning the event, and Ron Oakley saying we could see the cross when he said it was out. All right, so let's link up with Solo now.
Every time we go out, it's our mechanics, our team.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the man himself, Asad Anwar. How was he running against the Wazers, if I can call him that?
Well, we certainly know who the champion is. It's Flash Tundo. He beat us badly on the last heat, but we're going to have fun. We'll try and catch him. He's the rabbit.
How does it feel getting back into the days when you were rallying and just going against some of the names that you know, some of the people that you've known? I mean, having a laugh after it.
Okay, so we've had a lot of politics in motorsport of late, and there's a lot of siyasa and things. But this is the Rallycross RX is the best sport in rallying today. Everyone is happy, there's no stress, it's well organized. I think for KCB, Safaricom, Kenya Airways, this is a sponsorship. Shell, Kenya Breweries, they should come here, and this is where the public likes. There'll be thousands of people coming to watch. I asked them to sponsor this. There's no siyasa, there's no corruption.
What about the Wazers who are sitting at home watching you right now? I know a lot of them, let's call them PlayStation drivers now, because they're no longer getting to get some seat time. If you'd like to call them out, I mean, feel free to call out a couple of names of people to come up and join you.
Well, we'd love to race against Patrick Giro.
He's here, you know that, eh?
Really?
He is here.
Okay, if Patrick, if you're listening to this, you're welcome to come and drive my car.
I will personally go and bring Patrick to you, and let's see if we can actually get him into the car.
I don't know if you'll drive a Mitsubishi. You're being a Subaru man, but karibu sana. He's a legend. Patrick Njiru was our hero. He still is. These are the people that opened up rallying. Patrick, David Macharia, Phineas Kimathi. These are our people. Aye, the late Jonathan. He was quiet, but he was a silent killer. He used to fly with Ibrahim Choge. You remember those days? It's making my hair stand.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Asad Anwar, congratulations on that, the win of that heat. Will allow you to get some time to relax. And when is your next race?
I think tomorrow. We're done for the day. The mechanics will take over the car, and tomorrow we'll have a new car. They're magicians. Those boys back there, they're the unsung heroes of rallying.
Thank you very much. Back to you in studio.
Solo, a fantastic interview with a genuine legend, Asad Anwar. And I tell you what, some very powerful words coming out there. Patrick Njiru is one of our greats. Of course, you would have heard of Patrick Njiru, Logan. And it's fascinating to hear that he's around. I've not seen him today, but it would be great to have an interview with him if we can grab him at some point here on our live coverage. So, just fascinating hearing the words there from Asad, and you looked very touched by some of the words by him.
I just love honesty, Sean, and the man was speaking from the heart.
Exactly.
How do you fault him?
Yeah.
How do you fault someone who just loves the sport? He's in middle age, right? He's given the sport a lot. He's given the sport Hamza, but he's also given the sport himself and continuing to. And you can see the passion in the man's words. He's happy here because apparently there's no issues, and that's all he wants. He wants to race and be happy and have a camaraderie, which it's quite, it's something we all strive for in motorsport. Yes, we have rivalries, that's life. Testosterone goes flying here and there, but in eventuality, we're competitors in one sport, and unity is what we strive for.
Very well said, yeah. As we mentioned, of course, like many other sports, a lot of politics and all that, and I think the drivers are genuinely tired of it. So, yeah, just great to be at an event where everything is running smoothly, there's no issues. We're seeing here that they're trying to remove this car, and we can see Tim Jessup there just overseeing it as they get this car removed. And I think you're absolutely right. There was a hairline crack somewhere. And of course, it just unfortunate for Ron Oakley that it gave way while he was driving, and that was it really for them. So they'll have a look at that, try and get the part replaced. Of course, there's many people here. The beauty of Rallycross is that somebody surely will have the part if they don't have it, and get that car sorted out. So that's the same car that Maxine is using. Hopefully that'll be sorted out before tomorrow. But we'll have to wait and see. I think Boldy was due to use this in the champions class.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big issue, Sean. It's just that, because it's a control arm issue, right? Ball joint or something. So if they pull it or push it back and forth, that wheel gets jammed into the front of the fender or the rear of the fender. It can't. So they have to lift it. You can see they've lifted it so that the front is up a bit, and then it can move. I don't think it's very hard to change that part, but they got to get it in a safe place to change it, and that's where I think the challenge is, to get it off the track so they can work on it.
All right, so I think you're absolutely right. They're getting it off the track. Hopefully they'll get it fixed, and then they'll be able to drive it away after that. That would seem the logical thing to do, so we'll wait and see what happens. But as we mentioned, Baldev Chaga is due to use that car. Whether they've got the time to do that or not is another issue altogether. All right, so in the meantime, going into the Cubs category, that is the next one. Caribbean Ruprai, Ian Bengi and Cheche Ababu. Cheche Ababu, in case you're wondering, Logan, is the son of the Cabinet Secretary for Sports.
Nice.
Ababu Namwamba. He's been there, and we've seen the CS come to one or two autocross events, to come and watch his son in action. He could be here tomorrow. We'll wait and see. whether he comes tomorrow to watch his son in action. But great to see his son loving motorsports and competing in the Cubs category. Cheche Ababu there, along with Ian Bengi and Karanvir Ruprai. All right, so about to get underway.
And they're off, Sean. Cubs.
All right, so Cheche Ababu in the number 4 buggy, Karanvir Ruprai in the lucky number 13 buggy, and Ian Bengi in the number 2 buggy.
So Karanvir got the whole shot, and she is
It's
out
actually
ahead.
he, yeah. All right, so Karanvir well in the lead, and he's doing well. Lucky number 13, Karanvir Ruprai.
So who took the joker there, Sean? Was that Ian?
Yep, it looks like it. Ian Bengi, of course, the elder of the Bengis in the Cubs here. So Karanvir in the lead at the moment, doing really, really well, the young man.
Whoa, look at this.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Great action we're seeing off the camera. Yeah, as we see Karanvir in the lead at the moment. Great action here.
That was Cheche coming out of the joker and just found a flying Ian. Blink of an eye, Ian was through.
So Ian in second place. There's a great battle there for second place between those two. But in the meantime,
It
Karanvir
looks like
showing...
Karanvir now has taken the joker.
Yep. And the young man really doing well. Awesome.
Karanvir took that joker and is comfortably in the lead.
Super. Well done, Karanvir. Great battle there. Ian Bengi ahead of Cheche Ababu.
Let's see if Ian can do it again. Last round he was last, and he won it. He reeled them both in. But Karanvir looks like he's not taking that nonsense this time around.
Exactly.
He's got his foot down.
All right, so doing really well here. On to the final lap. Karanvir Ruprai well ahead. And great experience for these young drivers, the youngest drivers, of course, here at the Rallycross this weekend. And a huge battle there between Ian Bengi and Cheche Ababu. So the three boys are really providing entertainment here. Super performance by Karanvir Ruprai, well in the lead at this point in time. And easy to victory. It is Karanvir Ruprai who comes across the finish line, but I tell you what, the main story is the battle here for second.
It is.
And they are really flying with Ian Bengi in second place, and it looks like Cheche Ababu has gone off the track.
Smoke.
And he's gone off. All right, so he's just on the side. All right, and he'll be fine.
He's fine. That
He's
smoke
fine.
is just like, oil onto the
Yeah.
exhaust. It
It's
was
all
momentary.
part of learning. All part of learning. He'll be fine.
Yeah, but Cheche and Ian were really
Yeah,
going
they were
at each
really
other.
pushing it, and yeah,
You know,
they're learning. They are learning that there's a fine line how fast you can push and then end up on your side, and that's all part of motorsport. He's well strapped in, and I think he should be okay.
this is the safety of motorsport. Everyone thinks it's very, very dangerous. There is a danger aspect, but if you adhere to all the rules, the roll cages, the harnesses, the seats, the helmets, the fire retardant clothing, rally suits, socks, gloves, shoes. you know, chances are you'll be okay.
All right, so he's out of the vehicle. They're pushing it out just as a safety measure. We're seeing the ambulance go there just in case. They're just checking, just as a precaution. So going out, we did see him come out of the vehicle. Just waiting to see where he is, but he'll just be a little bit shaken, being a young boy.
Eric's fine
there,
there, and his
he's
dad's
okay.
looking super cool, walking up and down there. If Eric's cool, then you know the kid's cool.
Yeah, so that's young Cheche Ababu, of course, Eric Bengi, of course, the father of Ian Bengi, who finished second, just making sure that everything's okay. And of course, Cheche has a number of people around him, just, you know, of course, once training him, the others, of course, just looking after him. He's got a very busy father. We're hoping to see him tomorrow, the Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Ababu Namamba. But just as a precaution, they're just going to check him, make sure that everything is fine. As we can see, young Billy Tundo going past in the red buggy. For the next one, we can see the buggies coming out. So we're expecting Alan Bengi, who's the younger brother, sorry, of Ian Bengi, coming, and we're glad to see Billy. Of course, the buggy is okay. In the meantime, they'll have to push that buggy back to the pits area. Hopefully it's well off the track.
So in this duel, this is the third heat. The first heat, Billy failed to come out of the pits. Something was wrong with his buggy, and Alan had to run it solo. So he obviously won that. Second heat, Billy did come out and he did win it. So it looks like a 1-1 state of affairs. Heat 3, the final. Who's it going to be?
Interesting. And you know what? I asked about the engine, and they still got the same engine because Billy felt it was a bit underpowered for the last one, but they still got the same buggy for this, incidentally. But you can see Billy's got some of his father's genes. That's young Karanvir Ruprai. He's doing really, really well in this. So well done. Another good victory. Hopefully we'll hear from him as we wait for Solo to interview him, and we're about to hear from him right now. Let's link up with Solo. All right, so seeing the highlights, we'll link up with Solo in just a moment. About to speak to Karanvir Ruprai. Let's link up with Solo right now. All right, so we will link up hopefully with Solo in a moment. These are the highlights of it. Young Karanvir Ruprai looks like a very good talent for the future. As we can see with the Cubs, he was well ahead.
He was, you know, but I would say, Sean, all three of them are drivers of the future. You know, the heat before I saw Ian get into the first corner last and come and pass both Cheche and Karanvir. You know, so, and this heat I see Karanvir just cleared off in the distance. So, you know, if you look at them, they all got talent. Cheche had a bit of a mishap there. They all got talent, and it's just who wants it more at that given time. Because there hasn't been a clear winner from these three. I think they're all very talented.
Very, very interesting comments, and you're absolutely right. So between Karanvir, Ian Bengi, and also Cheche Ababu, as we can see the proud parents there, next to, that's his mother, next to him there. So well done to Karanvir. Very, very bright talent for the future. And yeah,
it's just a shame we can't get interview. I'd love to hear from him.
Yeah, I would love to hear from him as well. Hopefully we can get Solo to go and interview him as he inspects his buggy. And of course they're checking it ahead of tomorrow. And that's his mother behind. Very proud mother. His father is also around as well, an ever-present person just checking, like every father would do, making sure that mechanically everything is all sorted out there. We'd like to say a big thank you, by the way, to our sponsors, Betika and NCBA, who are the title sponsors. And there's also SPF's Power, SPS Power, Duchess Leah, also Machakos County and Machakos Tourism, CFAO Motors, Toyota, Cabras Sugar, Live Eye, Kenchik, 98.4 Capital FM. Thank you very much to our sponsors. As we see Alan Bengi and Billy Tundo there. All right, also JCB Ganatra, thank you so much for the preparation of the track. I really, really appreciate it. So, young Billy Tundo, it's 1-1 between the two of them. Who'll win this one, Logan?
Now you're putting me on the spot. One of these two blokes, how's that? Now they're equally talented, I've seen that. Let's have a look, I can't really call it. Who do you think?
I think probably go for Billy, I think, in this one. Don't know, I can't choose. Maybe Billy for this one, yeah. But Alan has been very, very impressive in this, yeah. I'm sitting on the fence like you. All right, so great start by Billy Tundo here. And we do hope that everything is okay with Cheche Ababu, of course, a slight dent to his confidence, but we do hope that physically there's nothing wrong with him. But Billy, a great start there, ahead of Alan Bengi. Remember, when they take the Joker lap, is going to determine the winner of this heat because they are very, very evenly matched, the two of them. So, good start, Logan, for Billy.
Yeah, it was the whole shot, but on track they look like they are, as you say, very evenly matched. Like I told you, Sean, this kind of competition, motorsport competition, whole shot is half the race.
Exactly. So strong start, and he is pulling away Billy Tundo at this point in time. So good drive so far by Billy Tundo. As he goes ahead, I'm sure his father's watching in the distance as well. To see they go on a shorter track than the adults do. So great. It's good for them to get, of course, all this searching for the word. It's been a long day. Alright, so seeing them in action, Billy Tundo in action, and he's well ahead of Alan Bengi at the moment. Just getting word from the organizers that we're having a special Wazes race.
Yeah, what did that Tim Jessup whisper in your ear?
So I hear a certain Jimmy Wahome is coming temporarily out of retirement, and of course managing his daughter Maxine to come and race in this. I hear Ron Oakley is also in that. We'll see who else is in that race in just a moment, but just focusing on the Cubs here who are on this shorter track right now, and Billy well ahead of Alan Bengi, who's the younger of the Bengi boys. 7 years old, Ian Bengi 10, and just
bear in mind, Sean, this this old timers race, they're putting them in the Cubs cars.
Now that would be interesting. So good to see them building up their experience. That's the word I was looking for. Not sure why. I think it's been a long day, but experience. On to the final lap. That's Maura with the board there, warning the drivers. Final lap.
So who do you have? Ron Oakley, Jeremy Wahome,
Jimmy Wahome,
Jimmy Wahome, Eric Bengi, I believe, and one other. I shall get you the info, I promise you this. Sure.
All right, so well done to Billy Tundo. This is a great performance. It was such bad luck for him to not be able to race. He had a technical issue and they couldn't get that buggy ready in time. But he's done really well to win his 2 races that he's competed in. And the winner of this Cups race, the second Cups race, it is Billy Tundo. And well done to him, finishing well ahead of Alan Bengi, who's out on the course there. And well done. So Karanveer Ruprai winning the first Cups race, and this one won by Billy Tundo. Great performance as we approach the end of this race. We're approaching the end of the day after this race. So one more special race, and we're calling it the Old Timers, or what we call in Swahili the Wazees race. All right, so good stuff. Well done, Billy Tundo. Alan Bengi going towards the finish. We can see Eric Bengi just directing his younger son to come in, but that's Billy who's there to finish. Will we hear from him? Hopefully we'll hear from him. He's got his own customized helmet there. Good to see. The Top Fry helmet. Top Fry, by the way, used to be the sponsor of his father. All right, so here is the replay. And once he went ahead, there was no chance of him being caught. Young Billy Tundo, will we hear from him? Hopefully Solo will catch up with him. It's nice to hear the young ones also chatting there and getting their reactions as well. We managed to get a quick word from Billy with his father on Capital FM. So we hope to hear from him, hear from the younger ones, not just the older drivers, but it would be nice to hear. And let's see if Solo can catch up. We see Flash Tundo there, just checking and making sure that everything is fine. All right, so Billy there with the helmet, with Flash. Are we going to hear from him? In just a moment. And we're not going to hear from him. All right, so Billy putting his helmet in the car. Okay, so well done, Billy, winning 2 races that he's competed in. And there's Ron Oakley. Unfortunately, it looks like he won't be able to because that car was damaged, Ron Oakley's car. So I don't think he will be able to race today. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to see Ron in action. But that's Billy, who's a student at Pembroke House. Here he is. Solo, can we hear from him? Solo is coming up. Let's hear from Billy. All right, so we'll hear from Billy Tundo in just a moment as we see the stunning scenery in the background. Solo is going to catch up with Billy Tundo in just a moment. All right, let's hear from Billy with Solo.
In 5. Good afternoon, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
How was your run?
Tough.
How was, you had an issue in the morning, you managed to sort it out. How's the buggy running so far?
Good, yeah.
Do you wish it had a bit more power, or is it fine for you?
Wish I had a bit more power, yeah.
Can you handle the more power?
Yeah.
What would you love to drive if you had a chance of choosing whatever you wanted to drive? And have you ever gotten a chance to have some seat time in that?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been, yeah, my dad drives me around a lot, but I want to drive it.
You love to drive it yourself. How long have you got to rally and enjoy the whole sport, everything, whatever it is you're driving?
Sorry?
How much time have you gotten to practice and just learn how to drive?
We haven't, I'd say 3 years I've had this buggy, but I've had a different one for a long time too, but yeah, I think 3 years with this.
So what's your strategy going into this particular event? Is there somebody in particular you love to beat?
Alan, 100% Alan.
It has to be Alan. I know Alan is listening to you right now. What are your final words for him?
Yeah, come for you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again. All the best in the rest of your run. Do you know who you're going to be competing against tomorrow?
No.
Not yet. All the best, though, ladies and gentlemen. That is young Tundo, and he's driving his 500cc buggy. Very comfortable, very safe. If you take a quick look at it, and if you can see what I can see right now, it's got a very well-made roll cage. It allows for two drivers. That means there's a driver and a navigator, somebody to let him know how to drive. It's got an auto gearbox, so that just means that he has to put his foot down. It's very easy for him to drive and navigate. 500cc, well-built, well-equipped. Cooling system is right behind his back. Operates on standard fuel, and he's been doing a good job of putting it ahead of everybody else. So let's do this. Let's head on back to Sean in the studio as you continue looking at what this buggy is made of.
The NCBA car loan. You can also get insurance for your car for up to 1 year, and all this within a 24-hour time frame.
Hey, Daddy, we will do 12 visits to Grandma, 8 road trips with Mommy, 52 trips to see my cousins.
We know that it's not about the car, but the journeys. Get your NCBA Asset Finance Loan approved in just 24 hours, as well as your car insurance. The name is NCBA, and the numbers that matter to you matter to us. NCBA Bank. Go for it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got what's called a fun category. We got the old timers, so to speak. I don't know if they want to be called that, but Ian Duncan, Eric Bengi, Jimmy Wahome, and Ron Oakley, they're all in buggies. Now we're going to be maybe slightly confused here, but Ian Duncan, Eric Bengi, Jimmy Wahome, and Ron Oakley. Now we're going to have to get the numbers here so we can identify them because they're not in their regular cars. I think Jimmy Wahome is in a white buggy, if I'm not wrong.
To be straight, the first buggy,
The
pole
first buggy
position,
is-
right next to Tim.
That's Ian Duncan.
Second buggy is Eric Bengi.
Eric Bengi.
The third all white is Jimmy. And the fourth one, the red one right on the outside, is Ron Oakley.
Ron Oakley, okay. All right, so you're looking at Ron Oakley. The camera's just panned. This is Jimmy Wahome in the white buggy. Then we've got Eric Bengi in his son Ian Bengi's car. Now this is hilarious. And then you got Ian Duncan, who's in, yeah, we're right in Alan Bengi's buggy. So they've all been neutralized here. This is hilarious. All right, so they're using the Cubs buggies here. Surprised they're able to fit into them.
Eric looking deadly serious there in Ian's buggy, mate.
That is so funny.
Okay, grudge match of the old blokes.
All right, so their foot's got to be down on the pedal, but they're going to be going at about 30 kph. That's hilarious. All right, so just to confirm, if you're looking at the screen on your right, it is Ian Duncan. Then you got Eric Bengi next to him. You've got Jimmy Wahome, second from left. And then on the far left, you've got Ron Oakley. What they're calling the legends or old-timers. It's called a fun category, really, if you want to call it that. This is so brilliant. What an idea by them. So I think they'll have a warm-up lap. Oh, have they already started? Because Ron Oakley was about 5 seconds ahead of them.
Yeah, but he's got the slowest buggy, so they've given him, they've given the rest a handicap.
I think they've given him a head start. I think he's in Billy Tundo's buggy, so they've probably given him a head start. Yes. All right, it's already being overtaken there. Yes, so I think you're right. He was given a head start.
That's Eric who overtook him, so Eric's in the lead.
All right, so that's Eric Bengi and his son Ian Bengi's buggy going past. It's actually quite fast for that. And then we got
Ron Oakley.
Ron Oakley. And that is Ian Duncan.
Yeah.
And then that's Jimmy Wahome wringing everything he can out of that white buggy. Incredible stuff. Brilliant. Brilliant. All right, so Eric Bengi in the lead. No matter what vehicle he's in, he seems to lead every event he's in. So doing really, really well, Eric Bengi, at the moment. And comfortably ahead at this point in time. And we got Ron Oakley. Believe it or not, it's not often you see Ron Oakley ahead of Ian Duncan in a motorsports event.
I think Duncan's passed him.
I think he's overtaken him, yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing at the moment.
It is, isn't it? So
Trying
you
to
got Eric
identify
in
them.
first position.
Yeah.
Yeah, followed by Ian as he comes up to the start-finish straight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it is Ian who's ahead of Ron Oakley. I was a bit surprised. But I think it's
Now
because
there's a dice here. Ron and Jimmy in similar buggies.
the seats probably jacked up all the way back so they could fit inside the buggy. Because they look quite comfortable. I was expecting their knees to be right up by their faces. So it looks like there's quite a bit of space inside these buggies. You're so used to seeing the kids inside them.
How's that duel, Jimmy and Ron, going?
Yes, so even getting confused who's doing the Joker lap and who's not.
And Jimmy's... Well, Jimmy's ahead, but then Ron has taken the Joker lap.
Yeah. So I hope you're enjoying yourselves. This is the final race of the day. It's what they call the fun category. And you've got a real mix here. It is Eric Bengi and his son Ian Bengi's buggy, who's leading. Followed by Ian Duncan, Ron Oakley, who's having a real battle with Jimmy Wahome. That's Jimmy who's at the rear. And Jimmy was always going to face an uphill task to try and keep up with them.
Well, he goes into the Joker, Jimmy. Let's see how he fares against Ron.
All right, so as we can see, a comfortable victory for Eric Bengi in the fun class. So even in the fun class, Eric must win. Awesome.
And having everybody completed the Joker, Jimmy does come out ahead of Ron.
All right, so real battle here. And Ian Duncan finishing ahead of Jimmy Wahome, and it is Ron Oakley who's finishing in 4th place. All right, so well done to Eric Bengi as we come to the end of today. Don't forget, of course, the action will be underway from the morning as we conclude our heats, and we'll also have the finals tomorrow. So great action today. Don't forget, of course, there is a party on here in the village this evening. And of course, we've had great action. Logan, just your final thoughts for today as we see Eric Bengi here in the pits coming out of his... In fact, that's Ian Duncan coming out.
Really, Sean? I mean, you'd mentioned party. I'd switched off. I was already in party mode. I have to go back. No, that was a good fun one, eh? I mean, the old men in the kids' buggies. Okay, there were like 2 categories. There was the Bengi buggies, and the one that Ron and Jimmy went in. They were different kind of speeds, but they both had their different competition. It was good fun.
Hopefully we can get a word. It's not often that he speaks on camera, but hopefully we can get a word with Ian Duncan. Not often we hear from the champ, from the legend himself, but that's Ian Duncan. We're seeing the pictures as he comes out with a smile on his face. Great sport, Ian, for competing in this category. As we see him having a good laugh. Slightly slower.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear from Ian, who's with Solo.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Ian?
Great, all good, thank you. Yeah.
How did it feel being in an underpowered budget buggy?
Yeah, it's still pretty fun. It's just you just have to not let off the gas anywhere and not go too much sideways. But it's good. It's the best training for the kids. It really is.
And from their setup compared to your buggy, what would you do different to this particular one?
It's not bad. It just needs a lot more power. But they're learning, so it can come slowly.
And how did it feel going against your fellow rally drivers in underpowered cars?
Yeah, at least I passed someone today.
They say you didn't finish one lap.
They said last lap, and then I did that one with a Joker, then he flagged me off, so asked Jet, not my problem.
Did you enjoy yourself, which is the most important thing?
It was really good fun.
Thank you very much, Ian. Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Duncan in 1000cc buggy. This is one of Ian Bengi's vehicles. If you can take a look, built by Rob. He's done a really good job on the roll cage, as you can see. Very neat, very clean. This runs on, this is actually a 1000cc Vitz engine, VVTi auto gearbox. Not too bad, not too shabby. Very capable in the right hands, as you have seen. Ian has done extremely well and has really enjoyed themselves. As you can see, them all having a good laugh after it. Has all the safety precautions, as you can see. If you look right here, you've got your kill switch. This means you can actually just kill kill the power if you really need to. You've got all your switches for your start and stop. And if you've seen what they've done is actually included a cage towards the end outside side to make sure that the driver is protected in the event that they hit any of those rocks that you've been seeing out there. But let's just call it a day. It's been a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day out here. If you're still at home, if you're watching us online and you'd love to come on down, well, the action kicks off tomorrow, bright and early. It's happening at the Machakos People's Park. We're having ourselves a fabulous time. Don't miss out on all the fun and all the excitement around happening down here. As you can see, Rob loves to leap all his signs of his good work. Rob Sport, he does very good roll cages for a lot of the rally drivers. So let's do this. Let's head on back to the studio with Sean. And actually, you know what? All good things must come to an end. So unfortunately from us here in studio, it is adios amigos. Let's see you tomorrow bright and early. Let's do this again. In fact, don't watch this online. Come and watch it down here at the Machakos People's Park.